Okay, we'll start this session. But first of all, before I invite Professor Donker to present as a resource person of his ideas from the University of Cincinnati, Ohio State of the United States of America, I would briefly like to introduce Professor Donker to all of you. Professor Dunkel is a faculty in the Department of Political Science of Mizoram University. And I'm very happy to know that and also to announce that he is currently as a Fulbright Nehru Academic and Professional Excellence Fellowship in the Department of Political Science, University of Cincinnati, Ohio State of the United States of America. Professor Dunkel did his graduation in political science from Nehru and also his PhD from Manipur University in 2005. He began his teaching career as a lecturer in Bethany Christian College, Rachanpur in 1996. Then a faculty member of Government Longtlai College from 1998 to 2014, and joined the Department of Political Science of Mizoram University in the year 2012 as associate professor, and took the responsibility as the head of the Department of Political Science of Mizoram University since July 2013. Professor Donkel is a life member of Political Science, member of Indian Political Science Association. Then he is also the member of Northeast India Political Science Association, the member of Northeast India Council for Social Science Research, as well as also member of Northeast India History Association, the Mizo History Association, and member and senior advisor of Mizoram Political Science Association, and life member of the Kuki Research Forum. So he has, in his capacity, held many such important academic associations, organizations, and it will be very interesting, therefore, to listen to Professor Donker on his presentation. As per the record given to me, he'll be speaking on inner line permit implementation in Mizoram. He will be speaking on the topic Genesis, Development and Changing Dimension of Inner Line Regulation and its significance for the hill tribes of Northeast India. This is a very topical topic, and we would like to listen to Professor Donker in his presentation. Professor Donker, the time is given to you.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's very clear.
Yeah. Okay. So, and is announced by Professor Gasa, I'll deliver my speech on Genesis, Development and Changing Dimension of the Inner Line Regulation and its significance for hill tribes of Northeast India. And now let me go straight to the presentation, to the topic. And to begin with the introduction, this inner line regulation, it is the most talked about governmental regulation in northeastern part of India. And it is a unique regulation. Why it is unique? Because it is an exclusive regulation for preservation and protection of the minority hill tribes, and also for security of people in the plains. And the focus of the land regulation since its very inception is the hill tribes. And most of the hill tribes covered by these inner line regulations were not colonized by any outside kingdom or ruler in pre-British period. The British authority knew the uniqueness and peculiarity of hill tribes from plain Hindus and Muslims because they were different in all aspects of life, custom, culture, tradition, ethnicity, social behavior, and political governance. And by the time when the British entered northeastern part of the country, some plain tribes in plain area, they were already assimilated to the plain society. But the hills, they still maintain their identity, ethnicity, and peculiar custom. Due to that, different acts, laws, and regulations had been enforced exclusively for governing hill tribes in eastern frontier of Bengal, and this inner line regulation was one such regulation. And though the regulation continued after independence, it remained in force only in 3 hill states: Arunachal Pradesh, Mizoram, and Nagaland. And recently, it has been extended to Manipur Valley among the Meitei non-tribal. And due to that, some issues have been raised, and many constitutional questions have also been raised. And now, let's go to the historical background of tribal areas and annexation to the British Empire. The British East India Company came so close to tribal territories in northeast India or eastern frontier of Bengal with the obtainment of Diwani of Bengal, Bihar, and Orissa by Robert Clive from Mughal Emperor Shah Alam in 1765. And during that time, Robert Clive recognized Shah Alam as Mughal Emperor, and Shuja-ud-Dawla as ruler of Oudh, but revenue was collected and controlled by the British East India Company. And this acquirement of Diwani or revenue of Bengal enabled the company to come so close to the border of Sikkim, Bhutan, Cots Bihar, Assam, Arakan, Garo Hills, and Khasi Hills. In fact, Garo tribe was the first hill tribe whom the British came into contact. And after the British contact with the Garo tribe, the peculiarity of these hill tribes began to be known by the British. And during that time, David Scott, who was magistrate of Rangpur, played significant role in annexation of Garo Hills and Khasi Hills. And prior to the coming of the British, these tribal territories in northeast India, they were neither part of Assam nor part of India. And in fact, there was no Assam province during that time. Tribals were independent people, and they had their own system of rule by chiefs, and they were sovereign and independent in their own way. And one thing that we have to know is that the so-called province of Assam was creation of the British for its own administrative conveniences. And British East India Company was looking for an opportunity to interfere in internal administration of Assam, and the British wanted to expand its rule in Upper and Lower Assam. And during that time, they got good opportunity because the East India Company could interfere due to decline of a home kingdom as a result of Maumari rebellion. Then many parts of Assam and Manipur was invaded by the Burmese during that time. So there was first Anglo-Burmese war from 1824 to 1826, where the Burmese were defeated by the British forces. And the British forces moved as far as from the capital of Lower Burma and signed treaty with the King of Burma on February 24, 1826, known as Treaty of Yandabo 1826. And by this treaty, the British acquired control of entire Brahmaputra Valley, and it was attached to Bengal as Chief Commissioner Province. And the British court became the first commissioner of that division. And after that, Upper Assam was annexed by the British after Purandin Singh, a home ruler, was given pension. So as I told you earlier, as I've mentioned earlier, this province of Assam was creation of British for its own administrative conveniences. And in this British created province of Assam, hill territories of the hill tribes were annexed one after another. They were annexed and demarcated in this British created province of Assam. So Garo Hills was the first hill district, the first hill territory to be annexed by the British in 1822. And rest of the hill districts, they were annexed and demarcated in the province of Assam after the Treaty of Yandabo. So Golpura was added to Assam in 1826 as a separate district. Kasar was annexed in 1832. Khasi Hills was annexed in 1835. North Kasar Hills in 1854. Naga Hills in 1866. Zantia Hills in 1883. Northeast Frontier Tract was occupied since 1842 and was completely annexed in 1914. And Lusai Hills was occupied since 1890, and it was annexed to British Empire on 6 September 1895. So after these hill territories were annexed and added, demarcated inside the province of Assam, the British authority came to know that these tribals in hill territories, they had peculiar custom, culture, social behavior, traditional administration of chieftainship, which were totally different from Hindus and Muslims. In this regard, the laws, rules, and regulations which were enforced in areas may not be applicable to these hill tribes who had their own peculiar custom and culture. So some regulations and rules were specifically and exclusively enforced for these hill tribes, like Regulation 10 of 1822, Garo Hills Act 1869, Bengal Eastern Frontier Regulation 1873, Schedule District Act 1874, Tin Hills Regulation 1896, Government of India Act of 1919, then Government of India Act of 1935. During that time, all territories of the present Northeast India, except Manipur and Tripura, they were demarcated inside the province of Assam. And so far as Manipur and Tripura were concerned, they were princely states ruled by Maharaya. But even with regard to this Manipur and Tripura, some important subjects like coinage, defense, and external affairs were in the hands of British rulers. So the above stated rules and regulation act were exactly not enforced among the tribals in Manipur hill areas and Tripura, but even those tribals in Manipur and Tripura, they were governed by the spirit of these above stated acts, rules, and regulations. And as colonial administrators demarcated tribal territories in the province of Assam, then in the foothills, tea garden was started by the British planters. And like in Qatar side or in many other sites also, tea garden was started. And this tea garden was usually started in the foothills. In fact, these foothills were the area controlled by the hill tribes, whether it be in Lusai Hills, Naga Hills, Khasi Hills, Zentia Hills, Garo Hills, or Northeast Frontier Tracts. Foothills were the area where tribals did cultivation, and the areas were under the control of their chiefs. But after the coming of the British, these foothills were used as tea garden, and even after demarcation of these hill tribes in the British created province of Assam, there was no proper demarcation of boundary between the hills and the plains on the basis of historical facts and historical documents. And after that, these foothills were declared as reserve forest, and being declared as reserve forest, it was under the control of the provincial government, and after independence by the state government. And now, Assam has border dispute with neighboring states, Mizoram, Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya, and Nagaland, mainly on these foothills. And due to this, the British felt that some demarcation should be made so that hills and plains often, and that necessitated the emergence of these inner line regulation. Okay, now we shall move to genesis and development of the inner line regulation. So, the British authority was so concerned with hill tribes in eastern frontier of Bengal, namely those hill tribes in the jurisdiction of Kamrup, Darang, Naugong, Shivsagar, Lakhimpur, Garo Hills, Khasi Zentia Hills, Naga Hills, Kasar, and Chittagong Hill Tract. And none of these frontier districts had been recognized as socio-geographical identity till 1850 because they had no much contact with outsiders. Then the British authority, particularly Governor General in Council, was quite apprehensive about the law and order problem in the plain area neighboring to the hill tribes, because due to certain atrocities against these hill tribes by the plain people, the hill tribes retaliated by surprise attacks or raids in the plain area and taking the heads of British subjects. That's why Governor General in Council was so apprehensive in order that wrong notions should not be created in the minds of the tribals to maintain peace in the frontier area. And the British authority also felt that speculators and traders should be prevented from entering the hill area. And they should not be allowed to extract natural resources and forest products of the hills like timber, jute, rubble, or some other important natural resources. That's why if these plain speculators and traders were not checked properly, that will anger the tribal people in the hills and it will create law and order problem. And due to that, British authority also did not allow extension of tea garden in the tribal area. So the British authority felt that these hills and plains should not meet often. And this solution lies in the inner line regulation. And in fact, what is this inner line regulation? In first paragraph, section 1 of the Government of India of 1870, there was a provision provided. Through that provision, the provincial government should make necessary arrangements to declare certain area as a restricted area. And on the basis of that, Governor General in Council, with effect from 27 August 1873, declared 10 hill districts. That means Kamrup, Darang, Naugong, Shivsagar, Lakhimpur, Garo Hills, Khasi Jantia Hills, Naga Hills, Kasar and Chittagong Hill tracts to be under new regulation. And that regulation was Bengal Eastern Frontier Regulation. So it was a regulation for regulating and controlling entry of outsiders. And in that, one imaginary line, one imaginary boundary should be drawn, beyond which no British subjects, plain people or outsiders should enter the inner line area, the hill district, without permission of the concerned British authority. And this became effective with effect from 27 August 1873. And the main purpose of this regulation was to check entry of plain businessmen, speculators, traders, and other commercial-minded people to enter the tribal area without proper permission of the concerned British authority. And on the other hand, this was required because the hill tribes who had peculiar custom, culture, and tradition, if they mix too much with the people in the plain, their custom, culture, and tradition may be diluted. Because of that, for protection of the custom, culture, tradition, ethnic identity, and land of the tribal people, entry of outsiders should be restricted. And on the other hand, this regulation was also helpful for the plain people, because through this regulation, tribal attempt was also made to check the tribals from raiding and surprise attack in the plain area. So this was designed for good of both the hills and the plains. This was designed in order that plain people may be protected from surprise attack and raids of the hill, and the hill people may be protected and preserved from assimilation and other exploitation of the plain people. And the term in the line was coined by Arthur Hobhouse. And with regard to this inner line, as I've said, imaginary boundary was drawn, and beyond that line, if anyone wanted to enter the hill areas, that person has to get permission from the nearest deputy commissioner, and that should be valid for 7 days. And after that, if it is required, it should be extended. And anyone entering or crossing this inner line without proper permission of the British authority could be fined from an amount of rupees 100 to rupees 500. And depending upon the seriousness of the crime committed, besides fine, that person also could be imprisoned up to 3 months. And one thing that we have to know is that rupees 100 in 1873 currency value is not a small amount. It will not be a small amount at that time. That's why it was really a serious crime to enter or to cross the inner line without permission of the concerned British authority. In such a way, in these 10 hill districts, this inner line regulation became effective from 27 August 1873. Then in 1874, Scheduled District Act was enacted by the British government of India. And even after the enforcement of Scheduled District Act, this inner line regulation continued to be enforced. Then these scheduled districts were identified and termed as backward tracts by the government of India of 1919. And the term backward tracts was changed into excluded and partially excluded area by the government of India of 1935. And even at that time, inner line regulation continued to be enforced in this area. So, with regard to this inner line, the focus was that no outsiders, plain people, or any subject should enter in the line area, hill territories of the hill tribes without proper permission of the British authority. Then, how this inner line was updated and changed. So what was the changing dimension of this inner line regulation? In the initial stage, inner line was effective in 10 hill territories inhabited by the hill tribes. And as I've mentioned, the focus of the line was only the tribal. That tribal also not plain tribe, only the hill tribes. Those tribal in the hill areas. But this inner line was repealed from Chittagong Hill Tracts by amending Act of 1903. And after it was repealed from Chittagong Hill Tracts, it was introduced in Kachal Frontier with effect from 20 August 1875. And it was described as in the line on the southern frontier of Kachar. And during that time, Lusai Hills was not yet annexed to the British Empire, but this inner line was enforced, and this inner line was promulgated to mark it as in the line boundary between Kachar and Lusai Hills. So this notification was issued in 1875. And if any British subjects or any outsiders wanted to go beyond this Kachar inner line, they should get valid permission from Deputy Commissioner Kachar. And Lusai Hills was annexed after Chin Lusai expedition of 1889-1890. And then Lusai Hills was occupied by British from 1890, and it became part of British Empire with effect from 6 September 1895. Then after that, Lusai Hills was included among the scheduled district, but in the line was not immediately enforced. inner line regulation was not enforced, but modified form or the same type of, so to say, different type of inner line known as Gene Hills Regulation 1896 was enforced in these Lusai Hills and Gene Hills. And this Gene Hills Regulation 1896 was enforced wherever the Gene people settled. Then, after that, in these Lusai Hills, inner line was enforced with effect from 28 August 1930. And another notification was issued again in 1933. And with regard to these Lusai Hills inner line, where the inner line boundary should be drawn, it was when it was introduced in 1875. And in this regard, Foreign Secretary of British Government in India, C.O. H. Lutman, Secretary to Chief Commissioner of Assam, Deputy Commissioner of Kachar, and Deputy Commissioner of Dhaka. They consulted among themselves, and on the basis of that, 1875 notification was issued. That should be the inner line between Kachar and Lusai Hills. And in that, this inner line started from Satil Chora Peak to Jalnachira. From Jalnachira, it moved towards Barunchira. Then it goes towards Rengti Pahar. And this notification touched three important locations. That means Dorbun, that was old Aizol Silsal Road, Monikir, Dorbun, Baga, then and this, it also touched Klong River, which was known as Kukichira. And this notification, this inner line notification was also confirmed by Northeastern Frontier map in sheet number 15, and it was also published in September 1893. Due to that, this inner line boundary notified in 1875 is still the standpoint of government of Mizoram and civil societies of Mizoram with regard to boundary between Kachar and Mizoram, Lusai Hills, or Assam and Mizoram. And it was also said that this notification of 1875 was notified on the basis of agreement signed between powerful Mizo chief Sok Wheeler and Captain Lister in 1850. And with regard to this inner line regulation, tribal areas where it was not yet introduced earlier were also brought under this inner line from time to time. So Golpara was also put under inner line, and after that, Mokokchung subdivision of Naga Hills, then Sadia Frontier Tract, Balipara Frontier Tract were also put under it. And for this inner line, different notification was issued by the British authority. So I may not mention all these because it may take time. And different notifications were issued for different hill districts with regard to these inner line boundary. Like in the line boundary for Kachar, in the line boundary for Shivsagar, in the line boundary for Chittagong, in the line boundary for Golpara, then in the line boundary for Kamrup, in the line boundary for Balipara, in the line boundary from Sadia, for Lakhimpur frontier tracts, for Naga Hills and Lusai Hills were issued separately in separate years. But this inner line regulation of 1873 or Bengal Eastern Frontier Regulation 1873 faced certain changes and modifications from time to time. So I have mentioned that first, this inner line regulation was repealed from Chittagong Hill tracts. And after that, inner line regulation was repealed from Garo Hills in 1897 by Repealing Act of 1897. And from that time onwards, inner line regulation ceased to function in Garo Hills by the Repealing Act of 1897. And so far as Khasi Hills and Jantia Hills were concerned, these Khasi Jantia Hills, they were in the original Bengal Eastern Frontier Regulation Notification of 1873. But in which year this regulation was repealed from Khasi Hills and Jantia Hills, it was not clearly mentioned. But the regulation also stopped functioning from Khasi Hills and Jantia Hills even before independence. Then, with regard to these North Kasar Hills and Mikir Hills. North Kasar Hills, at the time when it was part of Kasar district, it was covered by this inner line regulation. But after North Kasar Hills was created as new district, there was no new notification for enforcement of inner line regulation in North Kasar Hills. So with the creation of North Kasar Hills as a separate district, inner line regulation ceased to function in North Kasar Hills. Likewise, the same thing happened in Mikir Hills also. Earlier, Mikir Hills was part of Nagaung district and Shivsagar district. During that time, inner line regulation functioned in Mikir Hills because both Mikir Hills and North Kasar Hills, they were included in the original notification of 1873, being part of Kasar district, Nagaung district, and Shivsagar district. But with the creation of Mikir Hills as a separate district, no new notification was issued. Along with that, the regulation also ceased to function in Mikir Hills. So in such a way, out of the hill districts where inner line regulation was enforced originally with effect from 27 August 1873, inner line regulation ceased to function from Garo Hills, Khasi Hills, Jantia Hills, Mikir Hills, and North Kasar Hills. And with independence of India, the President of India issued adaptation order in 1950. And by that adaptation order of the President of India in 1950, inner line regulation continued to function in Lusai Hills, Naga Hills, and Northeast Frontier tracts. Later on came to be known as Mizoram, Nagaland, and Arunachal Pradesh. And as I've mentioned earlier, the regulation has been recently introduced in non-tribal Meitei-dominated area of Manipur Valley And due to that, many hues and cries will raise from certain quarters, and that we'll discuss separately afterwards. And now, with regard to this inner line regulation at present in Mizoram, inner line pass ILP can now be issued by Deputy Commissioner Aizol, an officer authorized by him, like Residential Commissioner of Mizoram House at Delhi, Joint Residential Commissioner of Mizoram House at Kolkata, then Deputy Residential Commissioner of Mizoram House at Guwahati, Shillong, and Silchar also can issue inner line pass. And this inner line pass for Mizoram can also be issued for laborers from outside the state only if bona fide settlers of Mizoram act as employer or sponsor to that license holder, and that should be submitted to Deputy Commissioner Aizol. But employer or sponsor should sponsor only laborer which is not locally available per the guideline. Then temporary inner line pass can be issued which is valid for 30 days to visitor or tourist or business representative. And in this regard, it can be issued by responsible officer of Mizoram, Delhi, Kolkata, Guwahati, Shillong, and Aizol. And now, so far as Mizoram is concerned, inner line permit is categorized into two categories, Category 1 and Category 2. In Category 1, it includes sales representatives, teachers, approved government supplier. And Category 2 includes skilled laborers and unskilled laborers. So the maximum period of validity for Category 1 is 1 year, and the maximum validity period for Category 2 is 6 months. And any holder of inner line permit are required to report to Deputy Commissioner concerned in the district not less than 7 days before the expiry of the pass. And if any holder of inner line do not report to concerned Deputy Commissioner of the district in time, that person can be arrested, can be imprisoned, and can also be fined. So the continuation of this ILP prevent exploitation of people of hill territories by the plain, especially traders and businessmen. Then this continuation of ILP also prevents economic exploitation and loss of ethnic identity and cultural identity of the hill tribes. And like Mizoram, the category of issuing these inner line pass is also more or less the same to Arunachal Pradesh and Nagaland. However, the uniqueness of Arunachal Pradesh is that so far as Arunachal Pradesh is concerned, even scheduled tribes from other states of India, if they have to visit Arunachal Pradesh, they require inner line permit. Why? Because Arunachal Pradesh is a restricted area. Due to that, all visitors to Arunachal Pradesh, other than the natives of Arunachal Pradesh, require inner line permit. Yes, we know Arunachal Pradesh, known as Northeast Frontier Tracts during colonial rule, was under administrative controls of foreign department, and after independence also, Northeast Frontier Tracts, then known as Northeast Frontier Agency, was in Part B of the 6th schedule, and it was under the administrative control of Ministry of External Affairs, but Governor of Assam looked after administration of this NEFA through his advisor by using his discretionary power. And in Arunachal Pradesh, ILP can be issued by Secretary Political Government of Arunachal Pradesh, and it can also be issued by Deputy Commissioner of the district, then Residential Commissioners of Mizoram House at Delhi, Deputy Residential Commissioner of, not Mizoram House, Arunachal House at Kolkata, Shillong, and Guwahati. And besides the Deputy Commissioner, other officers who can issue these ILP for Arunachal Pradesh include Commissioner and Secretary, Director of Food and Supply, Director of Transport, Deputy Secretary Political Department, and Divisional Forest Officer of Bandel Diwa. So with regard to Arunachal Pradesh, any visitor from outside the state, they require this ILP. And about Naga Hills. Naga Hills was in the original Bengal Eastern Frontier Regulation notification with effect from 27 August 1873. Then, during that time, all parts of Naga Hills were not under the regulation. So it was enforced in Mokokchung subdivision of Naga Hills with effect from 1st February 1910. And after that, it was extended to Tuansang area of Naga Hills from 1955. Then, just after independence, Naga Hills was categorized into two categories under 6th provision in paragraph 20. Naga Hills in part A and Naga tribal area or Tuansang division in part B. The Naga Hills Tuansang division was clubbed together with NEFA. It became one division in NEFA. But Nagas, both the Naga leaders, overground and underground, they could not digest slicing away of Naga territory and amalgamating it with NEFA. So Naga People's Convention, they had convention at Kohima in 1957 and demanded for re-amalgamating these Naga Hills and Tuansang area. And as a result of that, 6th schedule was amended and Naga Hills Tuansang area Union Territory like structure was created in 1957. And even after the creation of this Naga Hills Tuansang area, inner line regulation continued to function. Then Naga Hills Tuansang area was upgraded to the state of Nagaland in 1963. And even after that, inner line regulation continued to function in Naga Hills. And the government of Nagaland has prescribed different requirements, validity period, and fees for different categories of ILP applicants, like tourists, traders, laborers, priests, teachers, and students. And so far as Nagaland is concerned, ILP can be applied through online also. And this application for ILP can be initiated to competent authority of Nagaland House located in Delhi, Kolkata, Guwahati, and Shillong. And earlier, Dimapur was not included under ILP. But after there was modification in 2019, ILP was extended to Dimapur district of Nagaland. And after ILP was extended, government of Nagaland issued a notification and fixing cut-off year. That means any plain people, any plain settlers who live in Dimapur before November 21, 1979, they would not require inner line permit. But those plain settlers who entered Dimapur after November 21, 1979, they would require ILP, and they should get that ILP within 90 days. This was notified by the government of Nagaland. Then the last part, the inclusion of Manipur under this inner line permit. There was great issue of Citizenship Amendment Act in 2019. Then in all the northeastern states, there was agitation being initiated by NESO, Northeast Students Organization, where student body of the Seven Sisters were members of this NESO. Then all the northeastern states, including Manipur, stood and opposed this Citizenship Amendment Act. And during that
Professor
time,
Duncan. Hello, Professor Duncan.
yes,
Can you come to the conclusion? It's almost
okay.
time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So the problem in Manipur is that at the time when Bengal Eastern Frontier Regulation 1873 was in force with effect from 27 August 1873, the focus was only the hill tribes, the focus was only the tribal, and it was introduced in 10 hill districts of eastern frontier of Bengal. But due to adaptation order and issued by the President of India on 11 December 2019, then inner line regulation became effective from Manipur Valley, Manipur with effect from 24 December 2019. And here the problem is that BJP-led NDA government, like what they did with abrogation of Article 370 in Jammu and Kashmir, the same thing was repeated in Manipur. So it was a surprise proclamation of order. But the thing was that the enforcement of this inner line regulation among the non-tribal Meitei-dominated Manipur Valley was it breach of the original provision and the original guideline. So the question has been raised by constitutional expert and legal expert. And so far as the original notification was concerned, this regulation was meant for the tribal, but extension of this inner line regulation, inner line permit for non-tribal area, will it be opening of Pandora box? So many questions has been raised. So with regard to this inner line regulation, as I've mentioned, in the original inner line regulation of 27 August 1873, there were 10 hill districts. And out of those 10 hill districts, it was discontinued in Chittagong, and it was discontinued in Garo Hills, Khasi Hills, Jantia Hills, Mikir Hills, and not Kasar Hills. Then, out of the original, it remained in force only in Mizoram, Nagaland, and Arunachal Pradesh. And Manipur is recently added, and as I have said, with the inclusion of Manipur, the regulation which was meant for the hill tribes and tribal, is it constitutional and legal to enforce in the non-tribal area? And with regard to this inner line regulation, the last point which I would like to mention is that there were many criticisms and there were many critical comments against this inner line, because many said that it is against fundamental rights. But one thing that we have to know is that this is exclusive rights of the tribals, and this is specific rights of the tribals. And many critical comments and criticisms might have been raised, but because of this inner line regulation, the tribal area could be protected. That's why even now, those tribal areas which were already under inner line but no longer applicable, like Garo Hills, Khasi Hills, Jantia Hills, Mikir Hills, the North Kasar Hills, and some other tribal areas should be taken into account. Will it be good to reintroduce there in these tribal areas so that the tribal could be well protected? So despite these many criticism, this inner line regulation is significant and it is really useful for protection and preservation of the tribal identity, custom, culture, and tradition. This inner line regulation is very significant for tribals of Northeast India. Okay, thank you. With this, let me conclude my presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Duncan. Speaking to us from the United States of America. And actually, it's a very detailed information given by Professor Duncan about the genesis, development, and changing dimensions of inner line regulation, as well as also the important information given to us about the significance of the inner line regulation for the hill tribes of Northeast India. For example, the people of Meghalaya today, they are still demanding that inner line regulation should also be introduced in the state of Meghalaya. Anyway, the debate is still continuing, and I'm very happy to hear the systematic information provided by Professor Donker on the historical development, genesis, as well as also significance of inner line regulation for the hill tribes of Northeast India. Thank you very much, Professor Donker. We'll come back to you later on if there is any clarification, any question asked by the participants. So we'll come back to you later on. Thank you. So now we move to the next paper to be presented by Baya Christian Lanong. Baya is the assistant professor in the Department of Political Science of Sora Government College. And she is going to talk on Meghalaya homespun heritage, the way forward. Baya, you will be having 15 minutes for your presentation.
Good morning, sir. Sir, I'll just share my screen. Is it visible?
Not very clear. Okay.
And now is it clear?
Yeah, yes, now it's okay.
Good morning, sir. I'll start straight away. The paper actually is basically focused on the weaving and the sericulture sector of India, of Meghalaya. And why is it important? Mainly, weaving is an ancient craft of the tribes of Meghalaya. And besides being a cottage industry, it also represents, it's an integral part of the indigenous lifestyle and the identity of the tribes in Meghalaya. The highlights of the next. Okay, the highlights is that weaving is an ancient craft of the tribes of Meghalaya. Then spinning and weaving is the exclusive monopoly of women. This is another significant feature of the weaving cottage industry of Meghalaya. Unlike other parts of India, even male are part and parcel of this industry. Whereas in Meghalaya, basically, almost 99.9% women dominates the spinning and weaving cottage industry. Then according to the census, that the latest census, the fourth All India Handloom Census, it is found out that 15,900 families are involved in handloom activities. Fully involved in handloom activities. And 16,000 families are in sericulture farming. Out of which, from these families, there are 42,000 weavers. Okay, all across Meghalaya, there are 42,000 weavers who depend their entire livelihood. They spend their entire life, they spend on weaving. Their livelihood depends on weaving. And there are 43,220 active looms. And the other significant feature of this sector in Meghalaya is that weavers don't only weave the craft or weave the product, they also extract silk from the cocoons. Okay, so they rear the silk and they extract it in a very, very peaceful way. That's what it's called ahimsa silk. Okay, many of these silk are done in a very peaceful, environmental friendly way. Then for this to work, for this industry to progress, we need both the state support. So the state, that is Meghalaya government, has many schemes in place, out of which I've highlighted the important points. First, it has marketing support, because the weavers, when they produce, after producing the craft or the product, what is needed is marketing. They have to market their product. So that is left in the hands of the state. And the state actually is very active in propagating the products of these weavers. And moreover, since now we are to have these weaves or to have the product in large scale, there's also training involved, okay? Because many of these weavers, the tradition, they've inherited it from their parents. It's ancestral. So now what is done is that for large scale production, they need training. So training involving techniques in raising of plantation, then the rearing of the silkworm and the production of cocoon is taken care by the state government. That's the Meghalaya government. Then there's also research on bivoltine races. This is major focus here is the silkworm, okay? Because actually to have an extensive market, we need an extensive production. So research is done so that the silk can be extracted from the worm twice a year. So extensive research is done on that area, and that is taken care by the state government. There's also research on designing and dyeing, because there's competition from other states as well, okay? And people will want their product to be in tune with the recent trend. And for that to happen, the design, the dyeing, the color, that everything has to be updated so that they get the market, they get foreign market as well as domestic market. So research on designing and dyeing, this is conducted by the state government. Then the artisan, many of these artisans, there are a number of young people who even go for courses by the state government. State government offer courses for such research, for such training. And after pass out, they get certificate courses, okay? They get certificate to show that they've passed out and they're capable to take up the job by themselves. Then the centrally sponsored scheme, the government of India. I think everyone is aware that our Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, is very vocal. He's vocal for local production, okay? He always emphasized that we should that every household should have one tribal product. So there's many schemes in place. Everything is in detail in the paper, but then I've just highlighted again some important points here. There's a special plan assistant and special central assistant. For this, in this plan, the construction of almost 60 units of Eri, Muga, drainage and common facility centers is taken care or is being funded by the central government. Then we have the catalytic development program and integrated handloom development scheme. This is focused on upscaling the production capacity and increase the earning of the sericulture farmers as well as weavers. Then we have the Rashtriya Krishi Vikash Yojana. This is, and again, for additional coverage of plantation in the private sector to enhance the production of raw silk. And the financial support under the scheme is being provided for construction of rearing houses, cocoon sheds, and rearing equipment. Under the scheme, people can avail financial help. Then Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act and the Catalytic Development Program. This focuses more on the providing livelihood through creation of durable assets and employment generation for the most vulnerable people in rural sector to enable socio-economic security. Under this scheme, many research has been done to provide soil protection and improved water conservation for empowerment of the socially disadvantaged section of the society. It includes the women, the scheduled castes, and the scheduled tribes, small and marginal farmers. Then we have the Northeastern Regional Textile Promotion Scheme. This scheme, it aims to develop the handloom sector by providing the required support to achieve increase in the employment and value of handloom product by means of improvement and design capability. Then next we have the Mahatma Gandhi Bankar Bima Yojana. Mahatma Gandhi Bankar Bima Yojana, it provides insurance cover to the handloom weavers in case of natural as well as accidental death and in case of total or partial disabilities, because there's a lot of health hazard also at times involved when we produce the craft. Okay, so in case weavers face any kind of accidental death or natural calamity that affects this trade, then they're provided insurance cover under this Mahatma Gandhi Bankar Bima Yojana. Then we have the Integrated Basin Development Livelihood Project. Under this project, the main objective is to increase the area under silkworm food plants, to increase supply of disease-free layings to the farmer, and to encourage and adopting latest reeling and spinning technologies. So this project or this development livelihood project takes care of that area. Then my next slide, it's the achievement. When both the state and the central government, they're working in synergy, so there's bound to be some achievement. There are plenty of achievement. Then I've highlighted the most recent. Of late, you'll see there are Mulberry and Airy Farm as well as Training Institute has been set up across the state. You'll find many farm and this training institute across the state in Garo Hills, in Ribhoi, as well as in East Khasi Hills. There are a number of training institute where young people are being trained to take up this trade as a livelihood. Then passed out of certified courses were absorbed as rearers. So passed out are those young boys and girls who've passed out from these courses were then absorbed as rearers under the government. Then there's another feather in the cap of the handloom sector in Meghalaya. Umden Diwan village. This village is in Ribhoi district. It has been declared as an Atma Nirbhar village. Because the entire village, almost 90% of the residents of this village, they are involved in silk rearing. And silk rearing, it's called the way it's being reared, it's done in a very peaceful way. So it's Atma Nirbhar. It means self-reliant. It's a very self-reliant, eco-friendly way of earning livelihood. So it has been declared as an Atma Nirbhar village. Then there's a design innovative resource center has been set up for the product to get global market or for the product to get domestic market, the products from Meghalaya. Even a design innovative resource center has been set up where intensive research has been done to improvise our product according to the need, according to the taste of the generation, of the present generation. Then there's an Airy Corner. Airy Corner also has come down. It's on our way, JS Road. It's then JS Road. There, this corner is dedicated only to the products produced by our weavers. They have a huge, it's a beautiful showroom. Everything has been displayed and they're getting huge market, both domestic as well as from international market. Then Rindia logo, then a Rindia song, as well as a commemorative postage stamp was released recently. Okay, to highlight to get the attention of the people, a Rindia logo has been released, even a Rindia song to capture the imagination and the attention of young people that products or the products, okay, of the artisan are also fashionable enough not just that they depend on international brand. Then the first ever Kneng embroidery competition was held. Kneng embroidery, it's a kind of embroidery done at Mustok village, okay, in Shela area, the Shela area of East Khasi Hills. It's the only ancient embroidery that Meghalaya has inherited. Okay, it's the only ancient. So to preserve this Kneng embroidery, a competition was held recently when India celebrated her independence. Okay, then online exhibition of various products at Spotlight Northeast e-commerce. So there are even online exhibition of these products are done through e-commerce, because we all know now e-commerce is here to stay. So for the market, beside having in selected outlet, it's also done through e-commerce that people can get to see and purchase our products. And at the Chief Minister E-Championship Conclave 2021, even awards were given to some weavers, okay, selected weavers who have done remarkable job in this sector. Then CAD training in collaboration with Digital India on DG Bunai CAD software for textile designing. So there is collaboration is also being conducted, it's going on to get for our products to come in tune with time. Then the cultural artifacts and unique textile of Meghalaya was also displayed recently at High Commission of India, Dhaka. So these products also were displayed at Bangladesh. So I'll conclude, my conclusion, it's Meghalaya silk industries engine to spur economic growth in the state. This is not my caption. It's actually the theme of the recently concluded National Handloom Day that we celebrated along with the rest of India. Meghalaya celebrated the National Handloom Day on 7th August 2021. And this is the theme, okay? Meghalaya silk industry engine to spur economic growth in the state. It's very clear that by encouraging the weavers, by purchasing, we encourage is by purchasing. So when we purchase, there's an economic growth in the state because this is a rural economy and they depend on us to purchase. So all of us here, I hope we do pledge and say, my handloom, my pride. It should be our pride to have one handloom product. Okay, it should be our pride. We should give it to people, to anyone whom we know, a product from our state because it is our pride. Then I conclude the session by thanking all of you for being very patient in following me. I hope I could do something in 15 minutes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Baya. It's good to hear from you after so many years. So Baya has discussed on the role of weavers in Meghalaya, especially the role of women. It has mentioned the various schemes relating to this. The schemes that come both from the state government as well as also from the central government. And she has also mentioned the achievements under the scheme. There is this one small thing, Baya, if I may suggest.
Yes, sir.
In your paper, if you can link the topic of discussion to the issue of identity of the people of the state. If you can link the issue, your topic to the issue of identity of the people of the state, because even this issue also, what you have mentioned, can be very much linked to the identity of the people from the point of view of the dress and the point of view of what the weavers had been able to put into those looms and all that. Anyway, you can think over it later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So we move to another paper jointly written by Jessica Rambai and Layarihon Lang Nong Lai. Perhaps one of you will be presenting the paper. I don't know who is going to present the paper. The paper is on and exploration on the measures in the promotion of intangible cultural heritage in Indian tribal society. So either Jessica or Laya Rihun, please.
Hello, sir. Good morning.
Yes.
Sir, I am Jessica Rumbai and I will be presenting the paper.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. The topic for our presentation is called An Exploration on the Measures in the Promotion of Tangible Cultural Heritage in Indian Tribal Society. Okay. So we would like to first understand what is intangible cultural heritage. Protecting, as we all know, protecting heritage is indispensable as it gives us understanding about the culture and the people of different places. The field of heritage studies developed from David Lothenwell's influential book called The Past as a Foreign Country. Cultural heritage consists of both tangible and intangible cultural heritage. The two forms are closely linked together with a country's history, culture, and customs. UNESCO defines cultural heritage as the legacy of physical artifacts and intangible attributes of a group or society that are inherited from past generations, maintained in the present, and bestowed for the benefit of future generations. ICH includes the living expressions and the traditions that countless groups and communities worldwide have inherited from their ancestors and transmit to their descendants, in most cases orally. UNESCO also defines intangible cultural heritage, in short ICH, as the practices, representations, expressions, knowledge, skills, as well as the instruments, objects, artifacts, and cultural spaces associated thereof that communities, groups, and in some cases individuals recognize as part of the cultural heritage. Intangible cultural heritage is usually transmitted from generation to generation and is constantly recreated by communities and groups in response to their environment, their interaction with nature, and their history, and provides them with a sense of identity and continuity, thus promoting respect for cultural diversity and human creativity. ICH also exists independent of physicality, must necessarily exist in human practice through language, music, customs, and other activities of contemporary peoples. So sorry, sir, I forgot to share screen.
It's okay.
I have actually prepared a PowerPoint.
Oh,
Okay. Yes, sir.
okay. Go ahead.
Yes, yes. I hope it's visible now. I'm so sorry. Okay, going further, UNESCO has proposed 5 broad domains of ICH for the purpose of manifestation. There are oral traditions and expressions, which includes language as a vehicle of the intangible cultural heritage, performing arts, social practices, rituals and festive events, knowledge and practices concerning nature and the universe, and traditional craftsmanship. The intangible cultural heritage that the tribal population possess includes the traditional knowledge system, which contains many positive and productive elements that are invaluable for the entire humanity. Despite its significant role to integrate the society and enhance the sense of ownership to the concerned people and culture, ICH faces serious threats for existence. Thus, the preservation of ICH in its multiplicity of forms and manifestations is vital. So, since the paper is on we want to explore the measures in promotion of ICH. We have chosen the first measure called the intellectual property rights. Intellectual property rights is an intangible creation of the human mind, usually expressed or translated into a tangible form that is assigned certain rights of property. Intellectual property rights are legal rights which result from intellectual activity in industrial, scientific, literary, and artistic fields. These rights safeguard creators and other producers of intellectual goods and services by granting them certain rights to control their use. Protected IP rights, like other property, can be a matter of trade which can be owned, sold, or bought. Intellectual property rights are manifested in the form of copyright, that is legal term describing the rights given to creators for the literary and artistic works. We have patent, an exclusive right granted for invention which is a product or a process that provides a new way of doing something or offers a new technical solution to a problem. We also have trademark and design, which is a recognizable sign, design, or expression which identifies products or services of a particular source from those of others. and protection of new plant variety, to recognize the role of farmers as cultivators and conservers and the contribution of traditional, rural, and tribal communities to the country's agrobiodiversity. In traditional societies, knowledge, culture, and biological resources form a triumvirate of our heritage and provide an identity to the society. India, as we all know, is a land of around 100 million forest dwellers, and most of them belong to tribal communities. These tribal communities have, over the centuries, gathered knowledge from the natural environment surrounding their communities. As a whole, the forest and its dwellers gives to India an abundant knowledge about the traditional value of various forest products. Traditional knowledge is also often held collectively by communities rather than by individual owners. This traditional knowledge is information that is transmitted from generation to generation, generally within the community or within families within the community in an oral form without any adequate documentation. The government of India has tried to protect the traditional knowledge through various legislations. The Indian Patents Act of 1970 has laid down a provision that a patent can be revoked on the grounds that what is claimed as invention is already known within the realms of traditional knowledge. The Biological Diversity Act of 2002 specifically provides Section 6 of the Act that if any person applies for a patent within or outside India for an invention based on any research information on a biological resource obtained from India, such as a person will have to obtain approval from the National Biodiversity Authority for making such an application. This approval may be delayed up to the time of sealing of the patent. The provisions of the Biological Diversity Act and Forest Rights Act of 2006 provides a shield for tribal traditional knowledge, protecting the knowledge of the local communities related to biodiversity and declaring that the intellectual property rights of such knowledge belongs primarily to members of the community collectively. These two acts acknowledge that the traditional knowledge of the tribal or forest dwellers are to be considered as equal to that of documented scientific and technological information. We also have geographical indication, in short GI, which is a measure taken by the government to protect the products of the tribal artisans and other handicrafts in order to prevent third parties from replicating the work and engage in its mass production. Now, under the larger vision of Atma Nirbhar Bharat and Vocal for Local, the Tribal Cooperative Marketing Federation of India, TriFed, intend to collaborate with various departments and ministries for geographical indication, tagging of tribal products, as notified by the Ministry of Tribal Affairs. These active collaborations, which would be between TriFed and Lal Bahadur Shastri National Institute of Academy, Ministry of Culture, Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, and Ministry of Commerce. The Ministry of Tourism and the Office of Prime Minister seek to transform tribal products into a brand name along with a GI tag so as to empower tribal artisans. That was the first measure that we want to put up. Now, the next measure is documentation and digitization. Documentation and digitization of indigenous knowledge, IK, or traditional knowledge, TK. Indigenous knowledge refers to the knowledge belonging to a specific ethnic group that is unique to that ethnic group, society, or culture. According to Grenier, indigenous knowledge refers to the traditional knowledge of indigenous peoples, which is oral in nature, usually transmitted from one generation to the other, and exists mostly in the minds of local people. The medium of transmission is usually through a personal communication and demonstration and can be from tutor to the pupil or to the apprentice or from parents to children. Digitization has become possible with technological interventions which provide improved access to information resources, preservation, and dissemination as required anywhere and anytime. Digitization means acquiring, converting, storing, or providing information in computer format that is standardized, organized, and available on demand from the common system. Digitization is a process used to capture an analog signal into a digital form, which involves the making of an electronic version of a real-world object or event, enabling the object to be stored, displayed, and manipulated on a computer and disseminated over networks or the World Wide Web. Documentation also refers to the activities of identification, fixation, and classification aimed at facilitating retrieval from organized data sets such as paper files, digital databases, archives, or libraries. The 2003 UNESCO Convention obliges parties to document TK and traditional cultural expressions as a means to safeguard cultural heritage. Documentation seeks to preserve TK in its complete raw form for posterity, while dissemination focuses on encouraging access to the documented knowledge of planning and decision making. The aim of documentation is to ensure the maintenance, use, and development of TK and TCEs by present and future generations of people and communities in a traditional context, to preserve and also to preserve the past and provide access to it in the future. Documenting TK can guarantee the social, cultural, and economic interests of indigenous peoples and local communities. It has emerged as a tool that can impede further loss of TK, maintain traditional knowledge over time, support benefit sharing between holders of TK and those that use it, and ultimately protect TK from unwanted uses. TK may be lost forever if it is not properly documented, analyzed, and disseminated. I'd just like to discuss a major advantage of documenting, digitizing, and preserving TK is that through digitization, wider dissemination of knowledge is ensured. TK documentation can take many shapes, forms, through written registries and files, video, images, and audio in a traditional indigenous language or other languages, and using modern or classical technologies, digital versus written filing. Um, there are just few examples I've included regarding traditional knowledge when we use digitization as medicinal preparations by the Maori tribes of New Zealand, the Maasai, Kenya, and Tanzania, digitizing ancient manuscripts, Ayurvedic medical texts in India, photographing land and agroforestry management activities of the Campus people of Brazil, videotaping traditional agricultural practices and technologies of Amara people Bolivia or the Nahua, Mexico. How this actual documentation takes place? It takes place through by two measures: in situ collection and desktop work. In situ means data and TK are obtained directly through interviews, communications, observations, taking images, recordings from the communities themselves, which involves contact within the community or tribe chief, the elder, the shaman, or whatever formal representative body or person or body is entitled to engage to transmit data information in the form of traditional knowledge. Uh, the in situ collection implies on-site field work and continued interaction with community members. And whereas when we talk of desktop work, it involves going through documents, audiovisual archives, recordings, books, databases, research thesis, ethnobotanical work, field archives, specialized journals, memoirs, specimen passport data, and so on. In the case of India, this person by the name of Bala, he said that Indians are losing their oral history, traditions, and intangible cultural heritage at a very fast rate. So it is better to make optimum use of the new technological tools and preserve our dying intangible cultural heritage for present and future use. The traditional oral history and intangible heritage is not passing on out to the next generation in a proper manner. Once the older generation is gone, the links of social cultural memories will also die. So we also see globalization and modernization has also affected oral history and intangible cultural heritage. Dissemination of indigenous knowledge is essential for development of information purposes, and it can be done through certain activities such as seminars, workshops, debates, lectures, and exhibitions in which stories of indigenous traditional knowledge can be reflective. For documentation, we have taken the case example study of Warli art, which is a traditional folk art practiced by tribal communities in India. I've shared that information on the screen. Then we would also like to highlight the documentation taken up by NESFAS, which is a non-governmental organization in Meghalaya, known as the Northeast Slow Food and Agrobiodiversity Society. This organization aims to understand and support the preservation of this intangible cultural heritage by linking directly to tangible values such as biodiversity, preservation, food sovereignty, and food security. This organization also creates a platform where grassroots communities can voice opinion, exchange knowledge, and reaffirm pride in the local food systems. How does NESFAS do it? It assimilates and disseminates information, by creating a knowledge bank that archives photos, videos, and agrobiodiversity information. NESFAS also believe that knowledge gate must be repatriated to communities facilitated by experience, knowledge, and sharing and knowledge exchange. NESFAS also facilitates the transfer of traditional knowledge from elders to youth through biodiversity walks. The knowledge holders of communities guide these works and introduce their groups to the various edible and medicinal plants.
Jessica,
Yes, sir.
can you come to some kind of conclusion?
Okay, so the last point measure that we have taken up is sustainable tourism, and for this, I'll just like to show what we have come up. Sir, in the context of Meghalaya, we wanted to understand sustainable tourism as a measure to promote ICH, which is seen from both government and non-governmental organizations. We have seen Eri Silk Culture in Riboy district and sacred groves. As we all know, weaving is an age-old tradition, which is mostly practiced by women folk in the rural areas. So to do this, the Government of India, through the Department of Textiles, has declared Umdendiwan as a state's first Eri Silk village on 12 February 2021. So we have seen initiative from both government and from the government side to promote Eri Silk culture, which is a form of tangible cultural heritage, as one of the measures in promoting intangible cultural heritage. Then we've also seen sacred groves, how Mauplang village in Meghalaya is the home to one of the sacred groves of the region. This is also done to showcase how to conserve nature through tradition, religion, and culture. Then we've seen also the interplay between Seng Samlashno, Mauplang sustainable tourism. These have come up together, to preserve sacred groves. So, and to come to the conclusion, I'd like to say that intangible cultural heritage is something which it acts as a bridge which creates a link between our past, present, and future. Protecting heritage is important, is vital, because this defines our tribal identity. The various measures that have been discussed shows that there is a need for people to be aware of their rights in order to protect the intangible cultural heritage. For instance, in the review of the intellectual property rights regime in India 2021, the committee noted that indigenous knowledge of drugs and pharmaceuticals, as well as artistic handcrafts, traditional cultural expressions in products and creations, as well as traditional practices and inventions in agriculture and forestry is abundant in India. However, the knowledge and awareness to claim the intellectual property rights for earning monetary benefits from it is highly inadequate in the country. The promotion of ICH must be a dual responsibility where the people should cooperate with the government, organizations, and other agencies. Awareness programs and educating the tribals about their rights should be initiated by the government and organizations, since this will help in meeting the needs of the present without compromising the needs of the future generations. So,
Okay.
so
Yes,
so this is
Jessica?
so
Is
this
that
is
so?
the end. Yeah, yes, sir. This is the end of.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jessica, as well as also Layari Honlang for this joint paper on the intangible cultural heritage and intellectual property rights. And actually, it is a continuation of what Baya presented earlier, and I hope you will be able to develop the paper into more systematic as well as also scientific. So we'll come back to you if there are any questions or there are any clarifications that may be needed or asked by the participants. Anyway, for the time being, please be there so that we come back to you if there are any questions or clarifications asked. So we move to the other presenter, and that is by Ms. Lalbiak Sami. The title of the paper is on emergence of tribal movements and constitutional autonomy in the Lushai Hills. I don't know who will represent that because again, it's a joint paper. Ms. Lalbiak? Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can hear you.
So-
I'll be presenting a joint paper with my supervisor, Professor Zangkong Amdongil.
Yes, we heard about him this morning.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Sir, I want to share the screen, but I cannot because the previous presenter has not popped out, I think.
Okay. You go ahead with the presentation.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Our paper is Emergence of Tribal Movements and Constitutional Autonomy in the Lushai Hills. Mizoram, which was earlier known as the Lushai Hills, before the occupation of the British, was the domain of the chiefs. So located in the extreme end of Northeast India, it shares international boundary with Myanmar and Bangladesh. It also shares national boundary with Assam, Manipur, and Tripura. The inhabitants of the region belong to different tribes and sub-tribes, but they are unified under one umbrella, Mizo or Zo. So initially, the British were not interested in the Lushai Hills as the region does not have any potential for the economic expansionist policy. The arrival of the British to the Lushai Hills was the result of recurrent raids by the Lushai Hills to the plains of Kachar, where the British started tea plantation in the area. So in order to punish the raiding activities of the chiefs who disturbed the commercial activities, a punitive expedition was sent by the British to the Lushai Hills twice, which is known as the Lushai Expedition of 1871 to 72 and Chin Lushai Hills Expedition of 1889 to 90. Thus, the Lushai Hills came under the rule of the British in 1891. So with the occupation of the Lushai Hills by the British in 1891, it was divided into two administrative subdivisions, the North Lushai Hills under the government of Assam and South Lushai Hills under the government of Bengal. On 29 January 1892, Chin Lushai Hills Conference, which was held at Calcutta, decided to amalgamate the two Lushai Hills district into one district, which is known as Lushai Hills district. It was therefore brought under the administrative control of the government of Assam from 1st April 1898. With its inclusion under the province of Assam, the Lushai Hills was not under the direct jurisdiction of Assam legislature. It was governed by an administrator known as the superintendent, who was directly responsible to the governor of Assam. And the traditional status of the chief was maintained, and they continued to be the head of their respective villages, but in reality they were merely an agent of the British, as they acted as liaison between the British Indian government and the people. The chiefs submitted certain amount of revenue to the British and were restricted to have finance say in the administration. The chiefs were no longer the owner of the land, but they were relegated to secondary position in their own ancestral land. Also, the Governor General in Council on 3rd January 1921 declared the Lushai Hills as backward tract. Later on, the Government of India Act 1935 gave up the terminology backward tract and instead described the area as excluded area. So, tribal movements and constitutional autonomy in the Lushai Hills. The establishment of administration by the colonial government was followed by the advent of the Christian missionaries in the Lushai Hills. The missionaries imparted basic education to the people by building educational institutions which produce new educated sections or new middle class of the society. The outlook of the people also has been broadened by their exposure to the outside world when they participate in the world wars, where they come home politically conscious. In the meantime, the villagers in the Lushai Hills were forced to contribute forced labor by carrying the luggage of the British officials on duty at nominal wage, and they were also compelled to construct the house of the chiefs by their free labor charge. This archaic rule of the chiefs under the British has created discontentment among the commoners. So the first tribal movement against the colonial rule in the Lushai Hills was in 1925, when a group of men with Telela as its leader, who were all residents of Kulikon, a locality in Aizawl, requested the superintendent to make changes in the administration so that the common people would participate in the provincial government. But their efforts were futile, as the superintendent was infuriated by the actions, which resulted in them being arrested, but they were released later after a stern warning. With no changes in the administrative system and growing political consciousness among the people, on 9th April 1946, some political-minded men of the Lushai Hills contacted the superintendent A.R.H. MacDonald, expressing their desire to form a political party. With the permission of the superintendent, the first political party, called the Mizo Union, was formed on 9th April 1946. On the eve of independence, the superintendent R.H. MacDonald replaced the order of the previous superintendent, Mr. McCall, which prohibited the participation of the commoners in the administration by constituting district conference where the commoners could take part in it. The first meeting of the district conference was held on 16 January 1946. However, it could not function smoothly as the Mizo Union and the chiefs could not come come to the same conclusion regarding the future of the Lushai Hills. So the Mizo Union felt that they were less represented and decided to boycott the district conference of April 1947. In the meantime, the Bordoloi subcommittee, who had extensively toured the erstwhile province of Assam, reached Aizawl on 17 April 1947. The Mizo Union, being the largest political organization, submitted their memorandum to the Bordoloi subcommittee, which had sittings at Aizawl on 18th and 19th April, remanding for the autonomy of the Mizo Hills, in which the general framework of the area should be left to the people within the general framework of the province of Assam. And the chief also submitted their memorandum to the subcommittee and demanded recognition of chieftainship and representation of the chiefs in the Assam legislature, as well as the Lushai Hills District Council. So with the recommendation of the Bordoloi subcommittee, the sixth schedule finally emerged and found its place in the constitution along with Article 244 Clause 2 and 275 Clause 1. When the Indian constitution was enforced, immediate formation of district council was not possible, so the government initiated moves to set up an interim advisory council in the Hills district of Assam. The first sitting of the advisory council in the Lushai Hills was held on 16 August 1948 under the chairmanship of Superintendent L.L. Peters. In the meeting, conflict arose between the superintendent and the Mizo Union. And so, as an expression of their anger, the Mizo Union leaders had decided to launch civil disobedience movement if the superintendent Peters did not leave the Lushai Hills by 27 December 1948. When the superintendent did not comply with their notice, they started an agitation from 28 December throughout the Lushai Hills, except in the far south with the slogan, "Let Peter go back." Due to this, some of the leaders were charged and sent to prison. So the government of Assam on 21st January 1949 sent M.K. Rastomji, who was advisor to the governor of Assam on tribal affairs, to settle the matter. He met with the Mizo Union leaders, which brought a positive outcome as the Mizo Union withdrew from their movement towards the end of the following month, and an agreement was made. Mr. L.L. Peter was succeeded by S.N. Barkataki, the first Indian superintendent, who later became the first deputy commissioner of Lushai Hills. On 11 February 1950, Barkataki had convened the sitting of the Lushai Hills Advisory Committee, which made a great progress in bringing some guidelines for the proposed district council. So the Lushai Hills Advisory Committee was officially inaugurated by Chief Minister of Assam, Gopinath Bordoloi, in the office of the Deputy Commissioner at Aizawl on 25th July 1950. The Lushai Hills Autonomous District Council was inaugurated on 26th April 1952 at Aizawl by Bishnuram Medi, who was the then Chief Minister of Assam. So the first general elections of the District Council was held on 4th January 1952, in which the Mizo Union captured 23 seats out of 24 seats. The party initiated steps for abolition of chieftainship, which was accomplished by Assam Legislative Assembly by enacting the Assam Lushai Hills Acquisition of Chief Rights Act of 1954. The Lushai Hills came to be known as the Mizo Hills District Council since 1954 as a result of the enactment of Lushai Hills District Change of Name Act 1954 by the Indian Parliament. The United Mizo Freedom Organization (UMFO), with the help of leaders of Garo Hills and Khasi Hills, met at Tura, where they discussed the need for a common platform for hill tribals to administer themselves from the non-tribal population of the then Assam government. They wanted to create a separate hill state comprising of all the hill district of Assam. Therefore, Eastern Tribal Union A2 was formed. The UMFO merged itself with Eastern Tribal Union on 2nd October 1957. In 1960, the Assam government passed a bill making Assamese language as the official language of Assam. So on 6 July 1960, the All Party Hill Leader Conference (APHLC) was formed at Tura as direct opposition to the Assam language bill. The APHLC aimed to fight for the establishment of the Northeastern Hill State and advocated the use of English as the official language. So the Mizo Union and the A2 joined APHLC. The two parties fought for the Assam election under the banner APHLC and win 3 seats. However, there emerged among the Mizo Union a strong desire to have a separate state instead of a hill state. Due to this, the Mizo Union drifted from the PHLC and demanded a separate state within the Indian Union and submitted its first memorandum on 31st August 1963.
Miss Laudia,
Yes, sir.
can you leave those historical background and then
Yes, sir.
come to some kind of analysis part of the paper?
Yes,
Those
sir. So,
they are historical background important, but what is more important is the analysis part of your paper. If you can come back to that.
yes, sir. So, sir, I'm trying to portray the various movements because most of the movements are mostly political. Therefore, I'm trying to explain that in the paper, sir. The movement. Okay, sir.
You come to the analysis part of it.
Okay.
Because the historical part, most of us we have already known about this.
Okay.
We would like to hear more on the analysis part of your paper.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
So, sir, in after all that happened, Mizo famine, the Mizoram faced Mautam famine, which is a cyclic phenomena which occurred every 50 years. But due to the government of Assam lacked the government of Assam was negligent in helping the Mizo. So therefore, the MNFF was created, in which helped the Mizo during the famine. So with their rise in popularity, the MNFF utilized the opportunity and formed a new political party called the Mizo National Front, with Leldenga as its president. So the party advocated to create Greater Mizoram independent from Indian Union, which will include all the Mizo ethnic tribes in India and its neighboring countries. So the party submitted its memorandum to Government of India, stating their desire for independence from the Indian Union. So on 28 February 1966, MNF started its armed movement for independence from the Indian Union, and Unilateral Declaration of Independence of Mizoram on 1st March 1966 was made by the MNF. So the ruling party, the MNF was declared as unlawful organization under Rule 32 of Defense of India Rules 1962. Hence, MNF went underground. In response to the secessionist movement in the area, the government of India decided to convert the Mizo Hills district into Union territory under Northeast Organization Act of 1971. Thus, the Mizo Hills was declared Union Territory of India with the name Mizoram, and the Mizo District Council was abolished with the creation of Union Territory, and it was deleted from Part 3 of the 6th Schedule. The ruling party of the then Mizo District Council was scheduled to continue as caretaker government until the formation of legislature of Indian Union. Insurgency in Mizoram continued even after the creation of the Indian Territory. However, with the signing of Mizoram Accord by the government of India, government of Mizoram and MNF, process was initiated for upgrading Mizoram to statehood. Thus, Mizoram became the 23rd state of the Indian Union on 20th February 1987 as a result of the enactment of the Constitution 53rd Amendment Act 1986 of the Indian Parliament. So I'll come to the conclusion. The various tribal movements in the Lushai Hills are mostly political in nature with political aims. The movement in pre-independence era was due to the archaic rule of the chiefs who were supported by the colonial rule. After independence, the movements were against the government where people felt neglected and alienated. The independent era also did not bring overnight change for the hill people, and the Lushai Hills suffered due to negligence by the government of Assam during Mautam famine. As a result, the Mizo people desired to be independent in order to decide their own future, which subsequently led to independence movement by the MNF, which lasted for 2 decades. However, Mizoram Peace Accord of 1986 brought peace to the state, and now Mizoram has become the most peaceful state of the Indian Union. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lalbiak Sami. You have given the historical background of the tribal movements, as well as also the constitutional autonomy in Lushai Hills. Of course, you have also given the historical background of the other areas, including Khasi, Giant Hills as well, and the various movements undertaken by the hill tribal people or one of East India. So thank you very much for
Okay, thank you, sir.
presenting this paper. Please be there. We will come back to you if there are questions or clarifications. And I'm telling this to all three of you, Baya, Jessica, as well as also Ms. Lalbiak Sami. So we move to another presentation now by Ms. Steffi, and the paper again is a joint paper with Professor Dongle, and the paper is titled Mara Tribal Movement, with special reference to the role of Mara Democratic Front. So, Ms. Steffi, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please
Okay,
go
thank
ahead.
you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Today my presentation is on Mara tribal movement with special reference to the role of Maraland Democratic Front, MDF. And this is a joint paper from Steffi being a PhD scholar and with my supervisor, Professor Jongkhongam Dong-el. And as the time is very limited, I will not go much to the historical studies, and I will go directly to who are the Maras and what role is played by Maraland Democratic Front in the Mara tribal movement. And first of all, the Mara occupy a large hill tracts of the southern part of Mizoram, the erstwhile Lusai Hills. In the early British period, this hill region was popularly known to the British as Lacairland, as the Mara were then designated as Lacair. In the context of the political sanction resolved at Bomington on 31st January 1922, the whole area occupied by the Mara was divided into three parts amongst the three districts such as Losai Hills, the Chin Hills, and the Arakan Hill Tracts. This partition brought about a new demarcation of the district boundaries within the Chin-Lusai areas, and from 1924, the Mara village, which fell under the Chief Commissioner of Assam Home District. And for better governance in 1953, the Mara area closely amalgamated with the Lai area to form regional autonomous body designated as Poi-Lakai Regional Council (PLRC) under the provision of the 6th Schedule to the Constitution of India. And with the creation of the Union Territory of Mizoram, the PLRC was trifurcated to Sangma Regional Council, Lakai Regional Council, and Poi Regional Council on 2nd April 1972. And subsequently, the Poi, the Lakai Regional Council was elevated to a full-fledged autonomous district council on 29th April 1972. And the Lacair Autonomous District Council was changed into Mara Autonomous District Council by the provision under the provision of the sixth schedule to the Constitution of India by the Indian Parliament in 1988. And the first tribal movement of the Mara started in the pre-independence era when Tomho Chief of Serkor convened Mara Chiefs Conference at Serkor on 4 January 1947. And a memorandum was adopted and submitted to the additional superintendent of South Lusai Hills, Lunglei Demanding Mara District Council. And as such, in 1963, Mara Freedom Party was formed with an aim to fight for a separate district council for the Mara. The MFP called for boycott of PLRC, resignation of Mara employee from PLRC, payment of taxes to the interim Mara District Council formed by MFP, and also the demand for Mara District Council was further intensified through submission of memorandums to the Chief Minister of Assam. And the demand of MPF becomes a reality when the Mizo District Council was elevated to the Union Territory of Mizoram on 21st January 1972, and the Boilercare Regional Council was trifurcated into three regional council and later elevated to the status of district council. And here now I'm going to talk about the role of Maraland Democratic Front. In 1986, educated circles among the Mara tribe felt that the need to form Mara tribe-based political party, which arises as a resentment against the peace accords signed between the government of India and the Mizo National Front (MNF). This was mainly because the Mara felt that the peace accord would have political benefit for the Mara, but no such provision was found in the peace accord. To protect the Mara culture, customs, and traditions, and to bring a better political status for the Mara, United People's Party (UPP) was formed with an aim to demand Union territory for Mara land. However, UPP was short-lived and with no electoral success. It was defunct in 1988 after 7 months of its formation. And this formation of UPP has paved a way for the birth of Maraland Democratic Front, because this aspiration has been living with the Maras, and as such, the desire for Maraland UT was revived on 18 February 1995 with the formation of Democratic Reform Committee (DRC). In the initial stage, DRC was formed not as a political party but as a holding place for formation of a political party. And DRC leaders used the year 19 after the formation of DRC. The year 1995 was used as a campaign year by touring the whole Maraland, and public opinion was drawn in a written form, generally from the public, politicians, intellectuals, uh, uh, by drawing opinions whether it was time for the Mara to demand Union territory status. And as such, on January 26, 1996, Mara Convention was held at the Hawaii at the residence of H.C. Kantua, and around 100 people gathered at this convention. All public opinion forms that was earlier distributed were received and opened on this convention, and it was evidently clear from the response that 87% of the respondents were of the opinion that it was time to demand UT for Maryland. As such, Maryland Democratic Front was formed under the leadership of P.P. Thola with the policy to demand Maryland UT. And the party, in order to pursue its demands, sent representatives to Delhi and submit memorandums to the central government. And it may be noted here that MDF was a political party solely based and functioned in the Mara inhabited area, that is MADC area of Mizoram, and therefore it did not have any outside financial support. The party solely depend on the contribution from its party members, general public officers, ex-MDCs, and whenever the party was to send representatives to Delhi to pursue their demand for a union territory, then the party would make a request to the public to make contribution for the matter. And all the money contributed by the people, by the general public, officers, ex-NDCs, and these funds would be used to send representatives. Here I would like to talk about the electoral performance of NADC. Now, NDF. After its formation, NDF set up a candidate for the 4th State Legislative Assembly held on 25th November 1998. But in this election, the party could not win a single seat. Here, out of the 40 seats of the State Legislative Assembly from MADC area, two candidates would be set up from two constituency, from Pipang and Saiha constituency. And in the 5th State Legislative Assembly election held on 20th November 2003, Pipi Thola, the founder of MDF, was elected from Pipang constituency. This is for the first time that MDF has an MLA. And before the 6th State Legislative Assembly election, a cripple alliance was formed by MDF and MNF, and election was held on 2nd December 2008. Pipi Thola was elected for the second time for Pipang constituency again. And however, in the 7th election, MDF could not secure any seat in the election. And in the 8th State Legislative Assembly election held on 28 November 2018. Just before the election, Maryland Democratic Front was marched to Bharatiya Janata Party BJP on 25th October 2017, which marked the end of a 20-year-old regional political party. And after its in MADC election, for the first time, MDF contested the 7th election to MADC held on 9th February 2000. Out of 19 seats, MDF secured 8 seats and formed coalition government with MNF and an independent candidate. However, this coalition government could not complete its term, and in the 8th term, MDF secured 8 seats out of 22 seats and formed coalition government with Congress. And in the 9th term, MDF also secured 7 seats and formed coalition government for the second time with INC. And in the 10th and 11th term, INC formed the government by securing 15 seats out of 25 seats and 17 seats out of 25 seats respectively. MDF, however, could secure only 5 seats in the 10th election and only 2 seats in the 11th election. Though MDF formed coalition government in MADC, the party could not hold its ground as its popularity and mass support, which was evidently clear from the declining win of elections in the State Legislative Assembly elections and MADC election. This declining trend is also the result of the merger of BJP with MDF and BJP. To conclude my presentation, I would like to mention that though MDF no longer exists, the desire and aspiration for greater political power is very much alive among the Mara tribe. Pipi Thola, founder of MDF, also expressed his view that future generations of the Mara tribe would one day revive the desire and demand for Union territory for Maryland, as he believed is the political rights of the Mara. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Steffi, for giving us the historical background leading to the formation, as well as also the role of the Mara Democratic Front in the state politics of the state of Mizoram. We'll come back to you if there is any question or there is any clarification that might be sought by the participants. So please be there. So we'll move now to another presentation, and that is by Dr. Mebada. She's the assistant professor at Ledikint College. And the title of her paper is on revitalizing oral tradition towards the development of tribal consciousness among the Khasis. Hello, Dr. Mebada, are you there? Okay, it looks like Dr. Mebada is not present here. So, Dr. Veronica, hello.
Yes, sir. It's a joint paper, sir, with
Okay,
Iban
so,
Skem
yeah.
Nongspung. So he will be presenting.
Now, who is presenting the paper? I know it's a joint paper. Are you
Yes.
presenting the paper?
Yes, Iban Skem will present the paper.
Okay. So the paper is on employment and wage position of scheduled tribes in India and the recent trends. So, okay, please go ahead. So Iban Skem will present the paper.
So is my screen visible, sir?
Not yet.
What about now, sir?
No, not yet. Okay, it's coming now. Yes, it has come.
Okay, sir. So can I start?
Yes, you have 15 minutes, okay?
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
All right.
So this is a joint paper, and I'm presenting this paper with my supervisor. So the title of the paper is Employment and Wages of Scheduled Tribes in India, a comparative analysis of recent trends. So in India, the labor market, there's a dualism in the labor market, and various studies have shown this by talking about formal, informal, the different employment status of workers, sectors, gender, and so on. Okay. So besides that, the economic structure of the Indian labor market also is not homogeneous. Okay, and this is reflected through socio-cultural structures and other kinds of segmentation. And one such kind of segmentation is reflected in the social background of workers. Yeah, that is workers belonging from different castes. And many studies have shown that disadvantaged groups, okay, like the scheduled tribes and scheduled castes, when compared to the upper castes, the general category, they have been historically marginalized, when it comes to education, employment opportunities, and other areas. Okay, so this has widened their income when you compare their income with the more privileged upper caste. So the focus of this paper will be on wages, okay, because wages are seen as an indicator of the livelihood status of the population, and also for understanding the changes in employment and functioning of the labor markets. Okay. So many previous studies on wages and earnings. There are many previous studies, but very few studies present a comprehensive picture of the trends of wage levels across social groups, especially. So this paper adds to the existing studies by looking at the trends of wages across different social groups. So the objective of the paper, to analyze the differences in wages across social groups, the STs, SCs, OBCs, the general category. And to do that, we focus on three major areas or aspects: the employment status, the occupation groups, and educational levels. So through this analysis, okay, we seek to understand what is the relative position of the scheduled tribes when it comes to wages and employment. So the structure of the paper is shown as follows. Okay, there are 5 sections. So for the study, we have used data sources from the NSSO and the Periodic Labor Force Survey. the employment unemployment surveys of the 38 round, 58, 68, 61st and 68 round, and also the periodic labor force survey for the year 2017 and 18. So these data sources, they have information on human capital, demographic, employment characteristics of workers in India. So methodology, we have computed real daily wages at the same prices because we're using data from different rounds. So they might be computed at different sets of prices. So to make the data comparable, we have converted them to the same prices. So by using deflators, and for rural areas, we use deflators based on CPIAL, which is the consumer price indices for agricultural laborers, and for urban areas, we use the consumer price indices for industrial workers. So because weekly wages can be computed, but we can also find out the daily wages from the weekly wages. Then we have also calculated wage ratios to make a comparison. Yeah, and when it comes to the data on social groups, the data set has not been consistent. Okay, so for example, the 1983-1994. The OBC were included under the category of others or the general category. Okay, but however, after the Mondal Commission report, OBCs were identified as a separate group, and so separate data were collected for this group. Yeah, but the ST and SC's classification, the groups has been consistent over the years. So first we look at the distribution of workers. Indian workers, we can classify them into two kinds. One is wage labor, where under wage labor we have regular, salaried, or wage earners.
Excuse me, Ivan, please move your slides also, because the title page is showing. Please show the other slides.
Okay. Okay, is it visible now?
Yes, it's visible now.
Is this a page titled distribution of workers visible?
Yes, it's
okay, thank you. So the distribution of workers divided into two types: wage labor and non-wage. Under wage labor, we have regular wage earners, which means they get wages on a regular basis, and we have casual workers. They get wages according to some periodic or daily contract. Okay, then under non-wage labor, we include the self-employed people. Okay. So now we will look at the distribution of, which means we look at the distribution of STs, SCs, OBCs, general category, based on these two types of work. So this is the table we have computed for the different years for this study. So by looking at this table, what we found was that across all social groups, self-employment has the largest share. Okay, which means majority of the workers are self-employed people, but except for scheduled castes. Okay, so the share of scheduled casual workers is the highest for scheduled caste category, followed by the scheduled tribe. And across all social groups, scheduled tribes have the lowest share in regular employment. And again, if you look at the table, we see that there's an inverse relationship between casual work and self-employed, which means as one increases, the other decreases. Okay, this is because when working in a casual type employment, at the end of a contract, they go out of work. So they resort to self-employment. So that is why there's an inverse relationship. But in most cases, it is a temporary, a short-term phenomenon. Then we will look at the next, which is employment status and wages. So we have calculated wages for regular and casual workers. Okay, so by looking at the table, these are the findings. Regular wages are highest for general category workers. This is expected because they have an advantageous position, the general category workers. Hence, they are involved. They have more share in regular work, and their wages also is highest from all social groups. Then this is followed by ST workers. But the high wages of ST workers, it should be seen in context of their share, because if you look, as I've shown in the previous slides, the ST workers have the lowest share in terms of regular employment. Okay? But here they have the second highest wages when it comes to regular employment. So maybe because of a few number of ST workers who work in regular employment, so hence their wages are higher compared to the other groups. Okay, so wages for casual workers are the lowest for ST workers. Okay, and if you look at the growth rates, okay, there was the growth rate across all social groups. They all had positive growth rates from 2004, 5, 11, 12. But in recent years, 11, 12, 17, 18, there was a fall in the wages. Okay, so if you look at this diagram, so the blue is the ST, orange SC, OBC is gray, and gold, this mustard color is general category. So, but what we've noticed here is that for regular workers, except for OBC, in 11, 12, 17, 18, there was a fall, a decline in the wages of ST, general category, and SC workers. Okay, so this is the growth rate. And we've also computed the wage ratios. So because, so we've used the general category as the reference group, which means we take the daily wages of ST, SC, OBC, and take that as a ratio of the wages of the general category. So so which means here, when we compute the wage ratios, it means that if the ratio is closer to 1, it means that the wage gap is very less between those workers and general category workers. But if the value is very far from 1, it means there's a huge wage gap. Okay, so by calculating this, what we found was that in case of casual workers, wage differential is very low, which means the wage gap between ST, SC, OBC workers and the wages of general category workers, the wage gap is very less. Okay, this is because majority of casual workers come from the lower, from these lower social groups, so the differential is very less. But in case of regular workers, yes, we have wage differential, but again, it is lowest for ST workers because ST workers have the second highest regular wages. Then we look at the occupational distribution to understand the what are the wages of these different kinds of occupation and what is the share of the scheduled tribe, scheduled caste, and different types of occupation. And we have divided occupations into 5 groups. Okay, for example, in group 1, we include legislators, senior officials, managers, technicians. And in group 5, we have all elementary workers and laborers. Okay, so when we calculated the wages, we found that group 1 has the highest wage and group 5 has the lowest wage. Okay, so if you look at the share of the workers in these different occupation group, we find that general category workers, majority of them, they fall under occupation group number 1, which means because they work in the first occupation group or they fall under the first occupation group, they also have the highest wage. But in terms of ST and SCs, the distribution is very skewed. We see that majority of the workers, they fall under occupation group number 3 and 5. And if we look at the descending order of wages, number group 3 and 5, they have the lowest wage. Yeah. So compared to other groups, scheduled tribe, scheduled caste, they work in low-paying occupations. Yeah. So similarly, we have calculated the wage ratios. Again, ratio of wages of STs, SCs to the wages of general category workers. And what we found was that for STs, the wage differential, the wage gap between the STs and general category workers, it is the highest for the first category. Yeah. Although it has reduced in recent years. For example, ST wages was 69%, that of the general category workers. This was in 1983. And in 2018, it has reduced and it has become 0.78, which is closer to 1. So if it's closer to 1, it means the wage disparity has reduced. So we find here that these STs and SCs, they fall under occupation groups which are low-paying occupations. So, and the share also over the years has not changed very much. So we can say that the upward mobility has been slower for the marginalized groups in compared to other groups. So hence we have widening earning differentials. So overall, wage differentials was the highest for STs, which means the wage gap between STs and general category. It was the highest for STs, followed by SCs, OBCs during the period under review. So now we look at the educational levels. Okay. So when looking at the educational levels, okay, we have classified the educational levels into illiterate, literate up to below primary, primary, middle, secondary, high secondary, graduate, and above. So when we calculate the wages, we found that wages increase with higher educational levels. So this is expected. More educational, higher the educational level, wages will be higher. Yeah. But if you look at the share of ST and SC by educational levels, majority of them are illiterate. Okay, majority of them are illiterate. So naturally, wages will be less for them, because they have, majority of them are literate, and their share in higher levels of education also is very less. So this has not changed over the years. So from here, we find from this educational level, again, the distribution is highly skewed, with very few from the STs, SCs present in educational levels associated with higher wages. Yeah? But the situation of SCs has relatively improved. Well, we have more population of SCs in higher levels of education, like secondary, high secondary, but the situation of STs has not improved that much. Yeah. So even the wage differential also, but if you look at the wage differential between between the other groups and general category workers, the wage gap is highest for SC, but in case of ST, the wage gap is less. Okay, so we come to the conclusion. So this paper, through this paper, what we've been able to show is that social discrimination still exists in the country, and we find that the socially disadvantaged groups like the STs, SCs are still employed in unskilled, low-paying, precarious jobs. Okay, over the years there has been an increase in the wages. The annual growth of wages has shown. Okay, there has been an increase, but instead of reducing, it has widened the disparity among social groups. Okay, so the key to reducing disparity is education, because we've seen that higher the level of education, higher will be the wages, and when you have better education, you have more access to better paying occupations or jobs. Yeah, and if you look in the analysis, we find that STs lack education. Yeah. So although the government of India has adopted the policy of affirmative action or protective discrimination by providing reservation in government jobs, higher education, majority of STs and SCs cannot get the benefit of reservation. Why? Because they do not attain that threshold educational level that is needed so that they can gain access to higher educational levels or jobs. So the key to reducing disparity, income disparity, and access to better jobs is education. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Ivan, as well as also Dr. Veronica, for a very clear explanation of wages of scheduled tribes, and also bringing the recent trends from the point of view of employment and wage position of the scheduled tribes in India. Like the others, I would like to request you to stay there. I will come back to you if there are questions and clarifications. Next, Neba, welcome back.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Yes, thank you.
So welcome back. We'll now listen to the presentation to be presented by Dr. Meba on revitalizing oral tradition towards development of tribal consciousness among the Khasis. So Meba, you have 15 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I hope I can finish within 15 minutes. Okay. So at the outset, I'd like to thank the Department of Sociology, Smart College, for inviting me as one of the presenters in this webinar. And thank you, sir, for welcoming me. And yesterday we had a very encouraging discussion with you. So I hope my presentation also will be as encouraging as yours, sir. Yes. So as you know, the name of my paper is Revitalizing Oral Traditions Towards a Development of Tribal Consciousness Among the Khasis. So for those who have been here since in this webinar since yesterday. I think we're in the same express. We're still traveling in the same express, and I think we still haven't forgotten what we had, the immense discussion we had yesterday on what's the theme of this seminar. Okay, it's talking about tribal identity. So how to revive tribal identity. So one of the areas where I'm interested in has been oral traditions as a way to oral traditions, how to revive oral traditions. So I'm not being able to present with my PowerPoint, but I'll just try to explain to you. So I hope you'll bear with me while I talk about my topic. Okay, so first I'd like to say about something about oral. Okay, I think we're all familiar about oral or oral tradition. So as sociologists and as students of sociology, we always tell them that oral is something that connotes something which is verbal and not in written form. And in the world today, oral has been placed in the rubric of oral traditional texts and is a variously construed term that applies to the myriad genres of composition and performance. Now, generally, when we study a man in sociology, we understand that a man in relation with other human beings forms a society and becomes a member of it. And I can see maybe some of the participants here are students, so maybe they'll be familiar with this when we keep on talking to them about man in relation to the society. Now, not that only that man becomes just a member of the society, but he also follows his cultural patterns. And we find that in every society, there's different culture. And culture differs from society to society, but it is unique in itself. Now, culture of a particular society in general is comprised of three distinct elements: ideas, aesthetic forms, and values. Now, these are all largely molded by the traditions of the past and the aspirations for the future. Now, ideas gives rise to habits and beliefs, thereby perpetuating themselves through social institutions that provide stability. And aesthetic forms reflects the artistic expression of a culture in its visual arts, music, and poetry, as well as a sense of beauty manifested in the day-to-day living of individuals and social groups. And values, which is the third kind, the values of a culture are formed by the interplay of both ideas and aesthetic forms and provide norms of conduct, standards of behavior, and sources of faith and vision. Now, culture is rooted in authentic and healthy tradition where the members value it. It has the capacity of continuous renewal and adaptation and is developed by new aspirations and bold innovations. So in this way, we say that the past, the present, and the future are all reflected together in that life of the mind and the spirit that is the indefinable complex of culture. Now, no part of culture is inborn. We know that. So in fact, it is a deposit from the activities of man as the endeavor to control reality for the satisfaction of their needs and wishes. Now, the members of each generation receives the cultural heritage from the preceding generation. We are all part of it, okay, and we're all benefiting from it. You will all agree on that. And we adapt themselves to it, just as members do to climate and other aspects of the physical environment. So Graham Wallace has so rightly said in his article, Social Heritage, written in 1921, when he says that culture, it is the social heritage, which is acquired by a man from the preceding generation through learning. Now, it is different from the biological heritage, which is passed on to man automatically through the genes. So that is why culture is not a natural phenomenon or a natural environment. Now, two American anthropologists, A.L. Kroeber and Clyde Kluckhohn. Students or teachers who are specialized in the study of culture, you'll be familiar with these two names, where they both say that the essential core of culture consists of traditional ideas and attached values, and members use their inherited culture, add to it, pass on to it, and to their descendants, which makes culture to persist. Now, I would like to mention here that the strength of cultural survival will depend on what? It will depend on the family, largely on the family, because knowledge is passed down from generations to generation, and this can persist for thousands of years. And we, as we all know, we're all born in a family. Now, coming to the topic on revitalizing oral traditions, my first concern is what constitutes oral tradition? Now, after having understood that oral is something that's verbal and not written, as mentioned earlier, Now, it is a form of human communication wherein knowledge, art, ideas, and cultural material is received, preserved, transmitted orally from one generation to another. Now, deriving from the Latin word tradere, it means to transmit. Transmit what? How? Now, through speech or songs, and may include folk tales, ballads, chants, prose, or verses. Now, it is possible for a society to transmit oral history, oral literature, oral law, and other knowledge across generations without a writing system or in parallel to a writing system. Now traditions can be thought of as links to the past, including pieces of historic culture. Now, they may be learned orally through what? Through storytelling or by practice. Now, they typically are begun by one individual or is a small group and later become more widespread. And this is what makes tradition oral. Now, John Foley, he says that oral tradition has been an ancient human tradition found in all corners of the world. And modern archaeology has been unveiling evidence of the human efforts to preserve and transmit arts and knowledge that depended completely or partially on an oral tradition across various cultures. So it is inevitable that oral tradition is indeed important in all societies, despite the reliance of some cultures on written records and accounts. Now, oral tradition also means orality, the first and still most widespread mode of human communication. Very interesting. Now, far more than just talking, it refers to a dynamic and highly diverse oral AURAL medium for evolving, storing, and transmitting knowledge, art, and ideas. So it is limitless because it refers to a sequence of habits and values inherited from one generation to another in a particular community, as mentioned earlier. Now, interestingly, before the invention of writing, oral tradition was the only means and the most vital form of communication for human beings. Our very own late Professor A.K. Nonkanri, in his article, Oral Tradition for Development Communication, published by NEHU, June 2018, he reminded us that oral tradition is as old as human beings, for before the invention of writing, information was passed from generation to generation through spoken words. And many people around the world continue to use oral tradition to pass knowledge and wisdom. Now we need language to transmit knowledge, and this makes communication possible. Without a language, it becomes incomprehensible for any kind of communication between two or more social actors. Language is linked with the human mind. The human mind in all its senses is the critical factor for human existence, and it is also the basis of separation between human from animals. It is the human mind that uses symbols and classification of things in social world and nature. And according to Levi-Strauss, the special marker of symbolic thought is the existence of spoken language in which words stand to signify things, quote unquote, out there, which are signified. So mind and language form the very basis for communication among social actors. And metaphorically, speaking language is the heart and soul of oral tradition. Now, oral tradition and communication are embedded into one body. Without language, there can be no oral tradition. Language serves as the communicative link, in fact, between the mind and social existence. And it also provides for the understanding of oral tradition among living social actors. It shapes the society in which it is used. And language helps identify the identity of a particular group of people. So the essential function language plays in all societies is that of communication. Now, although human communication is not limited to spoken language, such language is of overriding importance because it is the primary vehicle through which culture is shared and transmitted, which I said earlier. Now, few of us remember the moment when we first became aware that words signified something. Okay, this is so important when we train our young children as they grow up, how we put our words into their mouth. Okay, so that moment was a milestone for us, not just in the acquisition of language, but in becoming acquainted with all the complex, elaborate behavior that constitute our culture. So here, the importance of language, speech, mother tongue plays an important role. Now, the verbal communication is carried out by adopting and applying different mediums, such as songs, poetry, couplets, theater, storytelling, narration, hands-on training, apprenticeship, and socialization. Now, in oral tradition, the communicator is the source of the origin in the transmission process plays an important role. In majority of oral-based societies, the holder and keeper of oral tradition and the transmission agency of the social customs and the social norms is what? Listen to this carefully. Is usually the responsibility of elders of the society, elders of the clan, elders of the lineage, elders of domestic groups. It is for this reason that elders in such societies are considered as legitimate holders and protectors of wisdom and knowledge of the social frame and thus are respected. I think we were reminded about this in yesterday's paper when one of our presenters talked about the essence of Khasi culture. Now, societies in the course of history have developed their written script and have developed the system of communication, both forms, oral and written. Now, there are societies which are struggling to develop their own written script. And oral tradition has been their golden heritage. And this is a positive indication in indigenous and tribal societies, like the Khasi society of the Riunyotrep, or land of the seven huts. Now, the Khasi tribal community, coming to the topic, of the Austroasiatic race have developed their own culture in this line to reflect the structure of the society through all traditions. Now, much of their details are known only from about 1500 AD, and the sources of information about their unique identity roots much to the oral traditions, besides the literary records, foreign records, and archaeological findings. Now, the picture that emerges from these sources is that they are a people who steadfastly retained their culture well into recent times. And unfortunately, that for thousands of years, they did not have any written literature. And the only means is oral literature in the form of ballads, epic verses, and the like. Their oral history, which is also part of the oral tradition, has helped us know facts about their tradition. Oral history has been an integral part of Khasi culture, which is reflected in many wise sayings, proverbs, fables, poetries, folk songs, music, dance, adverbial phrases, and initiatives. As all societies, the Khasi society also has a repertoire of stories and which they entertain each other and teach their children. To highlight some, proverbs, folk songs and music, poetry, and storytelling have added significance to the Khasi oral tradition, with having no literature of their own in the past, and that the present Khasi alphabet is derived from the Roman script, was introduced only as late as 1841. Now, the proverbs, in their wide range, provide moral ideas, and most of them are ethical instructions upon behavioral patterns, and others connote corporate ideals upon setting order and discipline in society. This, we are aware of it. And maxims in verbose expressions are addressed in recitals upon the household or a group, sometimes with the accompaniment of the harp and the drum. Now, proverbs treasured through generations and transmitted from father to son and mother to daughter in a great magnitude of vision and thought are portraits of oral literature, and in the past, and other devices were established to keep them to the memory of the hearers and listeners. Now, each household passed every night in imparting ethical values in the rich garb of proverbs to young minds. Alternative arrangements may also have been made to hold recitals by harpists who on their harp performed storytelling, sang songs, and recited epics, which had profound ethical lessons so as to instill tastes and passions for adventures and noble deeds. Now, these proverbs are sometimes recited in a parabolic form so that the moral ingrained in the parable enters deep where and mold the young to counteract vice, artificially depravity, and vices. Now, ancestral homes have their own significance among the Khasis. For me, it brings warm memories of my grandmother, late Thauling Donongri, who would welcome me heartily, when I go to my village during the winter times. Now, our daily affairs will end up with a warm supper, followed by storytelling around the cooking hearth called the Lingwiar Debay. It is a cooking place, a cooking hearth. Now she would talk about our ancestors, our forefathers, about our clan, then about interclan relationship, about intermarriage, intramarriage. She will talk about our cultural history, our belief systems, our values, and our knowledge, the power of God. Now, for example, she would remind us that the Khasis traditionally have a strong belief in various gods. That first time I heard that was from her by word of mouth. She says that the god of the mountains, she talked of the god of the mountains called the Leilom, the god of the rivers, the Leiwa, and the belief in these is so strong that any bad predicament will require a sacrifice to these gods. She would teach me and my cousins about the values of life and humanity, of the incest taboo and intermarriage. Kahok kashikantin, the truthful, righteous word. Kamaya kahok earn righteousness. Katib hok tipsot, knowing the unpickled truth. Knowing one, own self and knowing God. Tip kor tip kha, knowing one's own matrilineal and patrilineal lineage. Tip akor tip buram, knowing modesty and respect. Is every spoken word, in every spoken word, deed and manner, respect to elders, and a host of other cultural values and ethics which were shared to us. Now, having a good conduct is what I learned and have earned it from her till today. She talks about kabut akor. But is a skill, and akor is the demeanor. That a person's life and behavior should be guided by these two to exhibit his or her nature, is what she says. So all the aspects of a man's life amongst the Khasis are subject to the laws and traditions given by the ancestors, and the Khasi demeanor is embodied in these laws and traditions. If there is Ka'an Blay, a law pertaining to God, by which a Khasi should know God and regulate himself in relation to God, there is also Ka'an Breu, a law pertaining to man, by which a man should know how to regulate himself in his own personal behavior, as well as in relation to other fellow human beings. For example, one should know how to use words or ktin, or language, which when one is talking to strangers or other people. Now, also the Khasi people are music lovers, and they express their interest in music through songs and proverbs and folk tales and epic, like the immortal story of Umanik Raitong and his flute, the Sharati, and the story of the immortal name of the proud adventurous stag, Ulapalang. A person even in a melancholy mode becomes melodic and melodramatic. The requiem, solemn and majestic drum beats of Paryong in West Khasi Hills are the sound rendering appeasement to the departed near and dear ones, and that their souls be at peace in their celestial abode. In the Riboy area, when death occurs, night-long vigil is kept up by the household and relatives in the body of the deceased. Mourning tunes are played, mourning, M-O-U-R-N-I-N-G. The instruments being the flute, either the Sharati or the Tanglod, and also the string instruments called the Maringot, by using a bowstring which resembles the Indian sarod. Now, Khasi music can be broadly divided into three classifications. They call the folk music, the traditional modern, and the classical. Now, of these three, folk music is believed to be the most authentic as it speaks of the traditional Khasi culture, Khasi nature. Now, folk music is a free music which is influenced by natural surroundings and the way of life. And folk music is a pastoral theme emerging from the impromptu to sing, to beat a drum, and an urge to express the inner feelings in tune with the rhythm of nature. What they call kisurlum, for instance, is a pastoral music of cowherds singing songs while tending the cattle, accompanied by the flute called bisli, sharp and high-pitched notes floating in the surroundings of hills and dales and grasslands. The Krot sing, communities singing while plowing the hillsides in the Tayang of the Himakhairim. In Riboy areas and others, is a folk song related to agriculture, because it's the main source of livelihood, punctuated by the satirical lyrics of adolescent indulgence like puppy love affairs and platonic emotions. Now, victories in wars were celebrated folk songs or community singing when the victorious men return. Folk songs are sung to nature, to the wonders of creation and to the exhalating scenes. There are also fertility action songs which depict the scenes of war and other social reflections. We hear of the wars among gods as presented by the stories of Kilang's belligerent warfare fought against Simper, both being the mountain deities, and how through their convulsions massive changes were brought about the world's surface. Now, interesting also is the story of the racing of two sister dreams. Yesterday, Dr. Sharilyn Kriyamujat talked about this, the Wa'amwat and the Wa'amintru, across the precipices of the hills to the Surma plains. We also hear how the dragons and giants died and how coal and limestones were formed out of the remains. Some folk tales have metaphysical and mythological aspect. Some have sacred aspects, explaining functions of deities, treating with divinity in certain respects. Now, so while some deal with migration and habitation, which led to evolving the civil institutions and usages, some have bearing on iron smelting, commerce, and economic undertaking. Now, such folk songs content is found in indigenous impromptu lyrics called pawar, which can be termed as folk rhymes. They are often employed in storytelling, which convey different meanings and lessons on important occasions like sports, festivals, ceremonies, archeries, and were used during wars, warfare occasion. So in reality, they form rhyming couplets. Each couplet has 4 rhyming correspondences. They constitute a real poetry handed from generation to generation. Let me cite some of them, which I've extracted from Dr. Hamlet Bare Ngapkinta's A Short History of Khasi Literature. One of them is this. I'll be reading around 3. It says, maybe you'll see this when the book is being published. Kirthem usai siet ubusong yakaknai, habayeshem parabaet kiyasong do kwai, which means guests on a visit to their loved ones are entertained by kwai and erica nuts and betel vines. And pawars which promote more clarity of meaning are topaniyeng ki diengrente ki ai kublei, ki mar sangut chaneng bangin masti, arkala kalakut.
Meba, can we come to some sort of conclusion?
Okay.
It's very interesting to listen to you,
Fine.
but then
Okay, okay, fine. So this is one of the pawar that I'm reading. Now, the presence of an audience in a pawar recitation is very important. Okay, where the lead singer would sing the stanza, and those present would join at the end of each stanza. How do they shout? They go like with hoikyu, hoikyu, and hoikyu. Okay, so but and doubtless to say this is evolved by originators of linguistic virtuosity and those with great music sense. The Lang Hei Pawar is a typical rendering when a village hunt would bring home a deer or a stag, with active involvement of the dog, as it is believed that the dog has an extraordinary power. Now, having understood that oral tradition may be defined as being a testimony transmitted verbally from one generation to another, that its special characteristics are that it is verbal and the manner in which it is transmitted. Now the question arises, is oral tradition today a living testimony? Are oral traditions still transmitted from one generation to another, or has it disappeared? Sadly, oral tradition, oral history is slowly dying among the Khasis. Old precepts and proverbs have in practice to a great extent been abandoned, particularly in the urban areas. Now we also see that there is, especially amongst the youth, they have forgotten, okay, the hard work by our ancestors. Now, since the evolution of human culture, we find it's closely linked to development of technology. Now, no doubt, the rapid growth of information technology has brought knowledge closer home, but this has replaced the power of speech and language, which are the essence of oral tradition. Instead of Kalingwiardape or the hearth or the cooking place, where lies the wealth of traditional knowledge, we see young people getting themselves overwhelmed by scientific knowledge they get from the internet through the use of the mobile phones, desktop, tablets, laptops, handtops, etc. The mother-child, grandmother-grandchild movement has been affected drastically, and the young ones are not aware of the cultural etiquettes and traditional wealth. We hear of globalization and the world, that the world is a global village. Children are seeing things from the global perspective and not from their traditional lens. So cultural diffusion takes place and oral tradition takes a back seat. So I am reminded of yesterday's, your paper, sir, when you talk about the fear of assimilation, cultural assimilation. So the impact of globalization process is more accurately seen in terms of an emergence of global local nexus, which has been made possible through the establishment of worldwide information technology and communication works. Pawar tradition has been exploited, and the people and young people now are instead of encouraging traditional music, now they're more into modern Western music. And no doubt, when you go to the Nongkrem dance, you will see that very few young people are interested in looking at the duhalias, how they are playing, okay, rhyming with the dance, and they're more interested in modern music. So I'd like to end my presentation here by this saying that the question is this: will oral tradition be considered just a historical pamphlet, or will revitalizing oral traditions build the contemporary society? To revive oral traditions, there should be collective consciousness. Today, man everywhere has become more conscious about the threat to oral tradition and its survival. It may simply be due to migration or assimilation, but whatever may be, one becomes subdued to his ancestors, his tradition, and that which he has learned. For oral tradition to survive, members should practice it, uphold it, learn, speak about it, make sure to share and hand it down to the next generation. We may perhaps align our anxiety towards societal constructs with the spirit of ethnocentrism, as what has been mentioned yesterday by you, sir, which will revitalize one's own oral discourse. The Khasis are trying their best to uphold its cultural moorings by transmitting the oral cultural repository from generation to generation. But the giants of technology of westernization, of globalization poses a tough challenge. Now, I just want to remind us one thing about the UN meet, okay, in 2019, on August 9, when the UN women joined hands on the Indigenous World Day, International Day of World Indigenous People. These women, they got together under the theme indigenous language. Why did the women why did they get together there? Because they believe that language is on the verge of, the oral traditions on the verge of distinction. They say that the indigenous people continue to be threatened by extractivism, entailing dispossession and displacement. So what these women said that in this UN meet, they said that languages are not simply a means of communication. They form an essential part of the histories, art, oral traditions, literatures, and worldviews of indigenous communities. So it is up to the Khasis whether they will allow oral traditions to die a natural death or Demonor to retain it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Neba. I hope we have more time for the presentation. Anyway, thank you very much on a very clear explanation on the revitalization of oral traditions based on ideas, aesthetic form, and also the values of oral traditions. Friends Meba also laments on the slow loss of interest on the oral traditions, that in spite of our education and the rise of what I used to call the technoholics, we have now not only the alcoholics, but the technoholics. Still, there's not much of revitalization of the oral traditions. Well, thank you very much for all the paper presenters. And all the papers are now open for asking any question or asking any clarification from the participants, as well as also the other members in the group. So please, if you have any question, if you have any clarification, please take this opportunity to do that. And I request the paper presenters, if there are any such things, to come out with their replies. And if you ask any question or clarification, please mention to the name of the author or authors, so that we know to which author or authors are you actually referring your questions. So now it's open for questions, for clarifications if you have. I don't see any question or clarification till now. Yeah, Lavinia?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir. So I would like you to ask a question to Ivan and Dr. Veronica.
Yeah.
Yes. So my question is, in the analysis of wages of scheduled tribes.
Yes.
How is the case of northeastern tribes? Is it the same? The findings that they see in terms of, the gap in terms of wages and education?
Okay, Ivan or Dr. Veronica, can you respond to this question? Hello.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is a work in progress,
Yes.
and we have done this exercise only for the all India level. So in the next stage, we will be doing at the disaggregated level, and that is at the state level. So at the moment, I mean, thank you for this question, but we haven't done the analysis.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Lavinia, do you have any more question?
No, that was all, sir, for now.
That's all.
Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you.
Yes, the orders on any other paper? Well, it's 1 o'clock. I think everybody is hungry. At the same time, they are also angry. So I think I have to close the session. Yes. Okay, then. I think it's better that we close the session since there is no more question or clarification. And I take this opportunity to thank all the paper presenters, right from the resource person this morning, Dr. Donker from the United States of America, and the different paper presenters from different colleges and other academic institutions. Thank you very much for your presentation as well as your cooperation for the success of this seminar. So with these few words, thank you.
A very good morning to all the participants and resource person in this session. I, on behalf of the Department of Sociology of Sinat College, welcome you back. We have with us a chairperson. Her name is Ms. Amena Pasa. She is a professor in History Department of NEHU and a General Secretary of NEHA, Northeast India History Association. Her areas of interest and specialization are modern Northeast India, social history, gender history, oral tradition, to name but a few. Madam, now I hand over the time to you.
Thank you, Della Pariat, for your kind words. A very good morning to all of you on behalf of the Sociology Department of Sinat College and the organizers of the Sinat College itself. I warmly welcome Professor Shrikant, our esteemed resource person for the session, and our respected and yes, expert paper presenters in their own way, and all of you listening into this international webinar organized by the Sinat College. Looking at the panel of presentations, this session promises to enlighten us, to challenge us with a number of perspectives to be given by the different paper presenters. And before we start, I'll just read out the names of the paper presenters and their paper presentations. The first one is Dr. Lianboy Vaipei, and she is from the Department of Political Science, Indraprastha College for Women, University of Delhi. And her paper will be on the representation of women in politics, the intersectionality of tribal identity and empowerment among the Nagas. The second paper presenter is Athira Narayanan, and she's a research scholar, Department of Sociology, Loyola College of Social Sciences, Trivandrum, Kerala. And the paper will be on tribal cultural heritage and question of tribal identity. Our next presenter will be Banda Kerlin Lingdor and Dr. Wandinesha Taryang. This is a joint paper. Banda Kerlin Lingdor is Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, William Nagar Government College. And Dr. Wandinesha Taryang is Assistant Professor, Department of English, NEHU. And their paper, combined paper, will be on the scheduled tribe households and the status of single mother households in the minority societies. And the next presenter will be again Dr. Wandinesha Taryang. This is a solo paper, and her paper will be on tradition, gender relations, and status of female-headed households in a tribal community. Then this will be followed by Mr. Gyan Bhagat. Now, Mr. Gyan Bhagat is a research scholar, Department of Political Science, Himachal Pradesh University, Summerhill, Shimla. And his paper will be on the empowerment and status of tribal women, a case study of the Kumnara tribe of Himachal Pradesh. And the next presenter will be Mr. Job Rothang Liana Kalni, Department of Sociology, William Carey University, Shillong. The paper will be on impact of colonial administration and political culture of the Mizo community in Mizoram. And last but not the least, we have Mr. N. Donald Jefferson Thaba. He's from the Department of Computer Science, Assam University, Silchar. And his presentation will be on the Khasi language, challenges in machine translation. So you can see that we have a varied choice and varied presentations, and it promises to be a very enlightening and challenging session. Before we start, I have these following announcements to make. First of all, Professor Shrikant will have to leave at 11 because he has to conduct a college interview. So he has requested that this 1 hour given to him will be, will be divided into his presentation and the queries and, comments if needed within this 1 hour. But my friends and dear colleagues, if we manage to finish before that time, I would request the presenters to be ready, to take their positions one after the other. We will not necessarily to wait till 11 o'clock, right? And the second point is Dr. Lian Boy, our first presenter, she also has another engagement, and therefore she would be grateful if there are any queries, they'll be directed at her, immediately after her presentation. All right. And thirdly, for me, I have another online meeting at 12:30 p.m. and again, an offline meeting in the department at around 1:32. So I'll have to rush from my house to the campus, and therefore to expedite things, I would request all the paper presenters to strictly adhere to the 15 minutes allotted to you. I know when you present papers, you're carried away by your subject matter, and we also would love to hear, but I'm so sorry because of the constraints of time. I would request all paper presenters to stick to the 15 minutes allotted to you by the college authorities, and we'll have them one immediately after the other. All right. Now, before Professor Shrikant starts his special discourse, let me introduce you to him. Of course, the topic of his delivery today, of his talk today, will be the problems of interpretation. Tribe, ethnic community, or indigenous people. A very, very well chosen topic, Professor Shrikant, in the light also of what Professor Kaka has had enlightened us yesterday. And personally, I know Professor Shrikant. He's a very much loved and respected senior colleague in the Department of NEHU. And, personally, I know him to be a wonderful person of character and integrity. And I admire him for his tongue-in-cheek humor, He's been writing, apart from academic papers. He's been writing papers on social ethos of the society, and it's always a pleasure. I would request you to read his non-intellectual papers too. They are very, 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 very enlightening. Professor Shrikant is the head and a professor in the Department of Political Science, Northeastern Hill University, that is NEHU, Shillong. Since 2000, he was a professor since now 2002. And he's done his MA, MPhil and PhD from the University of Hyderabad. Earlier, he worked in Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam, Regional Center for Urban and Environmental Studies, Hyderabad, and Assam University, Silchar. In recent years, he has been teaching Marxist politics, theory, politics of social movements in India, and research writing. His areas of research interest include indigenous studies, ethnic conflicts, peace studies, political economy of Northeast India. He has 3 books and several articles in journals and edited anthologies. His research has primarily focused on issues concerning ethnicity, indigenous people, and the political economy of Northeast India. Professor Shrikant was awarded the Shastri Indo-Canadian Faculty Research Fellowship to work on Native Indians in British Columbia and associateship at Indian Institute of Advanced Studies, Shimla, in 2008. His publications include Indigenous Peoples in Liberal Democratic States, Conflict and Reconciliation in Canada and India, 2010, and the co-edited volumes, Vision for Meghalaya On and Beyond Inner Line Permit, 2014, and Ethnicity and Political Economy in Northeast India, 2016. He has also published many research papers in such journals as International Studies, Economic and Political Weekly, and Man and Society. During 2012-2017, he was the editor of the NEHU Journal. This has been the profile given, on Professor Shrikant, but perhaps they do not do justice to his many achievements and many contributions to the world of academics and to society. So without further ado, I would give the time to you, Professor Shrikant. The time is yours. Can you please unmute your phone, Professor Shrikant?
Yeah, thank you very much, Amina Pasa, for your introduction. She knows that I will shout at her if she doesn't introduce me properly. So this is a mutual appreciation society, so don't take it very seriously. And let us focus on the topic on which I would like to share my thoughts. Though you have focused your conference on understanding the problems of tribes in Northeast India, I felt that we should be very thorough when it comes to theoretical framework or conceptual understanding of different categories that we use in our social science research. Yesterday, I was listening to Professor Tanka Subba, who was sharing with us the problems of anthropology when it comes to understanding of the actual realities in Northeast India. But that is something that we find in all social science subjects. And we should be thorough with the difficulties in understanding the dynamics of the communities in Northeast India. You know, we develop different kinds of communities and theories to understand the dynamics, social dynamics. So it is true that whenever we look at any social phenomena or try to understand it, we understand them in a theoretical framework, knowingly or unknowingly. Okay, sometimes we may not be even be aware of certain theoretical theories, but we look at or interpret or explain within some kind of conceptual and theoretical framework. So, as such, there is a kind of a relationship between theories, concepts, and empirical realities. You know that most of our concepts or theories originated in the West. I don't say that just because they originated in the West, they are wrong. No, it's not so. I admit that there can be a bias, but I also admit that there have been efforts by the scholars in the West to understand the social realities as objectively as possible. So, some of these theories and concepts we can make use of them even to understand the social realities in countries like Northeast, or in countries like India, or in the regions like Northeast. But we should also be aware of the fact that these concepts and theories may become inadequate when we explain the social dynamics, especially when the empirical realities here are different. The experience of the Western countries, or the experience of countries like African countries, which have given us some ideas about the tribe or indigenous people, that may not be same as what we experienced in India or in Northeast region. So in that case, there is a gap between theories and you can say the empirical realities. So what should we do in such cases? I am not saying that you throw away all the theories and concepts. We should have understanding of the general theories, but we should also be conscious of the specificities of the region that we are trying to understand, and see the empirical realities in relation to the theories and concepts that we have, and see to what extent these theories or concepts help us, and to what extent they don't help us. So it is true in case of all kinds of social phenomena, and more so even in the case of understanding the dynamics. The nature and dynamics of the communities, the dominant communities in the Northeast, which are viewed as tribes or ethnic communities or as indigenous people. It is keeping that in mind, I'm focusing on the theoretical dimensions and also crisscross with some of the empirical realities and show the contradiction between the two, and try to make sense of what it means to us for social scientists while dealing or explaining the social realities here. So the first thing that we come to is whenever we look at the communities here in the Northeast, especially the communities in the hills of the Northeast, we characterize them first as tribes. Okay, we characterize these communities as tribes. Eh? So it is for that reason that there is a need to interrogate the idea of tribe. Who called the people here as tribes? Amina Pasa knows that when in history, when they were ruled, when these different communities existed, they had their own kingdoms or chieftainships and others. They called themselves or represented themselves as a Holmes or Coach or particular Naga or particular Jaintia and all that. So they didn't call themselves as tribes. So it is not the communities which call themselves as tribes, but it is the British, the colonizers who came and interacted with the people who felt that these communities are racially and culturally different from the communities that are there in the rest of India, and it is they who theorized these communities and called them tribes. I think they are the people who worked on and based on certain criteria which they think are important. They distinguished most of these communities as tribes, sometimes without even realizing that there are vast differences between one community and another community. Yes, there are certain communities which are not at all exposed to the modernity, or which are not at all in touch with the people in the plains, and their economic development was at a lower stage. But there are also communities like the Jaintias and the Dimashas who have developed into some kind of proto-kingdoms. And their rule extended not only in the hills, but also in the plain areas. But despite all these things, all of them were categorized as tribes. And subsequently, they are accepted by the communities themselves, and also by others as tribes. So now, if you look at the tribes, you know that who are considered as tribes. Generally, the first criteria is that everybody who is accepted or designated as scheduled tribe by the government of India, they are considered as a tribe. They are considered as tribes. So there are quite a few communities in the Northeast which are recognized as scheduled tribes. Hence, they also call themselves as tribes. But we also know that there are many other communities which also claim that they are tribes. They are also tribes, and they are also seeking scheduled tribe status, which has not been given to them for different reasons. So here the recognition, do they cease to be tribes because they are not recognized as scheduled tribes, or conversely, is it that everybody who is recognized as scheduled tribe in India, they become tribes just because they get official recognition? So this controversy is very much there at the national level. So here the political recognition or the constitutional and legal recognition became a very important ground for calling certain groups as tribes, recognizing certain groups as tribes. So here, I'm not going into those political or you can say the legal aspects of who could be considered as a tribe. Rather, I concentrate more on social scientist perceptions of what a tribe is, and then look at our own crisscross it or interrogate it with what happens or what is happening in the Northeast. So here, now you look at the social science idea of tribes. You people in sociology or anthropology or the first to identify certain markers for categorizing certain communities as tribes. For example, whom we call as tribes, we call those communities self-contained classless community based on subsistence economy. This is how generally the social scientists viewed tribes. And these tribes or communities united by kinship or the principles of consanguinity, or what we call it blood relations. And they are also distinguished on the basis of certain psychological and cultural factors, like those are considered shy to mingle with the communities other than their own, and they prefer to live in geographical isolation among their own community members. And we also know that they are ruled by traditional political institutions that are characterized by the absence of modern features of state. So whenever though some of these traditional institutions, the indigenous scholars try to paint it as state, but they don't have many of the modern features of the state, such as organized bureaucracy or organized you can say institutions of coercion like army or police or prisons and such thing. They don't exist, but they have some kind of institutions to regulate their own day-to-day lives. So these are generally the characteristics we use when it comes to identification of the tribes. But if we insist that all these characteristics should be there to call a community as a tribe, then I should say that in the whole of India, we hardly find tribes of that kind, except perhaps in the islands of Andaman and Nicobar, who are completely isolated and not in touch with the modern civilization. But in all other cases, yes, we do have certain factors or certain characteristic features, but we don't have all. So the communities may have certain cultural or social traits which can be used to identify them as tribes, but at the same time, several changes have taken place ever since they became a part of the colonized world, or became a part subsequently of the nation state, and got in touch with modern political systems or the modern capitalist economic forces. So there has been a considerable changes as such. Hence, when we call these communities as tribes, we have to say, identify them as tribes in transition. This is very important thing. So all of them, even including all the communities in the Northeast, we should treat them not as primitive tribes of the olden days, which are isolated, which don't mingle, they think which wants to keep themselves aloof. But these are tribes which do have certain characteristics tribes, but at the same time moved beyond that also in some respects. So they are to be treated as tribes in transition. Okay, this is my formulation. And then the second thing which comes to the moment we say not only as tribes, we also say that these tribes are these communities, sometimes we identify them as what is that? Ethnic communities. Okay, so sometimes we call it this one, and we also call them ethnic communities. But what is that relationship between tribe and ethnic community? Is tribe and ethnic community one and the same? This is the thing. You know that we use the terms, we characterize, say, the Khasis, the Mijos, and the Nagas or tribes. Tribes, as if they're all homogeneous groups. All of them have similar traits or tribe features. But is Khasi one tribe, or Mizos or Nagas one tribe? Perhaps not. Perhaps nothing. So what are they? They are actually conglomeration of different agnate or cognate tribes in transition. Here, what you say, different tribes come together. Different tribes which have certain similarities. This one maybe on the basis of the linguistic similarities, or you can say the ancestral belief in common ancestry. That is a different came together to form the modern groups as the Khasis, the Mizos, and Nagas. Okay, this is something which we need to keep in mind. So here, when you say the Khasis, it includes different things like Kinriam, Nar, Boy, War, Aram, Ling, Agnam, Diko, and all these things which you are more familiar with it. So also when we say Nagas, we have many Naga tribes, Aos, Angamis, and like that. So also it comes to cookies, they are. Here what is there is that based on certain commonalities and others, they are coming together as broader groups, bigger groups. So it makes sense to make a distinction. Yes, Ao is a tribe, but Naga cannot be, it is to be better distinguished it as an ethnic community, not as a single homogeneous tribe. So what is this thing? So when we say ethnic community in this context, of course, in the social science, ethnic community is used as any cultural group. But in the case of the Northeast, ethnic community is viewed as a community which has its base or roots in the tribe thing, but it is something beyond tribe. Why we say beyond tribe? Because when we say ethnic communities, all these ethnic communities are already have become a part of the modernity in different ways. They're already drawn into the web of modernity. So these are not the traditional tribes who want to stick to their traditional tribal roots at any cost and don't want to change. No, these are the communities not just fighting for protection or restoration of their tribal status. They are also moving beyond. They are the people who are aspiring for everything that the modernity offers. Do they, are they against modern education? No. They want to have modern education. They want to have modern jobs and enter into modern professions. They are not the ones who are happy doing a hunting or food gathering or what is that? Purdue cultivation. Rather, they want modern kind of things. So they are as looking for entering into the modern business, and also that they are also trying, and they are not just saying that we will are okay with our traditional political institutions. They want to enter modern politics and aspiring for a power or a share here. So it is in that sense you can see these ethnic communities, when we say they are much more than traditional tribes, and I think so they are ones trying for they have two characteristics. On the one level, they invoke their tribal roots as a strategy or as an instrument to fight other communities, other ethnic communities or other nationalities which are competing with them. But at the same time, they are actually trying for a space, a space for themselves in the nation. So they want all things that the modern state offers to them. So it is in that sense ethnic communities are much more than tribes. So this is another formulation which I try to make it, and you think about it. And the other thing which I felt I should share is that we also tend to call these communities many times as indigenous communities. Sometimes we make this two things, tribe and indigenous communities, as one and same. One and same. So this is also something which when we are using this, politicians or NGOs, activists may use it for different purposes. But when we social scientists use it, we have to be very clear about the manner in which we are using these terms. So the first, do I say that we cannot consider these communities as indigenous communities? My answer is both yes and no. Yes, in the sense of because there are certain characteristics, you can say that which make them act as indigenous communities, because these are most of these communities have a long history of their own, traditions and cultures of their own, and they actually are against even whether it is colonized at the time of colonization or after we entered into the post-colonial world. These communities are something which resisted assimilation, both by colonizing and nationalizing forces, and they prefer to live autonomous lives without sacrificing their traditions and culture. Okay. So it is in that thing. So it is this is one of the characteristics of indigenous people, that these are the communities which don't want to get assimilated and become a part of the so-called mainstream, and they want their autonomy thing. So it is in that sense, yes, they can be considered as indigenous communities. I think, but I also prefer sometimes that the word indigenous communities may be used because they are better than using them as tribes. Because the moment you say tribes, it denotes as if they are backwards. They are backward and primitive. But it is not so that the communities in the Northeast are as backward as the people assume to be. I think it has they have moved forward in many respects, and they are better off than many of the tribes in the rest of India or even other parts of the globe. I think, and you can use this indigenous people idea not only to deny tribes, but any other community also. Any other community, cultural community, which is resistant to the forces of colonization or nation. This one, what we can say, the nationalization, and want to preserve their identity at any cost. So it is in that sense you can call them as indigenous people. But at the same time, there is other problem when we call them as indigenous. It is in the sense that when we claim something as indigenous, and this claim of indigeneity becomes problematic when the community started claiming themselves as original inhabitants. So this is the kind of thing which has come now, that every community believes that they are the original inhabitants of this region that they presently occupy, and they have been here for times immemorial. But that is something which is which can be contested, because history says different things. It is all communities here or there from the very beginning, as some we have read some of the papers yesterday. Some of these communities which have settled in the present areas are the people who came from China and Southeast Asia and crossed Myanmar, entered what we today call Manipur, and from there spread to different parts of the Northeast. Then gradually they moved and settled. They went in search of their land, and they've encountered other, and somewhere they settled. So there was most of them are nomadic at that point of time. So there were movements taking place almost up to 19th century, and it was only during the British period that the British created the so-called states in the name of the dominant communities. So I mean the districts. Name them as Lushai district or Naga district or Jaintia or Kasi districts, like that, which actually the dominant communities living in them, they accepted it. But you know very well that in all these areas also you have other tribes or other communities, or tribal communities also are very much there. So the movement, they have been there for hundreds of years, and you can think so. So to call somebody as indigenous and say all other communities, minority communities, as non-indigenous may create tensions and problems, but that is something which is happening everywhere in these areas. So this is the other problems that we encounter when we call it as indigenous. So I say that in this sense, I am trying to show that all these categories you can use and you may not use also. So here the perhaps another disturbing things which actually problematize and question all these categories in the Northeast is the rise of class divisions. The class divisions. So here I will only speak for 5 minutes and leave the rest of the time for discussion. Here I should say that the constitutional or legal guarantees given to the tribes here in the form of the sixth schedule, or you can say Article 371, and many other legal immunities that we have given, or the formation of ADCs or new states. They actually help to some extent, or to a considerable extent, in stopping the non-tribal exploiters, landlords, businessmen, or this miners and others from owning and controlling and exploiting the resources here and marginalizing the people. You can see the difference when you compare this region with what happened in countries, in regions like Jharkhand or Orissa and other places, which didn't have these kinds of legal immunities. So to a great extent, these constitutional and legal guarantees help to ensure that the resources of the country remains by and large with the communities which are living here and not alienated from them. Of course, it happened in case of the plain areas of Northeast India, but to a considerable extent, the hills could escape that. But having said that, is it that if you ask me whether these constitutional guarantees ensure protection of tribal ways of life or tribal land relations and tribal political institutions, then I say no. I say no, because though we could protect the entry, the direct exploitation by non-tribal exploiters, because of several factors. I just named few. You could not stop penetration of a market economy into the region. You could, so also there are forces like urbanization, education, or the increasing hold of the modern state machinery. Or you can say the role of bureaucrats. All these things have brought different kinds of changes, which actually led to class divisions within these tribal societies. So there are many studies in political science in a thing which says that the tribal political institutions have almost become irrelevant or defunct in these areas. That's true. And so also the tribal land relations. Now, where are these tribal lands? This one, village lands or the clan lands. They are fast disappearing. They are becoming individual lands. That is something which has come out in the various studies. It is we have undertaken such studies in some villages, and we found that in some of the villages there is hardly any village land or community land, and the clan lands are also disappearing. And this is something which even people like Patricia McKinnon or the organizations like TUR or CSWO, and all of them are bringing out and showing how there has been class divisions growing in these communities also. So this is the kind of things. And what will be the implications of that is something. At one level, there are still communitarian politics or identities which are strong. At the same time, there are also class divisions taking place. What would be the implications of that? I cannot tell, and it all depends on how the interplay of different forces That is the tribe, ethnic community, ethnic competitions, then the class divisions, how all of them play and what kind of shape it takes in future is something that we need to observe. So I stop it here and leave it for discussion. Thank you very much to all of you. And then now Amina Pasa will take over. Thank you. Hello. Is it that you may be busy, or if you have any queries, you may rise and ask. Meanwhile, the organizers will come back.
Can I ask? Thank you, sir, for a wonderful presentation. It was really, you presented a very holistic experience about the tribes. I was just thinking, if you see tribes of Northeast, do they really fit in terms of the anthropological context or more of a political identity?
See, this is what I am trying to say, that yes, there is a politics intervening it, and when we say anthropology, if you say anthropology as a discipline which stagnate, yeah, they have proved, they have come out with some theories or concepts, and you want to fit the reality into these concepts and theories, and then try to understand, then you see a contradiction. You see the contradiction between theory and practice. So here what I am saying is that even our discipline should grow. So when you say don't go with only those theories which are there, rather one is that trying to understand the reality using the theories, and another is theorizing the realities. So theorizing the realities based on the factual realities which are present, not only anthropology, whether it's sociology or political science, all these social disciplines should evolve. They should evolve. They should be able to capture the reality. So they should actually come out with better theories. Better theories of the tribes or the communities. Is it that the tribe is acceptable as it exists now, or should it be developed further to explain it, or should it be given up to come out with a new idea of new communities to explain the realities? And that is something which we should make an effort. So I say I'm for the development or further development of our own abilities to theorize the concrete realities, and not go with the existing theories as it, and then try to fit the realities into this theory and say, oh, this is tribe and this is not tribe. Okay, I stop it here. Any other?
Sir, I as a teacher who teach political science myself, I was just wondering that political science as a subject, maybe in our disciplines that we teach in India, we have not, maybe, I mean, I'm just thinking it aloud, we have not given the due importance to tribes and the tribal movement, as a result of which they have always been in the fringes, in the margins of all major discourse. So can we also try to, when we are all talking about social movements or political sociology, it's always taken up by a very urban middle class or caste structure, but tribes has always been also marginalized in the academic discourse. So I think, sir, can we also try to include them? Because if we talks about tribes, it's not just about the Northeast, but it's also about the tribes in Himachal, Uttarakhand. Then you see tribes in Chhattisgarh. Then you also see tribes in Rajasthan,
No,
and also on the
I
south.
understood what you are trying to say. Actually,
Yes,
that effort should be made. Okay, that effort
Yes,
should
sir.
be made. For example, we in political science in NEPU, we have courses, especially on Northeast, and it gives considerable importance to understanding of the tribes. So we have a course in political sociology where we teach tribe apart from other social categories. And we also, it is I who teach social movements in India, where tribal movements is one of the important components. So it is very much a part, and we should make it a part. We should make it a part. If something is not made, then the problem lies with the university. Because most of us, in a way, we the teachers, we don't want to change. We don't want to teach new courses. Actually, this time I have come out with a new course which is about political economy of the hill areas of the Northeast. So that kind of autonomy the universities has. But if the teachers don't want to use it and they only want to go with basic things about constitution or political parties and others, so the problem lies with us teachers and not with the political science discipline as such. Okay, thank you. Any other interventions?
Okay. If there are no other queries and questions, may I take the opportunity to thank Professor Shrikant, Department of
Thank you.
Political Science.
Yeah.
Professor Amina is having some problems with the connection. So thank you, sir, on her behalf
Thank you.
and on behalf of the Department of Sociology, Synod College. Now, if we can just go on ahead. May I call Mr. Gyan Bhagat, who is a PhD scholar from Department of Political Science, Himachal Pradesh University, Summerhill, Shimla, to please present now.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Can I share my screen, ma'am? Ma'am, my screen is visible or not? Hello? Hello?
Hello. Hello.
Sir,
Hello, Mr.
audible,
Gyan.
sir? Yes, sir.
Yeah, audible,
Sir,
audible.
audible, sir. My screen is visible, sir, not?
Screen not visible.
Oh, sir, some technical issues, sir. Okay, sir.
You are audible.
Hello, good morning, all of you. My name is Gyan Bhagat, PhD research scholar, Department of Political Science, Himachal Pradesh University, Shimla. My paper topic is Empowerment and Status of Tribal Women, a case study of Kinora tribe of Himachal Pradesh. The word empowerment means giving power. Women empowerment is a comprehensive and much debatable issue, and it is a dynamic, multidimensional process which enable women to realize their full uniqueness and power in all sphere of life. The main motive behind women empowerment is to process, protect their rights, and enrich their equality of life and involve them in decision making process at all level, particularly in those decisions which are related to their lives and families. Empowerment aims at giving to power to women to take their own decision and to be master of their own destiny. Zinebanu, in his book Tribal Women Empowerment and Gender Issue, defines empowerment in Indian context as a process of transformation of those belonging to the weaker segment. She tries to explain the hidden meaning of empowerment, but social and cultural empowerment also. In other words, empowerment related to social transformation among the women. Introduction. Tribal or Adivasi, as they are popularly known as a symbol of self-assertion, comprise of around 8.2% of national population. The tribals are concentrated most in the central belt of India and part of northeast. Tribal are the indigenous people who lives in the lap of the nature and depends on natural resources for their livelihood and constituted the major segment of Indian society. Tribal in Himachal Pradesh. Himachal literally means land of snow mountains. The word Himachal derived its origin from two Hindi words, Him and Achal, meaning snow and lap, respectively. Thus, Himachal Pradesh stand for the region which lies in the slopes and foothills of snow, that is the Himalayas. The state of Himachal Pradesh is now as Devbhumi, and Kinnaur is one of 12 administrative districts of Himachal Pradesh. The major tribal region of Himachal Pradesh include the whole district of Lahaul Spiti and Kinnaur, and some region Pangi and Barmor district of Chamba. The major tribe in Himachal Pradesh are such as Kinora tribes, Laholi tribes, Pangwali tribes, Bhod tribe, Gujar tribe, Jat tribe, Lamba tribe, and Khampa tribe. Methodology. The study is empirical and analytical in the nature, and questionnaire cum interview schedule has been designed for increasing information for the respondent. Other methods such as group discussion and participatory method observation technique to collect relevant information has also been adopted. Therefore, in the primary sources, we will use the questionnaire, government documents, and census data. In secondary sources have consulted books, articles, journal, magazine, newspaper, and research paper on related study. Sampling. This study covers Kinnaur district of Himachal Pradesh, which is selected on the basis of purposive representative sampling, and because this study is empirical in nature, therefore it is conducted on the basis of survey method. Administratively, district Kinnaur is divided into three blocks. Number one is the Kalpa block, second one is Poo block, and third one is Nichar block. These three blocks consist 65 panchayats. Before choosing the sample, the researcher collected information regarding the number of women from each block. Keeping in view the majority of women, the researcher has selected 6 panchayats out of 65 panchayats. Further, out of these 6 panchayats, the researcher has selected 2 panchayats from each block. Status of Kinora tribal women and their empowerment. The Kinora belongs to different ethnic group. The Kinoras is a generic term used by the population inhabited inhabiting the district of Kinnaur. They do not belong to the homogeneous ethnic group, but instead comprise different racial as well as social stocks. The most dominant group among them, the Rajput, also known as Kanet, Khash, are the dominant groups. The next dominant group is Koli. The two other less numerically dominated groups are Lohar and Bedi. The last group is Nagalu, who are very few in the number. In status of Kinora tribal women and their empowerment. In the district of Kinnaur, women have prominent role in most of the socio-economic ventures. They share all the hard and tedious toil with their men folk. The women participate in religious rituals, our ceremonies, fair and festival in all three blocks. Interestingly, in these three blocks, we can see variation of reasons. In Pu block, Buddhism is practiced and it allows women to become jomos, nuns, and stay in monastery called Gompa in order to get salvation. The custom required strictly celibacy and discipline on the part of jomos, and consequently they get enhanced social status, which has a direct bearing on the social structure of Kinoras. The Jomo participate in learning of scriptures and help in other jobs of Gompas. They take part in religious activity too. Second, in Nichar block, the religious scenario is total different as the people they follow Hinduism. They worship in temples where deity is supreme. Individual village and family also worship deities and spirits, and in time of crisis, rejoicing and uncertainty, the deity is approached though priest and oracle. Most of the fair and festival are connected with their social or economic life and give end to their hard toiled life. Finally, in Kalpa block, a blend of Buddhism and Hinduism is clearly visible. Some people consult Lama for their problems, and other time deity is approached according to their convenience. The women folk help in participation of most of the rituals and participate in fair and festival in deity temple. Interestingly, as equal as the man, women of the same region take part in the Gompas and follow local social and cultural norms. Some empirical evidences. Respondents' opinion regarding the participate of Kinora tribal women in different activities. In the basis of some findings. Empirical study clearly shows that in Kinnaur district, women are more empowered in many sectors. Majority of the Kinnaura women are head of the family in Kinnaur district and are the main decision makers. One of the reasons of being such empowered is existence of a volunteer system in Kinnaur. Kinnaura women are free to opt any profession and free to choose their life partners. Kinnaura women are not only playing important role in household activity but also in governmental services. They play important role in local fair and festival. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gyan Bhagat. Now, I'd like to call Dr. I'd like to call Dr. Liang Boy Vaipei, Department of Political Science, Delhi University, Indraprastha College for Women, University of Delhi. to please present the paper. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I think I have to share my screen to show my PPT, right? I'll try to do that. Just
yes,
give,
please.
Yeah. Yes. Sure. Just 1 second, ma'am. I think I have to share it from my. Good morning, everyone. My paper is about representation of women in the representation of women in politics, the intersectionalities of tribal identity and empowerment among the Nagas. This is in relation to, yeah, I think it's visible, right? Is my screen visible to all?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is my paper. So my paper, I'll go through the introductions of what it means when we talk about representation of women. Then we go to the gender relation Naga society, then intersectionality of the Naga society and how Naga women's right infringe on customary traditions and identity of Naga society. And this intersectionality of Naga women and the tribal identity among the Nagas is in reference to the representation, the demand made by Naga Mothers Association for 33% reservations of women in the urban local bodies. Now, let me start my paper. And in today's time where we always talk and think about more of democracy and democratization, Northeast India in general, and particularly the Naga society, has prided itself to be a very egalitarian society where, unlike the rest of the country, you don't see any kind of practices or culture which is regressive, when specific to, for example, you have female infanticide, you have dowry harassment, and also if you see it in terms of gender violence against women, which is almost very marginal or nil in Northeast India, unlike the rest of the country. And also what we also see is, in terms of women empowerment, we see a very high women literacy and a very high women participation in the workforce in Northeast India in general and in Naga society in particular. But there is one aspect of life where we see women are not only lagging behind but made to lag behind due to a systemic discrimination, and that is what I call, that is where my paper is focusing on, representation of women in politics. Now, whenever we talk about representation of women, you all know that globally in United Nations it is always felt that because women throughout the world is 50% of the society where rest of it is. So therefore, if you do not have women in the politics, in the occupying the public space, it is also showing a kind of it is also showing a lack of democratization. And also because we do not 50% of the voices of the society is silent when women is not represented, because women also play a very major role. And it is that aspect of the society which they need to put in their voices there, and being an equal stakeholder, they need to come about. Therefore, we see this is also seen across the globe of the gender representations of women in politics, and also play and also various forms of institutions, and where women is also seen, and in fact you can call it as affirmative actions, where you see women wanting to, not only wanting, also playing a very equal role, especially in the context of peacemaking and peace building. And talking about United Nations, you also see how United Nations has made this as a very important criteria. The female work participation rate is one of the, as like many other indicators, you have the maternal mortality rate. Any society which has a very low maternal mortality rate shows that it is part of a very high in the human development indicator. You have female work participation rates where the percentage of women working in the economic space is also seen as being part of the parameters of being developed and being progress. And as I said, coming to the point which I have made about women in Northeast India, we have a matrilineal society in Meghalaya. And also, if you see it in Manipur, you have the political movement such as the Nupilan, which was the women-centric movement against the colonial ruler in Imphal. And but today, in a present day 21st century, in democratic independent India, women representation women representation in the society is very marginally low. And I wanted to see in the context of Nagaland the reason why. Because if you see it, if you see about the gender relations in Nagaland, Naga women play a very important and central role in the community and family affairs. They are prided on being educated, hardworking, economically independent, and also admired for the enterprising spirit. But interestingly, in Nagaland, both modernity and patriarchy exist side by side. And this is the reason also one of the systemic discrimination of why women are not allowed. And if we see it in the context of, for example, they have the gender roles clearly defined, that women's job or work is admired, appreciated, and welcomed in all aspects, except in the political or the public sphere, such as the village administrations or the council. Like, for example, if we talk about a traditional political institution in Naga society, I think Gaon Buras, we have always had Gaon Buras, but we have never had Gaon Buris. Not that we never had an old lady, but we have never seen an aged woman occupying the space of a political space in a traditional political institution. And this is also very interesting if we see it from the lens of intersectionality, which is a very important analytical framework which was conceptualized by Kimberly Williams Krishno in 1989. This she studied in the context of colored people, where if you see it, a person's social and political identities is also creating a matrix where you have a different modes of discrimination in one side as well as privileges. And this is where the intersectionality defines there's a multiple factors because of how the advantage and disadvantage meet in. For example, in the context of Naga societies, we'll come to in particularly of the society where we see it, that the need of asserting a distinct Naga identity is also the reason behind the political struggle for a Naga national movement. And we also saw that from the time of Fizo, where a Naga, a distinct political identity was always at the forefront, always the inspiration behind wanting a distinct political space, a political state, as a result of which there was lots of contestation from the larger political nation state, Indian nation state, and also a lot of contestations, and which was not only contested in terms of ideologically, but also in terms of political and military strength, which led to violence which seep into the bodies of women. And bodies of women meaning the bodies of Naga women, where Naga mother, Naga wives, Naga daughters, Naga sisters bore the brunt of the sufferings of this violence. And this led to a ripple effect of what you see as in addition to all those intoxications of drugs and alcoholism, as a result of which the mothers of Naga mothers came and said that we cannot stand behind, and took over the political spheres of organizing themselves as Naga Mothers Association, and formed this as umbrella organizations of all women association of all 16 Naga tribes in Nagaland. And they were forefront in also bringing and initiating the ceasefire between the nationalist movement and the government of India. And they felt that, and as all peace-making process, the initiator of the peace process has to be there, not only in letting the varying factions sit on the table for a dialogue, but also help draft the dialogue. And that is where I think the Naga Mothers Association also wanted a better representation of themselves in the local elections, which was going to take place in 2017. Demanding the 33% reservation, which is common for the rest of the country. And even we talk about Naga women in politics, it is also ironically with a sharp contrast of the Naga women that we see in the society, in the public space. There has been just one woman representation in the Indian Parliament. Rano Saizia, whom we lost, I think, recently. She was the only one who was elected in Lok Sabha in 1977, 53 years back. Ever since then, there has been no Naga woman to join, to follow the footprints that she has left behind. And there has been, in the last 55 years, with 12 assembly elections, no woman has ever been represented in the Nagaland State Assembly. And this is where the Naga Mothers Association wanted to create a change, wanting to implement the reservations of women in the urban local bodies, where they cited the 74th Amendment of the Indian Constitutions, where 33% reservations of women in municipalities and other local bodies were given. They fought these cases through legality, in challenging it through a petition in Guwahati High Court, and finally took it to Supreme Court, where the Supreme Court judgment was in favor of the Naga Mothers Association's litigations, where Naga women can participate in the municipal elections. But this is where the problem began, because all the legality of the Indian laws gave them space. This is also where we also see that this is also where we saw that this is also clashing with the Naga identities, because if you see it, they said the very fact that 33% reservation for women in urban local bodies in Nagaland was clashing with the 6th schedule, which is given in Article 371 of India's Constitution, where no act of parliament, I will read the act, which state that no act of parliament should apply to the state of Nagaland when regarding religious, political, social, or law practices of the Nagas. So therefore, this assertion, or what you call the bottleneck of where it clashed with the Naga identities, is where it has become the systemic discrimination. And it is also interesting that how giving a certain woman's right to Naga woman's right is clashing with the larger identity of a Naga identity, because this is not just clashing as how they contend, but also it was supported by all the apex body of Naga society, of the Naga Ho-Ho groups, and it was with lots of street protests, violence, and the government had to postpone elections for the next 2 months. So what happened as a result? They said that the state government argues that 33% reservation for women does not infringe on tribal customs, because the concept of urban local bodies is new. Because you might not give them 33% reservation in your Naga Ho-Ho body, but urban local body, the ULB.
Can you please wind up your?
I'll just wind it up. Just another one, just 2 minutes, ma'am. Okay. And therefore, if you see it, this is where we try to see that the resistance of the Naga tribal or traditional bodies, who had always been wary of the larger, of being assimilated to the larger mainstream society, is also equally suspicious when women wants their reservation and representations in the Naga politics. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, so thank you, Dr. Lian, for that very enlightening presentation. I invite any queries, any observations from our learned audience. As said earlier, Dr. Lian Boy has to go for another engagement, and that's why she's requested for queries to be directed at her immediately after her presentation. I'm sorry, I was disconnected from the webinar because of internet connections, internet disconnection. Yeah, I'm back now. Yeah. So any queries, any suggestions, any observation? Yeah, I guess your presentation was very clear, Dr. Lian Boy. Thank you very much. All the best. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
I'll like to hear any kinds of comments later on also. And
you
since
can,
I have to, I have to go out. I have to log out. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much. All the best. Now we go on to the next presenter, Athira Narayanan, and the paper is on tribal cultural heritage and question of tribal identity. The time is yours, Athira. Is Athira here? Oh, it seems Athira is not here. Right, Athira can catch up later. Now we go on to the next in line, and that is a joint paper by Banda Kerlin Lingdor and Dr. Wandinesha Darya. And their joint paper is on scheduled tribe households and status of single mother households in minority societies.
Very good morning, Madam Chairperson, and everyone present here in this webinar. May I share my screen right now?
Yeah, do please.
Is my screen visible, Madam?
No, yeah, it's coming.
Okay. Okay, so my name is Banda Kerlin Lingdor, and I will be presenting a paper co-authored with Dr. Wandinesha Darya, which is titled Scheduled Tribe Households and the Status of Single Mother Households in Minority Societies. Single mother households have emerged globally over the past few decades due to the increasing changes that took place in the family structure. Now, globally, single mother households, they account to 101.3 million households, and in India alone, the figure stands at 30 million. Studies have shown that the well-being of households that are headed by women is lower compared to male-headed households. One of the contributing factors of this it lies in the immediate responsibility that of household headship that falls on a mother who had previously acquired no skill whatsoever or knowledge related to heading a household and also becoming a breadwinner. The status of women in the society determines the growth and progress of the society and the economy itself. Therefore, according to the Human Development Report, women empowerment is a significant factor that influences the development and the productivity of economies. When we take a look at the definition of a single mother, it refers to a mother with a child or children who undertakes the responsibility of raising and taking care of the children without a partner. And the concept of the head of household is ambiguous due to the different criteria assigned to a household head. Therefore, in the context of a single mother, they automatically assume the position and responsibility of the head of the household, thus categorizing their households as female-headed or women-headed households. Therefore, a female-headed household may also be a single mother household. When we take a look at the scheduled tribe population in India, they comprise 8.6% of the total population in the country, and they are also categorized and perceived to be backward and a disadvantaged group. This is because there is a lack of access to various infrastructure and facilities over the years, which had adversely affected their social and economic development. Moreover, the incidence and vulnerability to poverty is higher among social groups of the scheduled tribes compared to other social groups, which makes them socially and economically disadvantaged. The theoretical framework for the study has been based on the family and household decision-making theory, which recognizes individuals as independent decision makers. Therefore, in this context, single mothers become autonomous decision makers in the household, and they make the best decisions to ensure the best future outcome for their children and for the well-being of the household. Furthermore, the life course theory that has been suggested by Elder, it's a significant tool in presenting how low income economic stability and marital disruptions, they have an influence on the outcome of the children as well as on the welfare of the household. Therefore, when we examine household well-being, we need to take into consideration the deprivation that is encountered by household over their lifetime, which has a direct influence on their well-being. The review of literature has been categorized under three themes. The first theme pertaining to scheduled tribes and socioeconomic status. According to Kijima, deprivations of minor social groups, such as the scheduled tribes in India, has been due to decades of geographical isolation. However, ST households they encounter these deprivations because they have low income generating activities. Gaia et al. Suggests that the significant cause of high poverty is due to the lack of infrastructure, assets, and development of human capital through education and employment. Furthermore, Singh et al. Suggest that the lack of proper implementation of government schemes as well as the lack of proper policy that targets the needs of the scheduled tribes have contributed to the increased economic disparity. The second theme pertains to women in tribal societies. According to Dunn, women in tribal societies have lower economic status due to the lack of access to education and employment. However, in the context of tribal societies, gender equality is lower, and therefore these disadvantages that have been faced by women is mainly attributed to the low household income and low standard of living. Mitra suggests that tribal women in the northeastern region of India fare better in terms of education, health, employment, and social status. Gangte suggests that in tribal societies that adopt a patriarchy and patrilineal system, women do not have access to asset ownership and inheritance. Therefore, in such patriarchal societies, women are not empowered, especially in terms of marital disruptions and divorce, leaving them to encounter social stigma. Dwara suggests that the gender gap in literacy and enrollment in education is lower among scheduled tribes of the northeastern region. The third theme of a single motherhood and the well-being of the household. According to Sorensen, the dissolution of marriage creates economic hardships in single-parent households with an increase in economic cost of maintaining a new family structure. Moreover, marital disruptions would imply that there is a loss of additional income support from the spouse, therefore leaving the mother overburdened with her new responsibilities. Thompson et al. Suggests that single mother households are economically disadvantaged, which results to poorer child outcomes, especially in the context of academic performance. Furthermore, Bhuvanich and Gupta suggests that the lack of access to productive resources and assets act as a barrier to the economic well-being of women-headed households. Firstly, women who head their households, they have a high dependency ratio. Secondly, women earn low wages in the labor market. And finally, women who head their households are overburdened with multiple responsibilities. Brady and Borroway suggest that the poverty in single mother households is determined by the individual characteristics of single mothers, such as employment, education level, dependency ratio, and the presence of other adults in the family, as well as the social policy that is undertaken by governments and various agencies to aid in the well-being of such households. The objective of the study is to determine the status of single mother households in minority societies, which has a significant impact on the well-being of such households. The data that has been used for the purpose of the study has been derived from the Census of India 2011 and the Socio-Economic Caste Census 2011. And for the purpose of the study, data pertaining to various aspects of well-being of ST female-headed households have been used for analysis. Furthermore, descriptive statistics such as mean and percentage has been used to represent the status of women-headed households. When we take a look at the state-wise distribution of female-headed households, we observe that it reflects a large proportion of households in India that are headed by women, which are mostly comprising of single mothers who are divorced, separated, and widowed. When we take a look at the deprivation criteria of female-headed households or women-headed households, at the all India level, the figure stands at 62.89%, while for the scheduled tribe women-headed households who fall under deprivation, the state with the highest number of women-headed households who fall under this criteria is in the state of Meghalaya at 15.27%. The deprivation criteria, therefore, it reflects the socio-economic status of single mothers or female-headed households. Thus, the lack of economic resources, housing conditions, and the lack of social support from other adults or kin has contributed to a majority of these women heading their households to live under deprivation, thereby having an adverse effect on the household well-being. When we take a look at the access to banking facilities, we observe that at the all India level, 40.84% of women who head their households avail banking services, which reflects the economic position of the women. Moreover, in terms of asset ownership, we observe that urban women who head their households own more assets compared to rural women-headed households. This also reflects that in the urban areas, women have higher education levels, which means that they have access to better employment and therefore can own more assets. When we take a look at the housing structure of scheduled tribe women-headed households, we observe that at the all India level, 33.40% of ST women who head their households have permanent housing structure, while 48.15% have semi-permanent housing structure. The housing structure is an important indicator of housing status in the context of single mothers or women-headed households, because these women are given the responsibility to head the households in most cases out of duty and not by choice. Therefore, they neither have economic resources nor have the necessary income to improve their housing situation. And according to the socio-economic caste census reported in 2011, only 0.60% of scheduled tribe women-headed households have salaried jobs in the government sector, while 0.13% and 0.44% have salaried jobs in public sector and the private sector respectively. In the context of considering salaried jobs, it is an important indicator because salaried jobs means it provides steady employment and a steady income stream. And employment plays a significant role in determining the well-being of the households. Therefore, when women who head the households have steady employment in terms of salaried jobs, it would mean a better economic position for their household. In conclusion, we can say that in India, women-headed households are deprived of important economic resources that are essential in the day-to-day life of the children and the household. Thus, for women from minority social groups, such as the scheduled tribes, responsibility of heading their households becomes a difficult task due to the already existing disadvantages of and deprived growth and development. Furthermore, the findings on household structure, they reveal disparities that exist in terms of basic amenities for households headed by women. Economic vulnerabilities, therefore, in women-headed households are inevitable, and in the absence of higher income earnings and access to economic resources, this becomes a lifelong cycle of poverty and economic deprivation. Furthermore, urban women who head their households fare better in terms of salary employment because they have a better access to education and employment. Therefore, work is perceived to be the only alternative for single mother-headed households to improve the economic conditions, which gives them more autonomy over household decision matters and would improve the family's economic conditions. The findings of the study support findings of other studies that examine the significance of the status of women-headed households or single mother-headed households and its impact on household well-being. However, there is a need to further explore the various aspects that affect the status of single mother-headed households. Thank you very much. Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, thank you so much, Manikaren. You stuck to the time, and that was a very detailed research you've done on your topic. Thank you very much. We'll come back to you later. And now we call the next presenter, and that's Dr. Wandinesha Taryang. And Dr. Wandi's paper is on traditional gender relations and status of female-headed households in a tribal community. Dr. Wandi, the time is yours.
Thank you, Professor Amena. Let me just try to share my screen here. Just a minute. No.
In the meantime, I just want to know whether Athira Narayanan is
I seem to be having a problem here. Alright, rather than there's an announcement here. I don't know if you can hear me. Can you all hear me now?
We can hear you, but yeah, disturbance.
Yes, actually there's an announcement in the locality, so can I just wait for a minute? There's an announcement made here. It's very disturbing.
In the meantime, you can share your screen.
All right, I'll just let me just start right away with the topic of my talk today is on the traditional gender relations and status of female-headed households in the tribal community. Now, first of all, when we look at gender, all right, now we know that gender is an important constituent element of social relations or social classification between men and women. Gender as a social classification, we find that it is deep-rooted in the culture and traditions, the customs and beliefs in terms of the different roles that have been ascribed to men and women in the society. Now, within the framework of tribal traditions, gender has always been reflected as a basic differentiating factor in the cultural norms. The designated rights and obligations which places an individual in a particular position is also defined as status when we look at the concept of status here. Now, status is also viewed in terms of the power, privileges, advantages, and disadvantages which involves grading and comparisons. Now, the objective of this paper is to look into the traditional gender relations and how women are still caught in the web of traditions. Now, it is found that most tribal traditions make a clear separation between family and society, where managing the family and the household has often been considered to be the major responsibility of the women, while the administration and management of the affairs of the community are assigned mainly to men. The traditional gender relations have resulted in inequality, wherein the customary laws act as a powerful tool for defining the roles of men and women and also determining the acceptable standards of behavior, right, between the sexes. Now, when with the demands of time, however, the traditional norms have been intertwined with modernism, as is evident in the recent times. Now, coming a little bit to the scheduled tribe population. Now, we know that the scheduled tribe population in India comprises 8.6% of the total population, And the northeast region of the country of India has a high concentration of scheduled tribe population, with the state of Meghalaya, right, belonging to, or rather as one of the states in the northeast region. It comprises 86% of 86% tribal population. Now, the state of Meghalaya also takes great pride in it being a matrilineal society, right, compared to other states in the northeast, which are patrilineal in nature. Now, women in the state of Meghalaya also seem to enjoy greater power and autonomy, and also empowerment in terms of their access to physical resources, as well as enjoying equal opportunity as the men in almost every sphere of life. Excuse me. Now, heads of the households are headed by men, while only 1/3 is headed by female. Yet, when we see that the line of descent is still is through the mother. Now, for the purpose of this present study, right, our focus is on 3 socio-economic aspects for the female heads of households. That is, we'll be looking at education, marital status, and also the healthcare. Now, when you look at the first aspect, that is on education attainment, right? I have actually put a table here, but then I don't know, there's some problem that I'm unable to share this slide, the presentation. So now from the table, what we find is that the sex-wise proportion of households who have reached, or rather who have attained from secondary education to up to the graduation level is found to be greater among the male-headed households. While in case of primary education at attainment level, the proportion is much higher among the female-headed households. So from this table of the educational attainment between the male-headed and the female-headed households, the conclusion here is that the variation in the level of educational attainment can also be said to be partly related with gender bias, but it is also partly the choice of the individual themselves to continue or to discontinue education, which therefore places them in the levels of education where they are. Now, coming to the marital status, given that the number of widowed, divorced, or the separated, and also the unmarried heads of households were higher among the female-headed households. This again, I'm referring to a table here on the basis of the calculation which I have done. So here also, when you look at the higher number of the widowed, divorced, or the separated, as well as the unmarried heads of households, this high proportion or the high percentage of such widowed, divorced, separated, or unmarried heads only shows to increase the responsibilities, therefore, of these households to act as the provider as well as looking after the welfare of the households compared to the male-headed households. Now, if we are to look at the healthcare aspect, here we will observe that women rarely paid attention towards maintaining their health. They would generally rely on the local practitioners or the midwife in their village for any kind of ailment or any, say, pregnancy-related problems. So hence they would seldom visit the healthcare center or a hospital. And another reason for the reluctance of the female-headed households to go to the healthcare centers or a hospital is either the problem of having to travel long distances, to avail the such healthcare facilities, or it is or the other reason is that there is absence of a medical practitioner in the health center at the time of their visits to these respective health centers. So further, To get a more in-depth understanding of the status of the female-headed households, here I've also tried to test the statistical significance of the relationship between, a little bit about the poverty and the socio-economic characteristics of the female-headed households. And there are a number of implications that that was drawn from this, the test of statistical significance. The implications drawn from this relation is that the sex of the head of the households has an influential role in determining the status of poverty of the households, particularly when we look at the female-headed households who are more prone to poverty as compared to the male-headed households. Then, another variable that I had taken here is, to see if land size had any impact or had any, influence on poverty of the households. Because, as I mentioned earlier, women have access to physical resources, that is in terms of, the ownership of property, right? So when I did this, when I tested this, this variable, what I found was that land size did show a positive correlation to poverty, but however, it was not an influencing variable to create any impact on poverty. Right? It did have a positive correlation, no doubt, but there was, however, it was not considered as an influencing factor or a variable to create any impact on poverty. Then also when you looked at education, right? Education also showed more or less the same result. That is where education also revealed a positive correlation with poverty. However, it did not create any significant impact on poverty. So the implication drawn from here is that the sex of the household, the sex of the head of the household, seem to have created a significant impact in influencing, the earnings capacity of the household, as well, and also the status of well-being or the levels of deprivation of their households and their poverty situation thereof. So, on the basis of this study that was carried out, what I can see is that, although Meghalaya takes great pride in it, being a matrilineal society, what we find is that the system of matrilineal operates within patriarchal ideologies. That is, this allows room for deprivation and inequality with the developmental changes that are taking place in the society. Here, I can also say that women are yet to be given a place in local self-governance to express their political rights. They have not been empowered in that they cannot become tribal chiefs or village chiefs, nor are they given the right to elect candidates to these positions. So their influence in the political domain is very minimal. The matrilineal system acts as a powerful tool, no doubt, in the construction of gender, that is to rationalize the distinctions between men and women in the matrilineal society. Women look after the welfare of the family while the men manage the administration and resources of the household. So, so that is why, when we look at this matrilineal social setup, as we find in the state of Meghalaya, right, where the lineage is taken from, from the line of the mother, all right. So, I will not say that it is matriarchal in nature, all right, because the matrilineal social setup in Meghalaya is not matriarchal in nature in terms of its social structure. See, the women do not dominate the men. Rather, the power structure that prevails here has struck a unique balance between the sexes, that is between the men and women. So, therefore, we can see that the status that men and women enjoy in the society is socially and culturally determined. And as observed from our discussion, all right, where we looked at the the three aspects of the socioeconomic characteristics. Here we can see that women are still far from being in an equitable position, and this is true even for a matrilineal society like Meghalaya, where the customary laws, traditions, and socio-cultural settings are what place the women in a subordinate position compared to the men folk. And such practices therefore come in the way of gender equity, women's liberation, and empowerment. So therefore, there is a need for policies that focus on the acknowledgement of the role and importance of women in the society, and also the empowerment of women for ensuring achievement and achieving an equitable level of welfare and well-being. As it has been said, we educate women and we educate the society. So that is all from my side. Thank you and God bless.
Are you done, Dr. Wandi?
Yes, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Because of this internet disconnectivity today, really. Thank you so much. And now we go on to the next presenter. And he is Mr. Job Rothangliana Colney. He's from the Department of Sociology, William Carey University, Shillong. And his paper is on the impact of colonial administration on the political culture of the Mizo community in Mizoram. Mr. Job, the time is yours.
All right. Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving me the opportunity. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. You are audible.
Okay.
Keep on. Yes.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me present my screen. All right. Is my screen visible?
Yeah, very much so. Continue.
Okay, thank you. Yes, my name is Job Rothangliana Colney, and I'm from William Carey University, currently pursuing my PhD in sociology department. Okay, today my presentation is entitled with the impact of colonial administration on the political culture of the Mizo community in Mizoram. Okay. Among the learned people and political leaders of the Mizos, there is an unending argument and discussion regarding British colonial rule and its impact on political development of the Mizos. So in order to analyze and discuss about this argument, we have to go back to the historical context of the tribe from the perspective of this political venture. So my attempt with this paper is to construct a kind of viewpoint from which the interconnectedness of traditional political institution, which is the chieftainship, and the political culture of the modern era, with a special focus on the impact of this colonial administration on political culture of the Mizos. So that is the focus of my paper. First of all, many of my colleagues who presented their papers, they included and they have covered this one. Let me repeat once again, who are the Mizos? Okay, the Mizos are one of the ethnic groups belonging to the Mongoloid race. From their language, they are part of the Tibeto-Burman group. So the term Mizo is often used to name an overall ethnicity. It is an kind of umbrella term to denote the various clans of the Mizos, such as the Mar, the Lai, Lusei. This officially during the British time, this Lusei they put like in Lusai, okay, but this Lusei and Lusai are same term. Ralte, the Mara or the Lakir, Paite, and many more tribes. Okay, so in this paper, the term Mizo are used to refer to the people of the state of Mizoram, currently the people of the state of Mizoram in the northeastern India. So the location, the geographical location is as I've shown here in this map. It is in the northeastern part of India. And these are some faces of Mizo ladies with their traditional attires and all. And this is one of the typical Mizo village. This is actually not the real photography. This is a picture of the painting. And this is the photos of the thieves. The photo is taken by Captain T.H. Lewin. Captain T.H. Lewin. And in my paper, I divided the era into three sections, three divisions. Number one is the chieftainship in the pre-colonial era, which is before the year 1890. And then chieftainship in the colonial era, which is between 1890 to 1947. And also, I touched a little bit about post-colonial era and up to the abolition of chieftainship. Okay, so let's go to chieftainship in the pre-colonial era. Some brief accounts I put here. The chieftainship with particular chief clan was not practiced before in earlier time. Every clan, they simply chooses their own leader among the group based on physical strength and bravery to protect and to safeguard the clan. So that means every clan choose their own leader among their own group. That means they were selected and accepted by the group. Okay, somewhat we can see the glimpses of democracy here. Yeah, they elect their own leader as accepted by the group. So sometimes those chosen one, although they have like the freedom or liberty to reject and to refuse being chosen also, because there was no material reward for the chief at that time. So instead, the chosen one, he has to devote his time fully in defense for the village administration. Sometimes, many times, they themselves endanger their own life by leading out in the war also. So most of the Mizo historians and some the writers, they accepted the beginning of this chieftainship among the Mizos is somewhat between 1500 to 1625 AD from Zamuaka, who is the forefathers or ancestors of the biggest chief clan, clan. Okay, so those days, the powers and the position of the chief was somewhat like they are the head of the village, supreme authority. They are the leaders in war, owners of the village land, and also they are the protector and the guardians of their subject. So looking at this position and their powers, it seems like the Mizo chiefs are enjoying a kind of autocracy or dictatorial. But in reality, as we just said, even though the chiefs were supreme authority, but in all matters, they administered the villages with the help of Upa. They call it Upa in Mizo. So they are the council of elders appointed by the chief. Okay, so these Upas or this council of elders, they even dare to correct and admonish the chief as and when needed. So let's see the relationship between the chief and their subjects. So the aim and the goal of every chief is to multiply his territory because the greatness and the strength of the chief, every chief was measured or evaluated in terms of how many people they have and how many, the vastness of their territory also. So if the citizens of the village do not like their chief, they have liberty and freedom to migrate to another village. So that means they can leave at any time, their chief. So if the chief ruled, or if the chief his administration and his rulership is like harsh or despotic rule, then the chief can become a kind of despot without subject. So that is why a wise and noble chief understands the circumstances, so they deal their people with care and benevolence. Okay, so the chief would often act as many times a redeemer for the poor and for the destitute also. So that is why his house is sometimes called house of the village. So all who have no means of support are received there, and also like they were provided with food and shelter. So, okay, so in return, those people who enter the village, they stay there, and in return of food that they receive and shelter that they receive, they used to give their labor to the chief also. So even a person who had committed some serious crime also used to enter into the chief's house. So that is how they escape the vengeance. Okay, and another important thing is the taxes given to the chief were started with the willful benevolence from the people. It is not the taxes, all those taxes were not imposed by the chief at the beginning, because the chief, he has to devote his full time for the protection and for the administration of the village. That is why they have no time for themselves in order to prepare their own June field, and they cannot go out for hunting also, as hunting is one of their livelihood. So that is why, knowing the condition and the position and also the responsibilities of all those the chief, the people, whoever they collect or they get meat from the jungle or from their hunting, and whatever harvest that they produce, so they used to give to the chief. Okay, so that was the condition during those days. But the account of the political institution in the colonial era, things have changed. Okay. According to the foreign writers, here, if we look at the British Lusai encounter, I touched a bit about this, the British and Lusai encounter. So foreign writers, according to them, the Lusai expeditions were launched due to the number of raids and invasions of the Lusai against their neighbors living in the plains. But many of those so-called raids and invasions were actually border disputes. Okay, border disputes. So the main reason from the Mizo's point of view or Mizo's perspective is the main reason why they used to raid is protection of their own land from destruction of their hunting grounds by the British through preparation of tea plantation oil, and also these paddy fields, wet rice plantation, and also destruction of forest through collection of timber and bamboos by the laborers and people from Chittagong hill tracts. So their tradition, another reason is their tradition and religious belief, that is burying of enemy's head along with the deceased chief, and also to collect spoils and pillage from their enemies, as such were one of the main sources of tools and implements. Okay, so the next point here is the Lusai under the British administration. This is one of the main points here. The British subdued and put the entire Lusai country under the British administration after subjugation of all the chiefs in the year 1895. So the British adopted the indirect rule over the Mizos since that time. They let all the chiefs retain their powers except the judicial administration of justice. So that means the British ruled over the Mizo as just like this indirect rule. So the chief ruled according to the Lusai Hills district cover. This Lusai Hills district cover is a detailed rules and regulation for administering the Lusai Hills district. This is prepared by the superintendent of the Lusai Hills. Okay, so the Lusai Hills district cover. Let me highlight some few points here. Chiefs are appointed by the government, even though the chieftainship, after the continuation of the chieftainship, So some point of time, the chief retain their position by inheriting to their own clan and to their own sons. Okay, so it became an inherited. But after the British came in, the British government, the colonial administration appointed the chief. So the superintendent and his assistants will uphold the authority and the power of the chiefs. So succession and appointment of the chief is under the authority of superintendent, sometimes in consultation with other chiefs of the same clan. So this succession and appointment of the chief is controlled. It is in the hands of the colonial government. That is why many chiefs, in order to inherit the throne or the chieftainship, they try to appease the superintendent and the assistants also. Okay, so taxes other than the traditional customs were also added, such as land revenue tax, house tax, shop tax, grazing tax, etc. So apart from this, colonial administration, they employed this one, impress labor rule. So every chief and headman shall be bound to supply labor and porters on requisition of the superintendent of.
Mr. George, can you please wind up?
Yes.
Just go to Mr. George. Can you just go to the impact on the colonial
All right.
on chieftainship in the
Yes.
era, and then we can wind up.
Yes. That's where I'm heading now. Okay, impact of the British rule on Mizo's political culture. So this is the main focus. The chief, knowing his condition as appointed and backed up by the government, they started ruling arbitrarily or autocratically. And the chief collected several taxes for himself and for the government as well. Okay, so free migration from village to village was also restricted with some rules. That is why the villagers or their subjects cannot freely migrate from here to there. And then people feel that they are doubled subjected under the government and the chiefs. They need to be more submissive to both the government and to their chiefs also. So in the post-colonial era, commoners in Mizo, they call them Namchom. Okay, the subjects of the chief started protesting and rebelling against their chief. As I've said, the British rule, even though they are ruling, but their rulership is indirect rule. Okay, so that is why in the post-colonial era, commoners, they protested and they rebelled. And one more thing that I want to add here is the Christian missionaries started formal education in the year 1894. And then in the year 1906, they opened first middle English school. And in the year 1944 only, they opened the first high school in Mizoram. So from here, the formal education, development of formal education under the British, we could see. After 50 years of eagerly waiting for the high school, only after 50 years, the British people, they opened the first and only high school in Mizoram. And after 3 years after they opened that high school, the British left the Mizoland. Okay, so when they go out, when they leave, the Mizos were not at all ready for the next thing to come, for the upcoming political upheavals and political systematic change and all. So they were not at all ready for that. Okay, so the ultimate outcome is at the turn of India's independence, great turbulence and political upheavals happened. So the indirect rule and double subjection ended up to the fight between the commoners and the chief and their supporters. So this ultimately led to the abolition of chieftainship from the entire Lusai territory in the year 1955. So leaders from commoners came up to replace the chief, but they followed the same trail of the chief in the way they exercised their authority, which is what they tried to abolish. So my conclusion is that in the post-independent era, even after several decades of adoption of democracy, there seems to be among the masses a strong feeling that power and authority belongs to few political elite, as if it is permanent status and right. And the Mizos still recognize their elected representative like MLAs or members of village council or councillors. They recognize them as lal means chief. Okay, as the common notion said that we elected them to be king or to be chief. So that is how they do. This is this kind of political culture and negative orientation can cause many problems and difficulties to the entire community and society as well. So it is felt that this could be the long influence and impact of the subject political culture of the chieftainship, backed up by the colonial government. That's all for my presentation. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Job. Yes, we'll get back to you later. And now we come to the, before I go to Mr. Donald, I just want to know whether Athira Naranayan is here. Yeah, so Athira Naranayan is not here, right? So we go to Mr. Donald Jefferson Thaba, and he's from the Department of Computer Science, Assam University, Silchar. And his topic is a very, very unusual one, quite interesting. His topic is on the Khasi language and challenges in machine translation. So, Mr. Donald, the time is yours.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, very much.
Okay, I will share my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, yes, yes. Continue.
Okay. So, good afternoon. So, my title of this presentation is Khasi Language Challenge in Machine Translation. So, this is my content, introduction, objective, a little bit about machine translation and its application. What are the challenges in machine translation in Khasi language, and conclusion. So the Khasi has a rich oral literal heritage manifest in the form of the folk tales, myth, legends, parable, proverb, and so on. Therefore, the development of the writing system proved to be a landmark in a history of Khasi, leading to documentation, codification of the Khasi customary laws, their tradition knowledge, oral literature, custom, and practice. Now, if we try to look into the history of Khasi translation, it's all started during the missionary times, during the Serampur mission. At this time, the translation was done on the Bible, part of the Bible, and it was done in Shela dialect, and it was done in Bengali script. So this was not a very, very successful one, because Bengali script is a very, you can say, unfamiliar with the Khasi people, and it is very difficult even for the local people to actually read and understand it. So then the next phase come with the evangelical mission. Here, Reverend Thomas Jones actually introduced or started the Khasi dialect in using the manuscript. And from here, the translation of Bible and other Christian literature books were started actually. So this is the importance of translation in any language. Okay, so this is my objective. So my objective here is to study machine translation in Khasi and English. And here I would like to actually state some of the challenges in machine translation, and finally we'll try to come up with some solution to actually bridge this gap or bridge these challenges. So what is machine translation? So translation itself, if we just forget the term machine right now, translation is nothing but translating one language to another language, maybe English to Khasi, Khasi to English, or Khasi to Hindi, and so on. But when we say machine translation, it means that we don't need any human intervention to translate. We'll give it to the system, let the system do it for us. That is how we do machine translation. So I will show you some example for machine translation. This is a very common one, which is done by Google. I think my screen is visible. So suppose here, if I write in Khasi, if I write in English, where are you? You can see that it will be translated to Hindi. So this is what it has been done in Google. Now what we have done, we have started with this work in our with us. So is my screen visible?
Yes, but to enlarge a little bit.
Okay, now I think it's visible. So for example, if I type in English here, I will try to translate
I'm
English
sorry,
to
the
Khasi.
font is still very small, Mr. Donald. Just enlarge
Okay,
your font.
Yeah, I think now it's visible. Okay, so for example, if I type in English, how are you? How are you? So if I give to my system, you can see that the corresponding translation is Kumno Pilong. So this is actually, it is not done by human being, it is done by the system, it is done by machine. So this is what we have done so far. So we have translated English to Khasi, and vice versa, we can do Khasi to English also. So this is how machine translation actually works. So if I come back out here, and what are the application? If you look in the different application of Google Translation, you can see here, regarding machine translation, if you look like in Facebook, you can see that in Facebook, you can toggle your setting in Facebook. So whenever you try to write a post, you can actually convert or directly translate that whatever post you're writing into any particular language you want. Another example is that if you can see that, suppose in the right hand side of my presentation, you could see that this particular post out here is some part of this text is written in Hindi. So if I try to set my setting to allow my system to automatically translate this into English, you can see that the down portion, you can see that it is able to translate directly without actually using any, directly my system will do that for us. So another example here, which is very, very common these days, especially during this pandemic situation, is that we actually want to have a subtitle in our video and all. So if you go to YouTube, actually, you can see here, if I try to on this particular thing out here, it is telling that you can see that the subtitle is auto-generated. And now remember, this subtitle is actually, it is auto-generated by the system. It is not hard encoded by any human being. You can see in the setting out here, you can see that in the subtitle portion out here, you can see that it is set to auto-generated. So these are some of the application of machine translation. So how machine translation works? So let's try to understand the basic of machine translation. So here in this presentation, I have shown here with a picture out here between how a student actually learn in schools and all. Okay, so machine translation also work the same principle. It learns based on data. It learns based on facts. That is how machine translation learn. So let me show you this example out here. Let's say that I want to do a multiplication table out here. You can see here that this inputs and this true answer, it is known. It is known to me. That means these are predefined inputs. That means it is known to the, let's say the teacher knows this. So the teacher tells the student, you have to guess a number in such a way that if you get that number, if you multiply it with 1, you will get the answer. So let's say the student, the teacher give a student, you take 1. You pick any number. Let's say the student picked 1. So if I multiply 1 into 1, I will get 1. Then the teacher said that, no, that is not the correct answer. And what the teacher said that your answer is too small. You can see here what in the difference out here, you can see that I have done what? I have the predicted value minus the true value, I get -1. So this -1 is I'm telling to the student, no, you have to predict some little bit more than 1, because if you multiply 1 into 1, the answer is not 1, it is 2. So it is a multiplication table you can see out here. So the next step, the teacher tell again to the student, okay, you take 2. Then the student pick a number 3. Then the student will multiply 2 into 3, he will get 6. The teacher again said, no, that is not the right answer, because the actual answer is 4, but you get 6. Then the teacher tell to the student, no, you guess a wrong number. You have to decrease your guess, because 6 minus 4 is 2. That means the actual value minus the true value is actually 2. That means it is very high. So I'm telling the student, please reduce your guess. Next step, the student will guess 1.5. Again, he'll get 4.5 as the output. That means 3 into 1.5 is 4.5. The true answer is 6. Therefore, if I try to minus the predicted value minus the actual value, I'm getting minus 1.5. Again, the teacher will tell to the student, no, your answer is too less. You have to guess a better value. So in the last step out here, you can see that the student pick a right number, 2. So when he pick a right number, he can say 2. When I multiply 4 into 2, I get 8. So that true answer is 8. The predicted answer is 8. So what is the difference? 8 minus 8 is 0. So here in the last step, you can see that this is the right answer. So my objective out here is that this is actually how we learn. How the system will do this? The system will define a function out here in such a way that if I multiply x into w, this w is actually a weight out here, a predicted weight. I need to predict this value w in such a way that if I do x into w, I will get a correct answer. This is how I want to train my system. So how will I do that in the system? In a system, this is how a neural network works. Actually, I'm not going to go into deep into this thing, but what I want to actually show here is that if you look into the last diagram or this, you can say table out here, you can see that if I try to multiply the inputs with the weight, I'll get that predicted value. So this predicted value minus the true value, accordingly, suppose in the first step, you'll get a wrong answer. I'm telling, again, I will tell to the...
Sorry, Mr. Donald, yours is an interesting presentation, but because of the shortage of time, limitation of time, could you just talk about the challenges of Khasi language?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, and because you have, I think, 5 minutes more, so please do the needful. Thank you.
So I'll just take 1 minute for this. So the input is multiplied with the weights out here. You get the answer out here. So similarly, in term of words, what we can do is actually we can convert the words into number and we can do the mapping. So basically, what is machine translation does is actually it will try to map the input words into the translated words or the inputs language to translated language. The machine will try to make a hidden function. You can say that this function will map the input to the output. That means from the input language to the target language. Okay, so what is the challenges in Khasi translation? The challenges in Khasi translation is that so many words and terms are deeply embedded into social cultural values and practice of the society, which mean that it is not it will have to deal with a lot of semantics, not only just not just the word-to-word translation, but it should do with semantics of we should understand the words and then we have to translate. So when we talk about Khasi, we have so many socio-cultural values and practice. So sometimes it is very challenging to actually adopt to this thing. And moreover, we know that we are a matrilineal Khasi, matrilineal society. So the society is actually spread across, meaning each, what happened? The society consists of number of clan of Kur. Each clan is divided into a number of matrilineages called Kpo. And among the Khasi, individuals are referred to or addressed by term of kinship. For example, if you look out here, in Khasi, if we say Persa, in English, it will mean sister children, and Kundroit, it is also sister children. So you can see here that it may mean different for Khasi, but in English translation, we have a general thing called as what we translate as sister children. So this is the problem. So this problem because Khasi is more inclined to the social cultural values, but which is not in terms of English. That's why we can see that here, like for example, Persa and Kundroit, it may translate the same thing in English, but actually when we take Khasi, it is not so. Another thing is that if you look into the same thing here, same example, if you look here, in Khasi, we have Bakha, Parakha, Para Arkimi, Henman Arkimi, but in English, this thing have only a common translation, Kasin. But in Khasi, when we talk about Kasin, it means a lot of things. What Kasin, to whom you address? Maybe you address to Bakha, Parakha, Para Arkimi, or Henman Arkimi. So these are some of the challenges. Similarly, if you talk about brother-in-law, in Khasi, we may have Parakansi or Henmankansi, but in English, we may have just one term, that is brother-in-law. So these are some of the challenges. And similarly, when we take the Khasi words, okay. For example, here the term nya here, it's in English, it may mean maternal uncle wife, or it may mean maternal uncle wife sister. So you can see here, what we have is this same term. We may have a different translation in English. Okay, so all this difficulty actually, how to take care about all this difficulty into our translation, it's a big challenge, right? Similarly, when we talk about literal translation, that means when you talk literal translation, mean here we want to translate word by word. Okay, for example, the kana kabastab, an intelligent girl, ubriu ubashampang, a wise man. Now, if you look into Khasi, ka here refer to a feminine gender and u refer to a masculine gender, whereas in English, the term out here may refer to a neutral gender. Okay, so this is again a big challenge. We cannot simply literal translate word by word. So when we talk in translation, we have to actually consider the grammar of the Khasi language, okay, how the grammar actually follow it. Okay, so this is the challenges when we talk about literal translation. Okay, similarly here, kamit kaben, in Khasi we say table. Sorry, in English we say table. So in Khasi kamit kaben. So here also u and ka function as determiner, which is placed in front of the noun such as mau and si, whereas u and ka are the determiner determining the presence of the noun. So this thing with this table actually shows like meaning how to include or how to take care about the Khasi grammar when we do actually machine translation. Okay, so now when we take about the next thing about loan words out here means words which are borrowed from other language. Okay, for example, you can say, for example, computer out here. In Khasi, we don't have the word computer out here, so we say instead of C we write coms. Replace. So these are a few examples of loan words. So band out here we don't have a ch, that means Khasi. There is no words with end with two consonants in Khasi. That's for ch is actually here represented by b. That means bench is sorry, ch is represented by n out here. So these are loan words. So loan words means we don't have the vocabulary into Khasi language. That's therefore we are actually borrowing these words from other language. Another way is that sometimes loan words come to picture because we want to adapt ourselves with the new technology or with the new synonyms and all. Even if you take English also, English is actually every day the vocabulary of English language is actually keep on increasing. Similarly in Khasi also, when we try to incorporate new words into our language, we need to the simple thing is that we just borrow those words into our Khasi language. But there are a few problems with this. Language then become too in-depth to the original. Okay, render the speaker of the borrowing language toward lethargy. Then effort to actually try to develop the concept into our own language will actually degrade day by day as we keep on borrowing words from the other language. So these are a few of the disadvantage of using too much of borrowing words from other language. Okay, so the conclusion out here is that Khasi language has many dialect. It has many form. Even into our Khasi hills, we have different regions speak the different dialect of Khasi. So to incorporate all these things into our translation, it might be very, very difficult. And the very, very important thing is that Khasi language is is very complex because it's emerged from social, political, and religious things. So these are a few of the challenges with respect to machine translation, and that is all regarding my presentation. So machine translation is a very complicated thing. It's it involves a lot of resources and all. So I will be very happy if any of you would like to collaborate with us in improving this machine translation so that it will be benefited to the whole society. So thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you for your interesting presentation, and thank you for inviting us also to be part of this. It's very interesting. We have come to the end, I think. Athira is not here, and as I mentioned earlier, I'm constrained by the fact that I have an online meeting again at 12:30. But I would like to thank all the paper presenters for really giving very well-researched papers and sticking to the time. Thank you for collaborating with us and making our work easier. And I'm sorry, in the initial part, I even missed the latter part of Professor Shrikant's delivery because of network problems, and I missed out, I think, Mr. Gyan Bhagat's paper. I'm very sorry, most of your papers were not clear to me because of this network problem, but I'm sure that you've all done your, given your best, and your presentations have ignited interest and curiosity even among the, the people who are present here in this webinar. And if there's time, perhaps you can communicate on a one-to-one basis. And yes, so we've come to the end, and I thank all of you. But before, just a few. I'll just give you a few minutes if anybody wants to raise some queries or observation. Yes. I don't mind if I'm 5 minutes late for the next online meeting. Yeah, if there's anyone who wants to just have a clarification or or a query or observation, you're free to raise your hand. And yes, I'm sure the presentations have ignited a lot of interest, and in fact, given some challenges also to the way that these things presents are taken in their own areas, right? They differ from area. We have a beautiful mix here from different places. All right, so it was very interesting for what I heard. But if there any one of you who still want to clarify or make any observation, you're all free to do that. Yeah. So I guess, I guess the presentations were very good and clear enough. Thank you. Oh yeah, okay. Dr. Jenning Limba has raised a hand. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. I would like to have a clarification from Ms. I think Badakia Lins, something who talked on the motherhood of minorities.
Yes. Yes.
The one who talked on motherhood. Yes.
Yeah, that's Banda Karen. Yes, Banda Karen. Yeah. Yeah. Just ask your question.
See, in the conclusion, you mentioned about that these Shilpa women, the responsibility of leading the household became difficult because of existing disadvantages and deprived growth and development. So could you please enlighten on these existing disadvantages and deprived growth and development, please? On which part of aspect or point that you conclude this statement?
Yeah, Banda Karen, and even Dr. Wandi, you're here. Can you please respond to that?
Yes, I can reply to that. When we talk about the disadvantages, what we meant was in terms of as I had also mentioned in my paper where where we said that the society is not matriarchal, right? But it operates on patriarchal ideologies. What I meant is that when we look at the disadvantages, see for example like the decision making, right? In terms of the decision making, women do not have a free hand in there. For let's say if we are to look at family matters or any family issues, right? Now here it always has to be in consultation, say with the maternal uncle or with some male member of the family. It's not the sole decision that can be taken by the woman herself, right? Now that is one of the disadvantages. Then also when we look at the political participation of women, here also, as it is visible in our state, the political representation of women is still very, very low as compared to men, right? So these are some of the disadvantages that we're talking about, that we meant in this paper. Ma'am Limba, I hope I hope I've been able to
Sir,
clarify that point.
Yeah. What about this deprived growth and development? This one I want to stress on this one, deprived growth.
All right. In terms of that, see, in terms of in terms of the income earning power, that could be basically related to the level of educational attainment, right? Because at most times, there are certain situations where where the girl or the female, would have to give up on her education because of certain situations or certain priorities, right? So this puts her at a disadvantageous position in terms of her earnings capability, because say for example, a person who is who is aspiring to move on further in her educational attainment may not be able to do so, right, because of certain family obligations and so on. It is much more easier for the for the boys or the men, right, to move out. So that is one of the reasons. Because of which, the earnings capabilities of women, I should say, has been more or less suppressed, right? Then also, in terms of, the time allocation also, the mother or the woman has to do a multitasking activity in terms of running the households, as well as balance her work sphere. All right, so this therefore creates some imbalances, right? So even after, see, if we're looking at the activity of the women, say in the rural areas where most of the women are involved in the fields, all right, in the agricultural activities. Now, when she comes back home, she cannot be expected to just come and relax, right? She has to, the minute she reaches home, that there she has to look into the, the household. All right, she has to start with all her domestic chores and all that. So, but it may not always be the case with men. Okay, so these are some of the disadvantages that we actually wanted to point out.
All right, ma'am, it's very clear. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes,
okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am Limba.
Thank you, paper presenters. On behalf of Synod College Shillong, we thank you all. The
I'm
session
sorry.
was
I'm sorry. I was talking, but I forgot to unmute. Yeah, Della, Miss Della. Yeah, can I talk for just a few minutes, Della?
Yes, please. Yes.
Hello. Yeah. I'm so sorry. I was talking to the air. I forgot to unmute. To add to what Dr. Wandi was saying, like I've written many papers, Meghalaya is a matrilineal society with patriarchal nuances. It's still a man's world, no doubt, but there are cases, where, especially in the lower strata of society, where, for instance, we find these, our friends, cleaners who come to our house, they are very economically independent, All right, the scenario is not really good on the whole, but there are cases where women are very, very independent, and that's why we have organizations like Sing Khong Rinpei Thamai coming up. Okay, so that's food for thought. So yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Limba, for raising that point, and Dr. Wandi for responding so well. And yeah, so I've said thank you very much, because I've got this online meeting and another offline meeting at 2 o'clock. We thank Professor Shrikant, for his very illuminative deliberation, and he's raised very pertinent questions, okay, on the acceptance of the word tribe by people themselves. There's so many issues involved with this, right? But at the end of the day, yes, we have to cling on to the scheduled tribe status. There are many nuances for this, but for the benefit of the people, indigenous communities in the Northeast, the scheduled tribe status has to stay. And so in conclusion, I would thank all of you. Oh yes, before I come to the conclusion, I've noticed that some of you have given review literature. All right, and that's very good, because when you start, when you work on a topic, on a subject, you have to first review the literature available. All right, and this review of literature is very significant in that you first mention the books that you've read, you've reviewed, and then you analyze how far they could add to your insights, for your proposed work. All right, and then you notice that some lacuna in some of these reviewed literature, and then you can say that you will fill in the gap in the proposed work. All right, this is just a small a tip for our for our presenters. Thank you very much again. I've enjoyed listening to your presentations, and I'm sure all of us have listened, but because of the restrictions of time, we have to call it a day. And on my behalf, I thank the Sociology Department of Synod College for giving me this opportunity to chair this very illuminating and interesting session, and to be with all these presenters. Thank you very much. God bless you all, and God bless all of us here present. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Amina.
Thank you very much.
The next session will start at 1:30. The link is the same. Thank you.
Good afternoon to each and every one of you present here. We will now begin with the second session for today. Our chairperson for today is Dr. Mrs. G. Lingdo, an associate professor from the Department of English, who is also the coordinator, IQEC of Synod College. Mrs. Girin has always been a source of inspiration, and she has always pushed us and driven us to do the best. Dr. Mrs. Lingdo has also published several books and articles, and her area of interest is in women's studies. So I now hand over the time to Mrs. Lingdo. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I just want to thank our organizing secretary, Mrs. Monica Lalu, for organizing this whole thing so well, and at the same time for her kind words of introduction. Without further ado, we will go straight to our session. As you are aware, we are now in session 4 of our 2 days deliberation on the topic of tribal identity, the concept, and the implications. Now, in our session, we will be looking at we'll be looking at 6 papers this afternoon, 5 from paper presenters, as well as 1 paper which will be presented later by our resource person, who will be joining us later because he's joining us from London. So because of the time difference, he will be joining us later at 3:30. But in the meantime, we will go ahead with the rest of the sessions. And I just want to sort of take a kind of a roll call to see whether we are all here. According to the program, the first presenter that we have is Mr. CMA Shubro Michael. Sir, you're there. I can see you.
Yes.
June. And then we have the second presenter, Ms. Soma Gupta. Okay, I can see she's there. Yeah, hello. Then the third presenter will be Ms. L. Lucy from the Department of History. You're there, Ms. Okay, all right. And then after that, we're supposed to have a break, but we'll see depending on the consensus from all of us. If you feel that we need to take a break, we will do so for a while. If not, we can proceed directly. And then we have Ms. Minu Jose from the University of Kerala. Minu, Ms. Minu, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
And then we also have Mr. Vital Rathore from the University of Hyderabad. Is not there. Okay, maybe he may join us a little later. All right. So once again, I want to welcome each one of you, and we look forward to a very, very informative and a more detailed look at the different at the nuances as well as the connotations of tribal identity, as well as the concept and the implications of what tribalism and tribal identity is all about. So without further ado, I would now like to call Mr. Shubro Michael Gomes, who is the Director of Studies in the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, to kindly take up the time. And may I remind all our participants that the timing that has been allotted to each one of us is 15 minutes. We will have a time of discussion at the very end of the sessions. So we'll just proceed with all the presentations. The discussions will come later. And the title, the topic of that Mr. Shubro Michael Gomes will be looking at is the inherent need for tribal practices in contemporary markets. So without further ado, I now invite Mr. Gomes to kindly take his time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I seek the sharing permission, please?
Okay. Yes, sir.
The screen sharing, please. Yeah. Is this visible to you? Is it visible?
Yes, it is, sir. Please go ahead. Yeah.
I go. It's a warm welcome from my institute, ICI in Kolkata. But then the tribal practices which I like to focus on is more on markets and marketing. And what I felt during the whole discourse of preparing this paper and some bit of research, I am considering that there is a need for this, and this need is inherent. Now, how much it is felt by us can be experienced internally. Let me go ahead. And I come with this, that this article is basically, I have collated from various sources. Some had been my discussion with many people. Some have been my tribal students. I have met with various experts in this field. I had gone through literature long back, dating even in 1950s. From there, I have gathered some. So the process, the research methodology, if you talk about, had been a collation of these thoughts. However, one does not like to say that my own inputs have come in, but more had been factual, that these have been facts, written facts. And this is the output, which I am now about to present. The paper has already been shared. I don't want to go in discussion on what is a market, etc. But what I have found, even the Britannica also says that this origin of markets have been, the points of origin have been from three. On the top, although I state rural fairs, but I also identify international trade. The third one is service. I come to the third one before, a bit later, but then international trade. How international trade can be a point of origin of markets? In fact, the tribal economy had been very closed. The concept of trade was beyond that boundary. And that is how international trade is being considered here. Though we may say domestic trade is a point of origin of markets. And then something more very interesting is, we perhaps only thought of exchange of goods, but exchange of services was also there. And three-tier marketing hierarchy had been noticeable. Gopal in 1989 had identified this, that at the bottom it had been rural periodic markets. I have to bring in the rural point here, as because I am considering tribal markets, rural markets, not same, but in some bit of a equivalency. Then above that had been market towns, which means towards the urban ones. And on the top had been financial and commercial centers. So this sort of a marketing hierarchy existed at that time also. Please note, we are also more or less following the same formats, hierarchical formats. We more or less are concerned with the term barter, and we considered that it was the most prevalent one, and how it was. So it was carried on by means of giving one commodity for other, as we know. But very two important things have to be noticed, that there were established ratios, not for all, but there was actual bargaining also. We may consider the actual bargaining was the only thing, but no, there had been established ratios. And it also says that, you see, these two methods coexisted, since bargaining by no means always accompanied barter. The way we try to understand, and still we think barter means there is a bargaining. We also go now also, and perhaps in some way or the other, it is still practiced. And to identify minutely, if you look at it, see, the tribal markets, the basic characteristics, yes, true, it was through barter, but volume rather than weight. Next is the production, the quantum of production, a very small scale. It used to cater to their own economy, mostly. And furthermore, the concern is with consumer goods rather than trading commodities. And another thing was competition was lacking. We talk about perfect competition, etc., monopolistic, but competition was not much there. And the very relevant one was the prices being fixed by traditionally determined relative values, rather than we consider price as it is an interplay of what the demand and the supply. Perhaps it was not that at that time. Trying to also link the rural markets, it had been that the same person at times acts as seller and buyer, not at the same time. Then the local productions are the common selling items. And as already earlier pointed, the market, the vicinity, the closest is small area, as because the population is small. So the market is to feed that population. The ones which are prevalent now. So a comparison, if I may, I find there's a big one. You know, the shift is what? Town structures and institutions have come up. Furthermore, autonomy from formally imposed controls. This is a departure. In rural markets, there is lack of permanency, whereas the urban markets have permanency. Then there is non-formalistic functions in the rural ones. And for exchange of commodities, it's much more than it is not merely an exchange of commodity and services. So many things, just like I have mentioned, a point of origin of markets, I mean rural fairs. So you just don't say that this is the point of exchange of commodities. There are so many happenings in that. Integral part of the social structure, rural markets. Even it had become centers of communication. And how it is, one has to understand, the local man can earn some fame or can be defamed. That is also there. Let me get into a very interesting find of mine, and it is factual, which is termed as coercive barter. However, I had to quote this, but my personal choice regarding this particular terminology of coercive barter, I would like to say influential barter. I will come to that in perhaps the very next slide itself, but I tell you the fact, what it was. Try to note the exchange. What I am trying to identify is fish to be exchanged in terms of taro, and with taro potato like, okay. And taros to be exchanged with betel nuts. This is that a quantity of fish which fetches 10 taros. With that, they can exchange it for 40 betel nuts. But when it is lime, the quantity for taros obtainable is 4 taros, which means lime is very much cheaper. Immediately, please do not focus on this betel nuts, because that is the case. So betel nuts, just imagine, no? So 40, it is 80. What is the exchange? Now let me give you some more facts. Although this slide I am going to come, I am referring back to this previous slide. I give you the story behind it, how it is and why it is so. First is fish. Who catches the fish? That means the suppliers of the fish, the sea people, okay? And then who is the supplier for lime? It is the same. Don't consider limestones, etc. It is from shells, corals. And sea people, if you look at the exchange rate only in terms of taro, they would be more inclined to catch fish because they will get 10 taros. Whereas for lime, they have to, yes, they have to pick corals, maybe they have to dive down, and then when they bring the corals, they have to rub and then find the lime. Very small in quantity also. So as a normal exchange, normal goods, what we will see that the fishermen will have a choice of fish or lime. Obviously, they will go for fish as because it gives them more number of taros. Now, demand lies where? Demand lies both places. Say fish, the fishermen also have, and they also supply to. I am just trying to identify land people. Okay, I'm not trying to categorize them, but then land. Betel nuts, pepper leaves, these are all grown by the land people. Now they also require fish, but they also require lime. They will not get lime until unless the fisherman does that. So fishermen inclined to go for catching fish, they are influenced by whom? By the land people that no, you prepare lime. Why lime? Because the need for chewing these betel nuts, okay, of the sea people, they are now providing more number of betel nuts in order to fetch lime. This I have tried to identify and created a formula, which now I'm going to refer. You see, this is the power. This has been a power within those. Look at the graph first, then I go to the formula. Both are being visible to you at the same time. For the normal one, you see so less power in comparison to the coerced products. Imagine if we are thinking of influencing markets now, why can't we think of this? And try to note the power in case of fish lime exchange. I have calculated in terms of the exchange rates, 5 times more. And which is this worst product we need to identify? And in markets we come to know. With this, I go to the distortions which I have noticed. The growing use of money. For them, money was not even a commodity. And then measurement by weights, which we are now emphasizing more. Then mass production factories which have come out. Then the price determination. Yeah, it is intersection or interplay of demand and supply. And then regulations. It has distorted our tribal markets. I tell you very truly, towards my conclusion, the tribal markets, these exploitative practices were not there, are still not there. As because I have visited many of those tribal markets, the undertreatment, etc., there is no question of like this. And the monopolistic tendencies, etc., they don't bother, it's not there in fact. Another point which I like to say is that, you see, if we talk about regulation of markets, the tribal markets are totally unregulated. Who regulates it? This is where I perhaps rest my case, only to give you time to interact and introspect. And if you allow, I will stop my sharing. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shubro Michael Gomes, for giving us such a very, giving us a very detailed insight into the traditional tribal practices, the traditional tribal commercial practices, and at the same time, looking at the viability of this kind of, of a commercial practice. When you were talking just now, I recall that my mother-in-law, who comes from, from these border villages with Bangladesh, she would tell us stories that earlier on, that was the practice for them. With the Bangladeshi people, there was such a good commercial connection with them. So, they would barter their oranges, their betel nuts, their, areca nut and betel leaf and everything. And they would exchange it with, with the fishes from Bangladesh and other items. So when you were talking just now, I was remembering that. And I think that it is something which perhaps to a certain extent is still being followed, maybe not in a very structured manner,
yes.
But, at the grassroots level. Yeah.
That is my point.
Yeah.
So and there is a need for this. We
a need to
cannot
revive. Yes. So I thought it's a very, very interesting paper. So perhaps we can leave room for further discussion later at the end of the session. But thank you so much, sir. We really appreciate your paper. Thank you. So from the world of commerce, we will now move on to a look at the contribution of many tribal communities in the context of India's struggle, for India's fight for independence, India's struggle for independence, and in particular, the Santhal tribes of India. And for this paper, I would like to request Ms. Soma Gupta to kindly present. Ms. Soma Gupta is an assistant teacher. She teaches English in the Shillong Jail Road Boys Higher Secondary School. And her topic will be an analysis of the Santhal tribes of India and their struggle to resist oppression during pre-independence period. So without further ado, I welcome Ms. Soma. She has been presenting a lot of papers in all of our webinar, and we look forward to another good one from you, Ms. Gupta. And I would just like to remind you again, our timing is 15 minutes. Kindly stick to the time. Thank you so much. I give the time to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. My paper is a theoretical paper, and because of scarcity of time, I've just noted down the key points. I will be highlighting on that. So it's about the Santal tribes and how they have tried to resist oppression during the pre-independence period. So India is a land known for its cultural heritage and diversity. Apart from people comprising of different communities, caste, and religious background, the nation also comprises of tribal or Adivasi inhabitants. The term Adivasi finds its origin from the Hindi word Adi, which means of earliest times or from the beginning, while the term Vasi means inhabitant or resident. It was coined in the 1930s largely as a consequence of a political movement to forge a sense of identity among the various indigenous people of India. The habitat and culture of Adivasis not only provide them with a sense of freedom, self-identity, and respect, it also empowers them to stand united against any kind of exploitation and oppression by outsiders like the landlords, kings, British, and others. As a corollary, the tribal history of India is abundant with heroic tales of uprising against the exploiters whenever such occasions arose. The uprisings were basically against this unwelcome intrusion and a fight for their independence, which were launched being primarily related to their issues of livelihood, socio-cultural security, oppression, discrimination, negligence, poverty, hunger, and unemployment. The tribals attempted to free their lands from any individual or group who exploited them economically and culturally, revolted against the forceful and devastating intrusions into their life and region. At the same time, each of these movements emphasized on revitalization of their traditional culture, which was swayed under the impact of the British. One such tribe living in the Indian subcontinent are the Santals. They are an ethnic group native to India and Bangladesh. Besides Jharkhand, Santals are also found in Assam, Bihar, Orissa, and West Bengal. The Santals speak Santali, the most widely spoken of the Munda languages. The word Santal is derived from the word Santa, meaning calm and peaceful, and Ala, meaning man. Hence, they are often termed as naive and noble savages. In the past, the Santals led a nomadic life. It is believed that about 4,000 years ago, Austro-Asiatic language speakers probably arrived from Indochina to the coast of Orissa. They spread from Southeast Asia and mixed extensively with the local Indian population. Gradually, they came to settle down in the Chota Nagpur plateau. The Santals migrated into India in the 18th century along with other tribes and took shelter in the forests and hills of North India. After the colonization of Bengal, the British demarcated the Daman-Eco region, which is now in Jharkhand, and invited Santals to settle in the area in order to reclaim the forest for farming and other forms of cultivation. Many of them came to settle in these lands to enjoy a comfortable life. The Santals gradually started leading a lifestyle whereby certain rituals, customs, and practices were being followed by them. Their religious practices are somewhat similar to that of Hinduism. They also believe that there are many other supernatural beings who are also powerful. However, not all Santals follow the traditional rituals of their tribe. Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, Sikhism, and Jainism are also followed by these tribes apart from Hinduism. Santalis use Al-Chiki as a language of communication, which is their mother tongue. Their script was discovered by Pandit Raghunath Murmu in the year 1920. Music and dance form an important part of the Santal festival. Use of open chests, bamboo flutes, and other stringed instruments is often seen during festivals. The marriage system of the Santal tribes is mostly monogamous. However, a man is permitted to remarry if his first wife is barren or on the death of his elder brother when he may remarry the widow. In both cases, the first wife's consent is mandatory. Their custom does not permit marriage between cross cousins or parallel cousins, which means it is again exogamous in nature. The peaceful lives of the Santals were affected with the coming of the British, who brought traders and moneylenders with them. The introduction of British policies aimed at extracting money from the peasants and tribals and resulted in every social group to raise their voice against colonial powers. The displaced landlords and rulers wanted to regain their land and estates, while the tribals rebelled because they disliked moneylenders to interfere in their lives. The Santals were compelled to flee from their lands when the landlords brought them under companies' revenue control. They were called to settle and carry on farming activities in the hills of Rajmahal to reclaim the forest for farming. This area was called the Santal Pargana or Daman-e-Ko. The area extended from Bhagalpur in Bihar to Orissa in the south, stretching from Hazaribagh to the borders of Bengal. The British demarcated this region after colonizing Bengal. This led to a large population of Santals from Cuttack, Hazaribagh, Midnapur, and Manbhum to settle in these lands. Gradually, these areas came under the Bengal Presidency, whose rule passed on to the British after the Battle of Plassey in the year 1757. Thereafter, the establishment of the Permanent Land Settlement Act of 1793 by Lord Cornwallis authorized landlords to have perpetual and hereditary rights over the lands and demarcated under their jurisdiction, unless they were able to pay the required land revenue. This act was initially introduced in Bengal and Bihar, but eventually spread all over India. The landlords took these lands on auction from the Britishers and gave them to the peasants for cultivation. The landlords, moneylenders, and the government officers hiked the land tax, exploited the common peasants, cheated them in business deals, and trampled their crops. They were made to buy goods on credit and forced to pay back with heavy interest during harvest time. As a result, they were sometimes forced to give the Mahajan not merely their crops, but also plough, bullocks, and finally the land, and forced to sell their belongings, children, and even their wives to meet the requirements of the landlords and local moneylenders. They lost their livelihood with the restrictions imposed on the use of forest produce, on shifting agriculture, and on hunting practices. They were charged exorbitant rates of interest, abused, humiliated, cheated in business deals, exploited and forcefully dispossessed of their own property. The rich peasants used violence, threatened, attacked, and enforced them to surrender. Moreover, the Europeans employed them for railroad construction without any payment, abducted, raped, exploited, and murdered the Santal woman. Constant reluctance from the judiciary and administration led to the tribals' response in the form of resistance through a massive movement in the year 1855-56, known as the Santal Hul Rebellion, which in the local language means a liberation movement. On 30th June 1855, the two Santal brothers, Sidhu and Kanu Murmu, assisted by their sisters Fulo and Chano, and brothers named Chand and Bhairav, spearheaded the movement against the permanent settlement of Lord Cornwallis by declaring a rebellion against the company and mobilizing around 60,000 Santals. They called a meeting at Bhagnadi, where it was declared that their exploitation could be brought to an end by taking back their land from the oppressors and thereby establishing an independent Santal state. Apart from Santals, over 60,000 tribesmen and several peasant groups, including milkmen, blacksmiths, leather workers, potters, weavers, dooms, and others, did take part in the rebellion by providing food, milk, and other essentials, and also helped them carve weapons. Santal rebellion saw mass-scale violence, where account books of moneylenders and government buildings were burnt, and the exploiters punished. Storehouses and granaries were also looted and set on fire. While the law and situation was getting out of control, the company administration, in collaboration with the Nawab of Murshidabad and the local landlords, sent troops to quell the rebellion. The primitive weapons of the Santals were no match to the gunpowder weapons of the company. Troop detachments from the 7th Knife Infantry Regiment 40th Native Infantry, and others were called into action. Finally, the Santal rebellion forced the government to change its policy towards them. Around 5,000 square miles area was carved out as non-regulation district, which was called Santal Parganas. An administrative head was appointed to recover the alienated land. The revolt was eventually suppressed with the death of Sidhu and Kano, who were killed in action. Although the Santals lacked literacy, there was an immense sense of self-respect, pride, and honor prevalent among them. However, the British took pride in the fact that they were civilizing nomads and letting them into cultivation. The Santal rebellion was largely overshadowed by the Sepoy Mutiny of 1857, which was the first war of Indian independence. However, its impact lives on as a heroic tale of the peace-loving, hunting, and agricultural tribe who never gave up their struggle against their oppressors in spite of being compelled to serve them for decades. It becomes important to mention that the initial collaboration of the Santals and the other tribes with the landlords in their resistance against oppression of the British became a turning point in Indian history as it prepared a strong ground for them to take part in the First War of Independence. This was reaffirmed over a century and a half later with the creation of the first tribal province in the Republic of India, Jharkhand. Seldom do our history books have mention of revolts originating from struggles of indigenous tribes and clans. It is evident that they have not been given their deserved place in history. This liberation movement, carried out by the Santals, eventually resulted in the Chota Nagpur Tenant Act of 1908. Santal Pargana was also created by the government, and the Santal Pargana Tenancy Act 1912 was passed. The Santal community celebrates the day of rebellion till date. That's all. Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving me the time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Soma Gupta. I think it's a very interesting paper because what you have done is you have traced the historical, you have traced the history of the Santhal tribes. You have given us a very in-depth look at their social fabric, their culture, and even their political involvement, I should say. Especially what you have done, what is very interesting about this paper is that you have tried to bring to the foreground, the undocumented contribution, of some of these tribes in India. You're giving a voice through your paper. You're giving a voice to these, these narratives that have hitherto perhaps been obscured through layers of, of mainstream dominant voices in the larger Indian narrative. So thank you so much, and I think others have been greatly benefited by this paper as well. So thank you so much, Ms. Soma Gupta. Thank you. And now we will be looking, we will be moving from the Santhal to the context of Nagaland, and we will be looking at the Naga Raj movement from economic discontentment to freedom movement. And this paper will be presented by Ms. Langriang Liu, Lucy, who's a research scholar in the Department of History, Northeastern Hill University, Shillong. So I now give this time over to Ms. Lucy. Let me remind you again that your timing is 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the kind introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Before I start my presentation, kindly allow me to share my screen. The paper attempts to explore the Naga Raj movement, which was spearheaded by Zadonang and later by Gaidit Liu. But my intention here is to focus primarily on Zadonang. The paper aims to examine the genesis of the movement and the changes in the nature of the movement. So now let us look into who are the Zeliangrong people. The term Zeliangrong is a composite name for the cognate tribes that is Zemai, Liangmai, and Rongmai. Owing to the boundary demarcations carried out by the British, the Zeliangrong people have been disjointed into three northeastern states, that is Assam, Manipur, and Nagaland. Based on the common origin, kinship, and social and cultural affinity, they believe they are from the same ancestor. Realizing the need for common nomenclature of the cognate tribes, the common name Zeliangrong was adopted in 1947 by adding together the first syllable of the three kindred groups to refer to the three groups together. To understand the genesis of the Naga Raj movement, it is essential to look into the account of Zeliangrong contacts and their relationship with neighboring territories. The first contact of the Zeliangrong people with an organized state is the Meitei Kingdom, followed by the Kacharis Kingdom. The Meitei chronicles recorded several conflicts between the plain and the hill people. By the time of King Garib Niwas, the hill tribes were subjugated and he imposed the Lalup system, feudal service, in 1735. He introduced functionaries like Kulakpa. Okay,
Miss Lucy, we seem to have lost the
Yeah, I was asked to on my camera.
Okay. In case you cannot, please proceed. It's all right. If you can, we would love to see you. But if not, it's okay. You can proceed as you are.
Okay, I'm having some problem. I'll just proceed it like this.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Okay, he introduced functionaries like Kulakpa or village administrator, Kunbu village chief, Luplakpa and Lambu or interpreter. And these changes in the administrative system disturbed the internal structure of the village by undermining the authority and power of the village chiefs. Also, on every opportunity, the Meitei kings effectively extract tribute from the hill tribes and made a source of profit. As much tribute as possible was extracted from the hills, while not a rupee was spent for their benefit. The Zeliangrong came into contact with the Kacharis when the Kacharis established their capital at Maibong in North Kachar Hills. Between the 17th and 18th centuries, the Kacharis were engaged in expanding their kingdom, and the encounters were part of the history of conflict. There are some historical evidences in which the Kacharis king sent an expedition to the Zeliangrong territory. However, with the annexation of Assam by British, the conquest designs of the Meitei and Kacharis kings were brought to an end. By the 19th century, the Zeliangrong people, they witnessed a mass settlement of Kukis into their land. The settlement of Kukis in the land of Zeliangrong resulted the beginning of contests over land and natural resources. The colonial intervention. The point of fundamental significance which marked British policy towards the hill tribe was the introduction of hill house tax in 1892. The house tax of Rs3 was forcefully collected, and failure to pay taxes was often met with severe punishment. Furthermore, the state implements the forest regulations and classified the forest in the hills of Manipur into village reserved, state reserved, and open reserved forests. And the state banned activities like agriculture, hunting, and fishing, and this reserved area upon the local people, while on the other hand, the colonial state started to exploit forest resources for their benefit. Also, the British imposed a system of forced labor known as Pothang in the hill tribes of Manipur. Under this system, the hill people were obligated to carry luggage and goods of the touring officials and to construct or repair roads and bridges and also to build new bungalows for the British official free of cost. Also, each household was duty bound to subscribe money and feed the touring officials free of cost. The migration of Kukis and the colonial policies towards the settlement of Kukis as a sort of buffer against the raids by various Naga hill tribes, especially the Angamis, created animosity. The economic problem faced by the Zeliangrong people were directly linked with the British policy of allowing Kuki immigrants to settle in their lands. The colonial state further reinforced the growing animosity between the Kukis and the Nagas by pitying one group against the other for their advantage. Located within this larger history of conflict, the Kuki rebellion, while being against the British, involved attacks on Nagas, especially the Zeliangrong. The failure to provide protection against the attacks from the Kuki shake the confidence of the Zeliangrong people in British rule. After the Kuki rebellion, the hill areas were divided into 3 subdivisions to be administered by a subdivisional officer, so to have a better control over the hills. And in the absence of good roads, it makes it impossible to proper dealings of the hill people. Therefore, opening up of roads and bridle paths was highly recommended, but the colonial authorities were not ready to invest from their own pocket, so they rely on the free forced labor of the villages in building the roads. In this way, the potang system continued in the hill areas even though it was abolished in the year 1913. The imposition of heavy taxation and the demands of free labor were a Herculean task to meet considering their economy. Also, this period witnessed the maladministration of the hill areas by irresponsible and often illiterate petty officials like Lambus and Rot Mahoris. Furthermore, the Christian missionaries looked upon the culture of the Zeliangrong people as uncivilized, barbarous, demonic, and superstitious. They preached against their traditional practices. The Christian missionaries and also the newly converts, they challenged the very foundation of the traditional belief system. Also, the authority and powers of the village elders and the religious heads were threatened by these new competitors. So it was in this historical context that Donang organized his movement against the British, whom the Zeliangrong people consider as the root cause of their sufferings. Here it is important to clarify that the term Naga Raj was first used by British political agent J.C. Higgins in his report to the Chief Secretary of Assam. The first phase of the movement was more inclined towards the reformation of the traditional religion and to unite the Zeliangrong in particular and the Nagas in general. It was a clever use of religion for political purpose. As his popularity increased, it entered into a second phase where it assumed a political overtone. He began to recruit and train young disciples called Riphen. Spears were also sent out to Zeliangrong villages and to other Naga tribes to garner support from them. Some Angamis came forward in support of his struggle. He proclaimed Makam Ugongdi, or in Naga Independent Kingdom, and give the famous slogan Makam Meroi Gwang Tu Puni, meaning Naga will be the rulers. He predicted that the days of British Raj, the Meitei kings and the Kukis will come to an end, and this proclamation brought him in confrontation with the British. Also in 1930, the office of the Northwest Subdivision Office was shifted to Imphal, and this gave Donang an opportunity to travel freely and organize his movement. From 1930 to 31, he launched several campaigns against the British and asked the people not to pay taxes, to reject the potang service, and disobedient towards the Lambus and Rot Mahoris. The British authority considered his movement to be a potential source of danger to colonial administration. And on 19 February 1931, when Donang was on a pilgrimage to Bhuvan Hills in Kachar with his followers, a Muslim police officer of Lakhipur police station arrested him for sedition case. J.C. Higgins, the political agent of Manipur, interrogated him on several accounts. First, that he declared himself to be a god. Second, that he prevented census work. Third, that he had declared war against the government. And fourth, that he had collected mithuns as tribute. but all these charges were effectively denied by Jadonang. While the government was looking for opportunities to execute him, one Rod Mahoris called the Lakpao, a Christian convert from Kaikau village, reported to SDO S.J. Duncan that Jadonang was involved in the murder of 4 Manipuri traders in March 1930. The government took more interest and enthusiasm in the murder case and pushed the sedition case to the background. The colonial authority intentionally decided to do away with Jadonang from the scene of rebellion under any pretext, and so Jadonang was not given an opportunity for legal defense in the court of political agents. A very peculiar judgment and court proceeding was witnessed during the trial. A role of police, prosecutor, and judge was altogether performed by J.C. Higgins, so no fair trial was given as could have been expected. Furthermore, Jadonang's appeal were rejected by both the Governor of Assam and the Governor-General Council of India. Accordingly, Jadonang was hanged to death on the 29th August 1931 at Imphal. To conclude, it was the economic discontentment, discrimination, and the authoritarianism of the foreign rulers that provoked the Zeliangrong people and paved the way for the rise of the Naga Raj movement. By executing Jadonang, the British wanted to send out a strong message that such uprising would be ruthlessly crushed, but the movement did not die down as the British officials expected, but continued under the leadership of Rani Gaiditliu. The movement under her leadership was more intensified and adopted violent means and challenged the British rule once again. That brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lucy. Her paper examines the genesis as well as the political development in the 3 tribal groups of Nagaland, collectively known as the Zeliangrong tribes. So I think it's a very interesting paper. And she also looks at the causes, primarily an economic one, as she said there in her paper, economic discontentment, which is traced as being one of the causes that finally led to their being drawn into the greater struggle for freedom. So thank you so much, Ms. Lucy, once again, and all the best as you continue to explore further on that particular paper in your research. Thank you so much. Now, actually, we were supposed to take a break according to the program, but I think it's all right if we can proceed straight away. Our next presenter will be Ms. Meena Jose. Are you there, Ms. Jose?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So Ms. Meena Jose, she's a research scholar from the Department of Sociology from the Loyola College of Social Sciences, University of Kerala. And her paper will be an analysis on the historic background and inter-community disparity among the scheduled tribes of Kerala. So from the northeastern region, we will now move on to have a look at the scheduled tribes of Kerala way down in South India. So I invite Ms. Meena Jose to kindly take her time to present her paper. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. May I share my PPT?
Yes.
Is it visible on the screen?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. A warm good afternoon to one and all here. First of all, I thank the organizer for giving me this opportunity for present my paper in this international webinar. Then moving on to my paper, an analysis on the historic background and intercommunity disparity among scheduled tribes in Kerala. I am Meena Jose, the resource scholar, Department of Sociology, Loyola College of Social Sciences, Trivandrum. Introduction. Kerala, with its strong social indicators like near total literacy, improved healthcare facilities, and high life expectancy, can be considered as a model for development for other states in India. However, those sections in society who depend on traditional resources for livelihood and the vulnerable sections like scheduled castes and tribes in the state are left out from Kerala's development, study says. Among the outlier communities in the state, scheduled tribes are the most disadvantaged socially and economically. The status of scheduled tribes in respect of human development indices demonstrate that the development has not reached equally among all sections of people in the state. In the view of the idea of inclusive development, the status of scheduled tribes, whom the Indian Constitution recognizes as a vulnerable group, requires a special attention. Moving on to the background of the study, scheduled tribes are an ethnic group of historically disadvantaged people that are given recognition in the Constitution of India. The scheduled tribes, being one of the most disadvantaged groups among the outlier communities, marked disparity with general population is almost a normal reality for any region of India. However, the problem does not end there. What is more disturbing is the fact that among us the different tribal communities, there exists a more serious gap in all human development factors. While some of the tribal groups are quite ahead in some of the indices of development, other communities are well behind in all the indices of development. It is in this context, this paper tries to analyze inter-community disparity among the scheduled tribe communities in Kerala, especially in terms of educational attainment and employment, as educational status and representation in government and quasi-government jobs among us STs can be considered as an indicator of development. And to have a better analytical understanding of the deprived status of scheduled tribes population, the study is carried out using a historic perspective, that is to analyze the problem historically. Objectives of the study: to analyze the representation of tribal communities in Kerala at different levels of education, to analyze the representation of tribal communities in Kerala in government and quasi-government employment, to analyze the inter-community disparity observed in the representation of scheduled tribes in Kerala at different level of education and in government and quasi-government employment, to analyze the historic background of these communities and to find out the reason for the inter-tribe disparity, if any. Methodology: the study uses secondary sources of data. For analyzing the inter-tribe disparity at different levels of education and employment, the data were collected from the draft report on the socio-economic status of scheduled tribes in Kerala, published by the Scheduled Tribes Development Department, Government of Kerala, 2013. For the purpose of analysis, the community-wise data on educational status at secondary and higher secondary levels, graduation and post-graduation were taken for the survey, from the survey report. The study also took community-wise data on employment in government and quasi-government sectors from the report. And to examine the historical background of tribal communities in the state, various published books and articles were analyzed. The major tribal communities from 3 districts, Wayanad, Idukki, and Thiruvananthapuram, whose population about 10,000 were selected for the study. They are Paniyan, Kurchian, Kurumar, Katunaikan, and Adiyan from the district of Wayanad, and Malayarian, Muduvan, and Ulladan from Idukki district, and Kanikar from Thiruvananthapuram district, which constitute about 62% of the total tribal population of the state. Moving on to the results and discussions, the study mainly focused to find out the representation of scheduled tribe communities at different levels of education and also in the government and quasi-government employment. From these data, the inter-community disparity among the STs in the state will be analyzed. Figure 1 shows the number of secondary and higher secondary holders among the selected 9 tribal communities in the state. It is evident from figure 1 that the representation of Adiyan, Katunaikan, Muduvan, and Paniyan communities on education at secondary and higher secondary levels are very low. The absolute numbers of communities having secondary and higher secondary education are expressed in the brackets, and whereas the Ulladan, Kanikar, Kurumar, Kurchian, and Malayarian communities have high representation on education at secondary and higher secondary levels. Now, in figure 2 and 3, the number of graduates and postgraduates among the selected 9 tribal communities are shown respectively. And this community-wise data also show that Adiyan, Katunaikan, Muduvan and Paniyan communities have very low representation on education at graduate and postgraduate levels. And the communities Ulladan, Kanikar, Kurumar, Kuruchir and Malayarian are performing very well. It is to be noted here that Paniyan community is having no representation in the postgraduate level. Okay, in figure 4, the number of main workers in government and quasi-government employment among the selected 9 tribal communities are shown, and it is clear from the figure 4 that their representation from Adiyan, Katunaikan, Muduvan and Paniyan communities are very low, and those of Ulladan, Kanikar, Kurumar, Kuruchir and Malayar communities are very high. So from all the data above, it is clear that the representation of Adiyan, Katunaikan, Muduvan and Paniyan communities in all levels of education and employment are very low, thus forming the backward communities among STs in Kerala. It is to be noted here that Paniyan community, despite being the most populated ST community in Kerala, its representation in all indicators are very low. On the contrary, by performing well in all levels of education and employment, the Ulladan, Kanikar, Kurumar, Kuruchian and Malayalam communities have become the forward communities in the state. Also, among the forward communities, Malayalam communities has performed extremely high in all indicators. Thus, the data uncovers the inter-tribe disparity among STs in Kerala. Now, moving on to the historic background of backward and forward tribes in Kerala to find out the disparities in these communities. First, backward community identified is Adiyan. Historical accounts of Adiyans are mainly concentrated in Wayanad district, and the word Adiyan literally means slave or shelf. The historical accounts on Adiyan community explains that they used to be bonded to their landlord. It is believed that they were brought in from different regions of Mysore for work in the field of Brahmins and other upper caste people. Even in the 70s, bonded labor in its residual form existed among this community. Then Katunaikan community was traditionally hunter-gatherers. Until the beginning of the last century, they were leading more or less independent life depending on the forest resources. Owing to their relative isolation in comparison with other tribal communities, they are the least exposed to modernity. Now come to the third tribal community, Muduvan. Historical accounts on the Muduvan tribe says that they were obedient subject to royal dynasty of Madurai, Tamil Nadu. And when the dynasty was overthrown of power, they immigrated to central Kerala, and Muduvans also accompanied them. Studies say that development schemes offered by the government have had only minimal impact on the life and development of the Muduvan tribes, as their connections with the outside world is very minimal. Paniyan is the numerically largest community among STs in Kerala. The word Paniyan is derived from Malayalam word Pani, meaning work. It is believed that they were brought to Malabar to work in the fields of Janmis, the then landlords. Traditionally, they were bonded laborers. Now moving on to the forward tribal communities, Ulladan. Historical accounts on Ulladan says that their original settlements were in forest areas, and later on they came down and settled in plain areas too. Ulladans who are settled in urban and semi-urban areas have responded to development and progress in their own ways. Now comes Kanikar community. They are called Kanikar by the sage Agastya, signifying hereditary proprietor of land. The Kanikar have an allegiance to Travancore kingdom, and they visit the Raja annually to present hill produces and in turn receive gifts from the Raja. Historical accounts on Kanikar shows that the introduction of the tribe to the mainstream society influenced their lives and system to a great extent. Kanikar living in the plain areas along with other communities have improved much in their lifestyle. Now, the Kurumar community is found mainly in Wayanad district. Analyzing the historical background of Kurumar community showed that this Malayalam-speaking community is believed to be the descendants of Vedas, the ancient rulers of Wayanad. Kurumar in the state has remarkably benefited from the welfare programs of the state. Many of the community members are active in the public life of Wayanad. The community is also represented in in government services and also has representation in the local bodies in Kerala. Now the fourth community, Kurichiyar community. Kurichiyar, the second largest tribal community in the state, is mainly found in Wayanad. They have a history of a Kurichian leader, Talakal Chandu, along with Parsi Raja, fought with bow and arrows against the Britishers between 1802 and 1805. The archery skills of Kurichian community notes the close link the community had with Parsi Raja. Kurichiyar community consider themselves superior to other communities. Malayarian communities are mainly concentrated in Idukki district. From the data, it is clear that Malayarian is the most developed among all the tribal communities in the state. The community has mainly benefited from the activities of Christian missionaries. The missionaries started vernacular schools, and as a result, their march to progress has been fast and steady. They are comparatively better educated and are the major and the major beneficiaries of the reservation of the central and state government in education and government jobs. The landholding capacity of the community is relatively high compared to other tribal communities, and income generation from agriculture is also high among the community. Thus, from the historical accounts, it is found out that the relative isolation of community from outside world and being victims of bonded labor system are the main reason for the backwardness among the backward tribal communities. The isolation and bonded labor led to low self-perception among these communities, and as a result, reluctant to take up or sometimes unaware of the policy measures implemented by the government for their development. On the other hand, in the case of forward tribal communities, their contact with outside world, either ancestor being the rulers of land or close proximity with ruling kingdom, and exposure to education in vernacular language help them to improve their self-esteem and help them to progress faster than other tribal communities in the state. Also, they are more aware about the policy measures implemented by the government authorities and utilize them for their development. So, the conclusion, thus, the study found out that the representation of different tribal communities at different levels of education and employment shows a wide disparity. From the study, Paniyan, Muduvan, Katunaikan, and Adiyan are found to be backward, and Malayarian, Kurumar, Kurichiyar, Kanikar, and Ulladan are found to be the forward tribal communities in the state. On analyzing the reason for this disparity from the historical accounts, it is found out that isolation and bonded labor resulted in low self-perception among backward tribal communities, and the contact with outside world, close relationship with rulers of the land, and exposure to education in vernacular language are factors help the forward tribal communities to improve in all indicators of development. Hence, from the study, it is clear that as each tribal community in the state has different origin and history, as well as the causes of their backwardness are different, a single policy for all tribes will not fit in, but it will create a great discrepancy among the tribal communities. Therefore, the study suggests in framing effective community level policies capable of addressing specific community level problems and ensure inclusive growth within tribal communities and across all sections in the state. References. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Meena Jose. Your paper has given us a very detailed analysis of the various tribal groups and communities in Kerala. Especially, you have given us a detailed look at their historical background. We really appreciate that. And when you were, in your conclusion, you have actually summed up, everything that needs to be said. But perhaps my suggestion to you would be if you can probe further into what are the dynamics and the causes for the disparity between the backward and the forward tribes in Kerala. You have done a bit of that, but and because this is what your paper is suggesting, you were looking at the inter-community disparity. So perhaps for your further study, if you can probe further into the dynamics that brought about this inter-community disparity, I think that would greatly enrich your paper even more. All right. So, but on the whole, it's a very well written paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now we have another presentation to go on to, and it will be a study of English as a foreign language among the secondary level tribal students, with special reference to Vikarabad district of Telangana state. And it will be presented by Mr. Vital Rathore, a research scholar in the Department of Education and Education Technology, the University of Hyderabad. So I would now like to invite Mr. Rathore to kindly, to kindly take the stage. Mr. Rathore, are you there? Mr. Rathore Vital? Is there any problem?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm here.
So we invite you to present your paper now.
Myself, myself, Vital Rathore, research scholar, Department of Education and Technology, University of Hyderabad. So here my theme is government interventions for tribal development. My title is A Study of English as a Foreign Language among the secondary level tribal students, with special reference to Vikarabad district of Telangana state. Ma'am, my screen sharing is visible, ma'am. Ma'am, my screen share is
Yes.
visible, ma'am.
No, we cannot see your screen yet.
Yeah, now okay, ma'am.
Okay, let's just see.
Oh, okay, ma'am.
Wait, just wait.
Okay.
I don't think so. We still cannot see your screen, Mr. Rathore. We still cannot see your screen. Your presentation is not visible on screen.
Okay.
Is there a problem, Nakaliangjali? We seem to have lost Mr. Vital Rathore because of some technology problems. In the meantime, instead of wasting this time, maybe we can start with just a few minutes of discussions before Mr. Rathore join us again. If there can be one or two queries that can be addressed in the meantime, based on the presentations that we have already had, If there's anything that anyone would like to address to the presenters. Oh, okay, he's there. He's there. All right. Mr. Rathore, are you there now? Mr. Rathore, okay, you're there.
I share my screen, ma'am.
Okay, you can share it. Yes. Okay, go ahead.
Just when I shared my screen.
Mr. Rathore, can you hear me? Mr. Rathore, can you hear me? Mr. Rathore, can you hear me? Hello? I think we've lost him again. Hello, Mr. Rathore. Are you still online? Okay, while we're waiting for, he's raising hand again? No. Okay, while we're waiting for Mr. Rathore to fix the problem, we can go ahead, I think, with the discussion so that we do not waste our time. So I would like to invite the participants, to feel free to put their questions forward to any of the presenters, and we can use this time for discussions as well as for Q&A. So if there's any queries from the side of the discussion, from anyone, from the participant, please go ahead. We will utilize this time.
Ma'am, I just had a query.
Okay.
With your permission, there was a paper on the Naga tribes. I think it was presented by Miss Lucy.
Yes.
So it's not exactly a question. I just had a query regarding, the measures that were taken by the Naga village seniors to resist the spread of Christianity, and to say, how, with regards to the matter of, how they safeguarded and protected their tribal traditional practices. Because, I find an interesting similarity between these, the movement in the Khasi Hills. When we had these kind of movements with the coming of the British and the Welsh missionaries, the British had helped them to a large extent to carry out these, the spread of Christianity, whereby, the youngsters were really affected and they were really influenced. And apart from practicing or Christianity, they had also started, neglecting their traditional practices and customs. So there were a lot of leaders who had taken up measures to protect and safeguard their traditional practices in the Khasi Hills. I was just wondering whether there are any similarities over there. Did the Nagas also do the same thing? If Ms. Lucy could kindly throw light on this query of mine, it would be very nice.
Can you please repeat the question again? I cannot hear clearly.
Ma'am, my query was regarding, you had mentioned something regarding the spread of Christianity in Nagaland in your paper somewhere. So I just wanted
Yes.
to know a little more whether, what measures were taken by the seniors, the village seniors in Nagaland, in order to resist the spread of Christianity. They also had traditional and cultural practices, I believe, and at least the seniors in the village, what kind of measures have they taken in order to protect and safeguard their traditional and cultural practices? If you could just throw light on that, ma'am.
Excuse me, Ms. Lucy, before you answer, Mr. Rathor, can we just address this particular query first, and then we'll come back to you because we've already started just this one. Okay. Let's just address this question which has come up, and then we will get back to your presentation. All right. So, Ms. Lucy, kindly address the question asked, and please try to make it brief also. Okay, so that we can go back to the presentation of Mr. Rathor. Thank you.
Okay. Zadonang, he played a very important role in this. He tried to reform the traditional religion in a simple way so that people can easily follow it. Before, the religion was very superstitious. They had a lot of genas and taboos and lot of sacrifices, and it made it difficult for the people to follow. So he reformed the religion, the traditional religion, into a more simpler way, and he constructed these temples, which is not in the tradition, which is not in the culture, but he borrowed from the Christians and the Hindu, and he construct a temple, and in that way he invited all the people to come together, and they had a worship together, and in that way he used this platform to spread his message about to organize his movement. And the reformed religion, it is called Heraka or pure. I hope that answer your questions.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much for enlightening me on this topic. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Since Mr. Rathor is back, so we would like to give the time to him. Okay, may you kindly, you can start now, Mr. Rathor. Mr. Rathor, are you back with us? Hello.
Ma'am, I already shared screen share, ma'am.
Okay.
Hello.
Okay.
Visible, ma'am, my PPT?
Not yet. Visible. It's not visible yet. Is it is it possible for you to carry on with your presentation without screen sharing, or you need to share the screen?
Yes, okay, sure, ma'am. My topic is already told, ma'am, a study of English as a foreign language among the secondary level tribal students with special reference to Vikarabad district of Telangana state. So here my abstract is English has long been a language of modernity that allows growth, work, position, etc. It has also been taught as a second language in schools, colleges, and in universities. Among these benefits of language, we cannot deny that it has been difficult for the teachers of English to teach English as a second language due to their variations, long kept habits, and attitude towards learning English. The learners
I think technology is playing a very, very cruel trick on us. And I'm so sorry for Mr. Rathor's paper. Are you okay? Can you begin now?
Yeah, okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. So my abstract is, ma'am, second language. Introduction: the English language plays a fundamental role in the development of India in several development stages, link between English national and international languages. Because of India is the cultures, religion, denomination, and of the total population lies in Hyderabad. Telugu is the medium of instruction in schools and colleges, but most students speak the Lambadi language. Many students from different cultures and settings face many difficulties in learning a foreign language. There are various minds in their minds learning foreign languages, communicating English, teachers with the script plays a key role in the development of any language. There is no script for the tribal language. That is why they face various difficulties while writing and comprehending English. Madam, this is introduction, madam. Importance of the study: in Vikarabad, industrial development is less than in other developed states like Maharashtra and Tamil Nadu. Education. Tamil Nadu education is minor because most of the population resides most of the population resides in fur forested religious. The literacy percentage is more petty more Telangana. Educational radio programmer, multimedia program, operational background program. So objective of the study of the impact of English as a foreign language upon the secondary level Lambadi tribal students of Vikarabad district, to compare the impact of English and regional languages as a foreign language upon the Lambadi tribal secondary level students of Vikarabad. Methodology of research: to write, analyze the ma'am, I am audible, ma'am? Hello?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Methodology of research: to write, analyze the study of English as a foreign language among collected the secondary level tribal students in this paper. Data is required from primary and secondary sources, collected from various secondary sources like the internet, research articles, government reports, and websites. Problems in teaching English in Vikarabad district: domestic reasons. Although tribal girls are very interested in learning English, they are not allowed to go to school regularly because they have to take care of their minor siblings as their mothers are working. Even tribal boys are also forced to indulge in domestic work like taking care of cattle and working on farms. These reasons are a significant hindrance in their studies and learning process. Lack of English teacher. It has been mentioned by the researcher that there are some schools in remote areas of Vikarabad where many posts of English teachers are lying vacant. Even some of the schools are managed to run by very few teachers. Faculty method of teaching. The teaching of English in Vikarabad suffer from faculty method of teaching. In most of the schools, the translating method is the sole favorite with the teachers. The teacher twice of the reader translate the paragraphs, write meaning of difficult words on the blackboard, and assign some homework, and that is all. No attention is ever paid to pronunciation practice, listening, comprehension, and structure practice. So when they pass out, they are as ignorant as they were when they first entered the English class. Suggestions to important the standards of English in Vikarabad district: should send teachers to good training institute, should use audio visual aids for English teaching, English crash course should be organized for students free of cost, should take personality development classes for tribal teachers and students to get rid of inferiority complex, should give special training in pronunciation to tribal students, including phonetics, anatomy of the head and speech organs like tongue, teeth, mouth, lips, etc. To make them feel an affinity for English. More and more English words and sentences should be encouraged in their speech from their early childhood. English drama should be written and plays based on their traditional custom and civil life. Scholarships, fellowships, awards, prizes should be given to those students who speak and write good English. Conclusion: although it is tough to conclude such research work, they cannot be very static. They change as per the times and situation. However, we have to assess the real present research work. After scanning through the data, observing the teaching learning process of the concerned teachers and students, umpteen interviews and consultations with the English teachers and school management, the outcome may be derived as under: the Lambada and the other tribal students show a slight difference in IQ, reading habit, aptitude towards English as an aligned language, vocabulary, grammar, spelling, sentences construction, pronunciation, reading, and mental preparation towards acceptances of English. Sometimes it seems that the performance of the Lambada student is slightly better than the other tribal students in general. However, the Lambada boys or girls of sophisticated families show a better result than those of joint families. Ultimately, we can conclude that the future of the English language is quite bright among the Lambada and other tribal students of Vikarabad district. References: Bastar district publication, Vandhan, minor forest products in Bastar, Bhatia KK, teaching and learning English as foreign language, Bishat Abha Rani, teaching English in India. This is my presentation, ma'am, paper presentation. Thank you for giving opportunity. I am very extremely sorry for the technical glitches, ma'am. Sorry for the inconvenience to all also. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Vital Rathore. We are sorry that at certain points of your presentation we had to miss out so many things because of the technical glitches, as you said. But of course, it cannot be helped. These are issues that will keep cropping up as long as we're still dependent on technology. But I'm still glad that you are able to present your paper and to keep to give us a glimpse of the study of English with particular reference to Vikarabad district in the state of Telangana. Even though I could not really gather the whole of your presentation because of the of the interruptions, but one thing, I think one point that I could gather is that your paper is in a sense trying to to examine the importance of promoting the study of English as a means of raising the the educational competency among the tribal students of the Vikarabad district of Telangana state. Am I right?
Yes,
I think
yes, ma'am. Yes,
what you're trying to establish through your studies, that English is an important means of raising the the educational competency of the tribal students, especially living as we do in this globalized world where English is an important means of connecting people across the world. So I think your paper has raised brought to the foreground once again this very important topic, which is actually being studied and debated widely across across the country and across the world as well. So thank you so much, Mr. Vital Rathore. So So, okay, now, as I said, actually we have one more, presentation, which will be presented by our resource person, Professor S. Adhanan. He will be addressing us from London, but because of the timing disparity, he has requested for us, to keep him from 3:30 to 4:30, and we have agreed to accommodate his time. So in the meantime, we still have about 20 minutes to engage in discussions. So I think I would open this time for discussions. We have about 20 minutes or so. If there are any questions, if there are any thing that you want to bring up as a result of the papers that have been presented this afternoon. So I would now like to open the time to the House. Is there any questions from your side? Anything you want to bring up based on the presentations that have been made this afternoon? If there's no no questions, if there's nothing that we would like to discuss, then I must presume that all our paper presenters have done an excellent job. They have managed to communicate their points effectively and in a very, very concise manner. So I think perhaps all our doubts are clear. So on that note, I think we will take a break till 3:30. And in the meantime, I want to thank each and every presenter for giving us a very detailed study of very, very interesting topics. Many things are very new to me and to so many of us as well. And we have learned a lot, through the sessions, through the papers, this particular session. Okay, I think we have one chat there. It will be good to know, this is the question, it will be good to know if Ms. Lucy has taken into consideration the views of other communities on the particular issue which she has presented. So maybe I would like to request Ms. Lucy to kindly respond to that. Ms. Lucy?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please respond to that point being made by Mr. Hauke.
Just a moment. I have considered the relation with the Angamis, and but for the other tribes, I have not go deep into it because the Angamis and the Ziliangrong, they have a closer affinity, so they try to garner the support from the Angamis. But for the other community, I have not explored it yet to explore.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lucy. Mr. Hauke, are you there? Are you able to attend to what Ms. Lucy has said just now?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hello? Yes, we can.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can.
Thank you, ma'am, for the time. I must congratulate Lucy for her beautiful presentation. I really appreciate the way how she has dig into the history and bring out some of the points that she shared. It was very helpful. My just concern is like when we talk about protection of tribal culture, tribal identity, and all that. Often, I think it's very easy to sideline or maybe to see into our own history so much so that sometimes we don't see how other people see, for example. Because history says the British have really messed up our history in so many ways. And then the Indian anthropologists and sociologists, of course, they also did similar things. And so they really confuse us. And therefore, I think my only concern is all of us, when we talk about our own history, then we also maybe see how other communities sees us. It's not that it takes seriously our own history, but at the same time, we read together. In the community, we have our own stories. For example, when the Uyghur was working in Manipur, and then France, and he took about 2,000 people to support them in France. And among 2,000, about 1,200 people were his own converts. Mostly at the time, it was France from Uyghur district. And so that's how reading and the writing itself has to be reread and reinterpreted, so that we see together. I would say we see together, we read together, we interpret together, for the sake of a peaceful coexistence among our people. So that's what I just want to encourage in Northeast when we try to talk about our own cultural history and protection of things. At the same time, I also want us to be see how our own brothers and sisters see us or see ourselves. So reading together, interpreting together would be something that I just want to propose. And by saying that, I'm not saying that the Lucy has done bad, but then it's just for us to keep in mind that we read together, we interpret together, so that we maintain the peaceful coexistence in Northeast, which is so complex because of the outsiders' writing and interpretations, including, I'm sorry to say that many of our Indian writers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hauke. And I think that is a point that is well taken. And I think the same suggestion seems to be coming from Ms. Soma Gupta on the chat box. So yeah, as Soma has said, a comparative study of select tribes would perhaps add an extra dimension to what to what Lucy has, Ms. Lucy has already presented. So maybe Ms. Lucy can kindly take that into consideration as you look further, as you explore further into your paper. All right. Okay.
Thank you for the suggestions.
Thank you, Mr. Hauke, for adding your suggestions and for your observation as well. Thank you. Others?
Thank you very much.
Mr. Gomes, would you like to make?
No, it had been very excellent paper submissions and presentations.
Yes.
It had been very nice. And it seems it's high time that we now meet physically.
We should. We pray, God willing, that
Yes.
very soon these virtual meetings will become, we will have proper meetings. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So if there's nothing else from the presenters, maybe we can take a break now and rejoin at 3:30 for Professor Adnan's paper. All right. So we will meet again at 3:30 for Professor Adnan's paper. Thank you so much. See you at 3:30. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to this session. In the last 1 hour or so, we have had about 5 presentations from different presenters who have given us a very fascinating look at various facets of tribal related issues and topics. And I think it has been greatly beneficial to all of us who are participating in this online meeting this afternoon. And now we are very, very fortunate because we have with us here as our resource person, Professor S. Adnan, who will be addressing us on a very important topic, and that is on the factors of change affecting the tribal groups of the Chittagong Hill Tracts of Bangladesh. You know, it's a very, very exciting topic for most of us, especially here in Meghalaya, seeing as we are very, very close neighbors with Bangladesh. And in times past, and even till now, especially for people, for the villagers living in the border areas, there has been a lot of transactions, a lot of cultural as well as economic exchanges, with the people of Bangladesh. So we're very, very excited to have here, our Professor Adnan, who will be talking on this topic relating to the Chittagong Hill Tribes of Bangladesh. Now, before I give the time over to Professor Adnan, I would just like to, to introduce Professor Adnan a little bit. Professor Shapan Adnan is a professorial research associate, Department of Development Studies, School of Oriental and African Studies in the University of London. He graduated in economics at the University of Sussex, and he obtained his PhD in social and political sciences from the University of Cambridge. Now, he has formerly taught at the universities of Dhaka and Chittagong, followed by the National University of Singapore. And he has also been a visiting scholar at Queen Elizabeth House, and subsequently a visiting research fellow of the Contemporary South Asian Studies program of the University of Oxford, and a post that he continues to the present. Professor Shapan Adnan is on the International Advisory Board as well of the Journal of Peasant Studies and the editorial board of Contemporary Perspectives, History and Sociology of South Asia. Now, he has also served as a member of the International Advisory Board of Asian Population Studies, and he is a member of the International Chittagong Hill Tracts Commission. In addition to all of these responsibilities, he has done extensive research and publications, integrating disciplinary tools from political economy, sociology, and anthropology, along with fieldwork-based empirical analysis. And he specializes particularly on South Asia, that means Bangladesh and West Bengal. Now, the research topics include agrarian structure, peasant economy and society, differentiation of the peasantry and capitalist development, indigenous peoples and ethnic conflict, strategies of mobilization and resistance, determinants of fertility, flood control and water management, critiques of development, and the impacts of globalization. So as you can see, his resume is, his academic resume is indeed very, very vast. And we are very fortunate that we have you here with us, sir, to share your expertise and your insights. And we look forward to hearing from you. And I would now like to give this time over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. for having me here. Can I just ask, how long do you want me to speak? I know I have an hour, but how long should I speak? And do you want to have a discussion at the end?
So we would preferably we would like to have a short discussion at the end. We have kept your timing for 1 hour, so maybe it's up to you to determine how much you want to speak,
okay.
and thanks.
Okay, thank you. Give me a minute while I get the slides on.
All right. Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you see my slides now?
Yes, sir, we can see.
Great. Very well. It's my pleasure to be able to speak to you, and I thank all the organizers and participants who have been kind enough to invite me to talk about tribal groups in Bangladesh. I will move straight into the talk, and hopefully there will be a bit of time at the end for us to discuss and answer questions. So moving on with the slides, you can see that I'm going to talk about the factors of change affecting the tribal groups in the Chittagong Hill Tracts of Bangladesh. And let me just try and give you an idea of the place that we are going to talk about. The Chittagong Hill Tracts is on the borders of the South and Southeast Asia. It has many different tribal groups, so you can think of it as a polyethnic society. And there have been interactive processes of change. So these include state policies, market interactions, commercialization, forced migration, land grabs, ethnic and political conflicts. Now, this map gives you an idea of the region we're talking about. This is Bangladesh, as you can see, and this dark patch in the southeast is the Chittagong Hill Tract, this whole area. Now you can see that it borders on the Indian states of Tripura and Mizoram, and then here, of course, we have Meghalaya, where many of you are based right now. But it is this whole region of the Northeast India, the Seven Sisters, on the one hand, and then in Myanmar, the Chin state and the Arakan state. This is the region at which the Chittagong Hill Tracts adjoins. And it is in that sense on the borderlands between South Asia and Southeast Asia. I will focus on what has happened in the Chittagong Hill Tracts, but I will point out connections and interactions with both India and Burma as I go on. So if you think of the South Asian region during the British colonial period, there was no international border. And so people could move more or less freely between what is now India, Burma, and Bangladesh as separate states. But that did not exist under the British colonial rule. But there were other restrictions, internal restrictions, which were imposed by the British on hilly and forested regions, particularly where tribal groups were living. And of course, you all know about the excluded and partially excluded areas and the inner line in Assam, in the then Assam. There were similar restrictions in the Chittagong Hill Tracts, but they were not called inner lines. There were other terms. So we are going to talk about demographic transformation in the Chittagong Hill Tracts in the broader context of transformation in colonial Assam and Bengal. Just a minute, I'm having some problem with the slides.
It's all right, sir.
I'm trying to, okay, no, I think I've got it back.
Okay.
Okay. This is a map focusing on Bangladesh. And again, you can see the Indian border here and the Myanmar border here. Now, Bangladesh is generally a flat area, plain lands, but on the southeast, you have this hilly patch. It's hilly, but it's nothing like the hills you have in Meghalaya, and not to speak of the Himalayas. It's much smaller hills, but for Bangladesh, that's the only region where there are hills. Now, if we look at the socioeconomic and demographic features of the region, this forested land in the hill tracts constitutes the last land frontier of Bangladesh, in the sense that this is where settlements and until very recently, human settlements and commercial growth had been restricted. As I will discuss, these things have changed. The region, and that's partly because the region is rich in resources, including timber and rubber plantations and potential sources of oil, gas, and minerals. And I think you can see similarities with Northeast India. And so there are these localized frontiers of arable land with low population density. This was something that existed, say, 70 years ago in the mid-20th century. Now, moving on to the ethnic composition, the Chittagong Hill Tracts are composed of tribal or indigenous peoples. They're locally known as the Paharis or the hill peoples. There are about a dozen groups. They're mostly Buddhist, followed by Hindu, Christian, and animist or nature worshipping groups. And they live in a country which is dominated by ethnic Bengalis who live mostly in the plains. And they are, the majority of Bengalis are Muslims, but there are also Hindu, Buddhist, Christian Bengalis as well. So in a sense, the religious divide cuts across both the tribal groups and the Bengalis. Now, in terms of the political organization or representation, the hill peoples or the tribal groups had a organization called the Jana Samhati Samiti or JSS. I will discuss that later, and that there were counterinsurgency operations against the hill peoples by the CHT, in the CHT by security forces. And there was a peace accord in 1997 between the government of Bangladesh and the JSS leadership. So that's in a thumbnail, the kind of political milestones of the region. Now, looking at the tribal groups themselves, as I said, there are about a dozen groups. Apart from the Chakma, who are the most numerous, and the Marma and the Tripura, you have other groups called the Mro, the Tonchanga, the Bom, who are a bit were related to the Mizo group in India, and they're collectively known as the Jumma people. That was the name used during the insurgency, and otherwise, as I've said, they're known as the Hill peoples or Pahari groups. Now, to give you an idea of the region that we're talking about, this is the Kasalong Reserve Forest in northeast hill tracts. This is on the border of Mizoram and Tripura. This is not so much the reserve forest, but settlements on the river Kornofuli upstream from the major towns of the hill tracts. And this is a kind of impression of the foliage, the forest that you get. This is a structure of a school, a primary school in one of the tribal villages. And as you can see, just as in Northeast India, the houses are built on stilts and they're made of local materials, which is bamboo and thatching from local grass. This is the house of a different group, the Mro village, and this is also, as you uses more or less the same kind of patterns. There are minor differences in the structure of the houses, but that I will not go into. Now, this is a shot from the town of Bandarban, which is in the south of the hill tracts, and you see monks out in their Gerua robes. This is the morning procession where they collect alms. And this is a church in a Christian bomb village. These are groups which are close to the Mizos in India. And this you see is burning of vegetation for Jum or Sweden cultivation. Again, something you are very familiar with in Northeast India. And this is kind of Jum plots during the harvest, before the cultivation. But in addition to Jum cultivation, there is wet rice cultivation as well in the hill tracts, and this is a valley with growing rice. So you have a combination of both Sweden cultivation and plough cultivation using bullocks and so on. Now, this complex system, there are different groups, and they produce for themselves mostly, but there are some things that they cannot produce themselves. They also, for which they have to sell some of their produce to get money. They also need money for various kinds of dues, not only to buy things, but to say pay taxes, to make other kinds of payments to the system. So there is this interdependence through the market, but they're also under the control of a state system, which is dominated by one ethnic group. In the case of Bangladesh, it's the Bengalis, but you can think of the state and the market as two different kinds of structures which interlink and bring together these different groups. Initially, we had the British colonial state. After 47, the Pakistan colonial state took over because this became the province of Pakistan called East Pakistan. And after 1971, after the Liberation War, the new state of Bangladesh came into existence. Now, during this period, there were restrictions on who could stay in the hill tracts, who could own land and property, who could actually enter the hill tracts. These rules were made by the British colonial state, particularly in the 1900 CHT regulation, but they have been constantly amended so that in many ways the rules of entry, the rules of residence and property holding in the CHT have been drastically changed. The different tribal groups had their own distinctive dresses. They differed in terms of religion, as I've noted. Their ethnicity varied to some extent. Their languages were different. So these objective cultural markers separated them. But those boundaries have also been susceptible to change and variation. And most importantly, or most crucially, they were part of a unitary nation state, which was dominated by Bengalis, Bengalis who were majority Muslims, but there were also Hindu and Buddhist and Christian Bengalis. But the kind of majoritarian culture was Bengali, and there was pressure and inducements on the hill peoples, the tribal groups, to assimilate into this nation state and acculturate themselves to become more Bengali. This was directly or indirectly kind of pressurized on them. Nonetheless, we still have reasonably stable interethnic boundaries, though there are kind of blurred edges, which we can discuss in detail. Now, I talked about markets. This is a market in the interior, and you can see that it is very typical of marketplaces and bazaars that you have anywhere else in the plain lands of Bangladesh, in Northeast India. But markets are not only located on land in the hill tracts, Chittagong hill tracts. You also have boats carrying fresh produce to towns from the villages, and even where the boats get a land, that becomes a floating market. And this is relates to what I said about markets integrating these different communities. I'm having problems with the slides. Just give me a second. Okay, and then you have trade, long distance trade, and in this case you can see bamboo being floated down the Kasalong River from roughly the Tripura border southwards towards Chittagong. Now, let's move on to key processes of change. There has been changing land population relationships in the CHT. The social and demographic and the ethno-demographic composition has changed. Land grabs or land alienation has taken place, which has affected the distribution of landed property, and the concentration of land and the emergence of landless groups amongst the tribal peoples, which has resulted in members of the tribal groups entering the labor market, something that they did not traditionally do or prefer to do. And in what was largely a subsistence culture, there has been the entry of profit-making commercial businesses. And of course, the state has intervened in terms of its policies, in some cases through development interventions, which have affected land distribution and population and have led to population displacements. I should just note that development in the hill tracts, Chittagong hill tracts, has often been counterproductive. So it is questionable whether these should be called development. I'm sure you are familiar with similar cases in your own region. And this has led to processes of what are called primitive accumulation and capitalist transformation. I will briefly indicate these as we go through. So to begin with changing ethnic composition, they've been this is the ethnic composition of the hill tracts, Chittagong hill tracts, has changed because of migration of various kinds that I will discuss in a minute. And there have been certain key events which have led to population displacements. These population displacements have occurred primarily because of the Kaptai hydroelectric project on the river Kornofuli and a transmigration program during counterinsurgency when Bengali settlers from the plains were brought into the Chittagong hill tracts in an organized and planned manner by the state. I will discuss these in detail. Now, to begin with, there were processes of natural in-migration into the Chittagong hill tracts from the plains during the British period. And it is because of the growth of outsiders, mostly Bengalis, but also people from the adjoining regions of India came there. And this led to restrictions through amendments to the, I mentioned the 1900 CHT regulation earlier. As you had an influx of migrants coming into the region from outside, people who were not tribal groups, amendments were made by the British to the CHT regulation. This migration during the British period did not seriously affect the ethnic and demographic composition of the CHT, nothing like what has happened since then. So just in terms of long-term trends in land population, in 1860, the region was relatively unpopulated. So you can think of 4 persons per square kilometer. But by 1960, when the Kaptai hydroelectricity project comes in, there are nearly 388 or nearly 400 persons per square kilometer. And that that is a 100 times increase in population density in about a century. And during this period, all the arable land of the region was taken over. So I now come to the Kaptai hydroelectricity project in more detail. It was a major shock with long-term consequences. It led to the uprooting of people. The rehabilitation program was not very well organized. There was internal displacement. There was exodus of the tribal groups who became international refugees. And because the land area decreased, because of the formation of a huge lake called the Kaptai Lake, this was the reservoir of the hydroelectricity project. The remaining lands of the hill peoples, of the tribal groups, had a much greater population to support, so there was increased pressure on the remaining Sweden or Jum lands. There was a chain reaction of loss and impoverishment, which provided the basis of the subsequent ethnic conflict. Now, the Kaptai hydroelectric projects, these are the details. I will not bother you with them, but roughly this happens in the period 1957, 1963, and a 400 square kilometer size lake or reservoir is formed. I seem to be stuck again with the slides. Just give me a second. Okay, so these created general shock waves, and you will note that some of the tribal groups which were thrown out, which were displaced, crossed the Indian border. Some among them, the Chakmas, ended up in Arunachal Pradesh of India as stateless persons. Others crossed the border to Burma. A significant proportion of them became internally displaced people inside this Chittagong hill tracts and its reserve forests. And these huge displacements created shock waves and chain reaction of population displacements, leading to people becoming poorer, suffering, resentment against the state. Here are some pictures to show you what happened. The island that you see here is a hilltop. This whole area was submerged, so you began to get islands which were the submerged hills, the top of the submerged hills, something I'm sure you're familiar with in India. This is Rangamati town. You see the huge sheet of water on the left. Well, the old Rangamati town lies under that water, including the Rajbari of the king's house. And these are other shots where you still have hills which are rising above the water, but a huge proportion of the area is under the lake, and a similar shot here. And so, yeah, that gives you a visual impression of the impact of the Kaptai Lake. Now, after the Kaptai project was completed, it led to encouragement of in-migration from the plains because new businesses were formed and established in the hill tracts. The special status of the region, which had kind of given it protection, was abrogated by the then Pakistan government in 1963-64. In parallel, the hill peoples or the tribal groups began to move out for various pressures, and this continued up to the 1970s. Up to 1975, we have a continuing trickle of self-propelled in-migration of Bengalis from the plains into the Chittagong hill tracts because of the economic opportunities of the Kaptai project. But during the war of 1971, the struggle for liberation of Bangladesh, small-scale eviction of hill peoples took place by armed Bengali groups and miscreants. So this was a side war within the major war, which was against Pakistani forces. Within that, you had militant groups which were not necessarily under control, who entered the hill tracts and attacked the tribal groups and took over their lands. So this piecemeal eviction of hill peoples takes place up to 1975. And a trickle of Chakma and other Pahari refugees continue to cross over to India and indeed Myanmar as well. So there are kindred groups. These tribal groups are divided across the borders. So they have kin members or related clans across the border in Burma and India, and this has helped migration patterns. In political terms, the leadership of the tribal groups tried to get constitutional recognition from the new Bangladeshi government, but the Bangladeshi government refused to give them that constitutional recognition and the kind of guarantee that you have in the Indian Constitution for scheduled tribes. Nothing, no such protection or no such affirmative action was built into the Bangladeshi Constitution. In the end, the PCGSS, the political leadership, formed a military wing called Shanti Bahini, and they began low-level counterinsurgency in the Chittagong hill tracts. This was done by the state forces. The Bangladeshi state forces carried out low-level counterinsurgency, but in 1975 there was a change in regime in Bangladesh, and the military government took over. So that during the late 1970s, what you have is that the leadership of the tribal groups crossed over to India. There was military oppression, and as the forces, the tribal groups of the JSS and the trained armed groups under the Shanti Bahini carried out raids within Bangladesh territory, the security forces of Bangladesh launched a full-scale counterinsurgency operation on them from late 1976. You see here, for example, a hill with military settlements on top, and the hills are bare to give protection to the security forces. I'm still having a problem with the slides. Okay, here you see a military patrol on a waterboat, on a motorboat. They are patrolling the Kaptai Lake. This is during the. This is actually, the picture is taken after the peace accord has been signed, but the military continues to remain in that region. Now, let's have some look at the changes brought about during counterinsurgency in terms of demographic engineering. There's a kind of two-pronged strategy to make the tribal groups a minority in their own lands. One was to forced eviction and uprooting of the indigenous peoples from their lands and villages. The other was to regroup them into special villages under military surveillance and restrictions on their movements. Some of the tribal groups escaped across the border as international refugees to India and Burma, and many others became IDP or internally displaced persons in the remote forested areas of the CHT. But the lands of the uprooted tribal groups, the people who became refugees were empty and were available for grabbing. At the same time, the second prong of the counterinsurgency demographic engineering was to bring in settlers from the plain. This could be regarded as a state-organized transmigration program. And this took place over 1979-85 in different waves. It involved civil and military officials of the state, and it was executed with the secrecy and the precision of a military operation. Now, nearly 400,000 landless and poor Bengali settlers were brought into the CHT by the state. Approximately 40% of them went back because they were not familiar and could not cope with the harsh conditions or different living conditions of the Chittagong hill tracts. But then those who went back were replaced by new groups of self-propelled Bengalis, people who came on their own rather than being orchestrated into the region by the state. The net addition of people was of the order of 300,000 to 340,000, but it was sufficient to take up a huge proportion of the population of the hill tracts, and I'll show you the data in a while. And this processes of continued self-propelled in-migration continued even after the peace accord was signed. In addition to the in-migration of people, the amendments, the CHT regulation was amended in 1971 by the Pakistan government, in 1979 by the Bangladesh government. This enabled leases on land to be given to non-residents for commercial and industrial purposes. Large plots were given to Bengali elites living in cities for private rubber and timber plantations, although such plantations have often not been developed. The people, this huge number of Bengali settlers who were brought in, were put into camps like these on hill traps, a bit like sort of rural slums. These are some pictures of the Bengali settlers. There are, I mean, they were brought in against the wishes of the hill peoples by the state, but the people who came did not know all that much of the way they were being used by the state. And these were mostly poor and landless groups from riverine areas, from the river islands or chor lands that you have on the Brahmaputra in Assam, people of that kind without land. And they were brought in and forcibly settled on the lands of the hill peoples. And this is a photo of the tribal group, tribal families, which had been displaced during the war, who had gone to India and who returned after the peace accord was signed in 1997. Here is a picture of them in a place in northern hill tracts where the family has been given shelter in a primary school. And so you can see the school benches being used as part of the living furniture by the people there, by the refugees, the returning refugees rather. This is another shot of the same group. You can see that the tribal women have actually set up their looms here on the grounds of the school. Now, the complex mechanisms of demographic change, there are different kinds of migration and population transfers. As you can, I've discussed this. This is just a list summarizing what has happened. So there is self-directed natural in-migration, there's forced eviction and displacement, there are planned movements and demographic engineering, and the result is cross-border flows to India and Burma, return of those refugees from India and Burma, and internally displaced groups. Now, the factors which have been driving these demographic changes are a constellation of political, military, and economic factors. the Bengali settlers who came in wanted subsistence plots. The counterproductive development interventions of the state, the Kaptai project, projects on commercial farming of rubber, timber, which displaced the tribal groups from their lands, the counterinsurgency strategies, which led to their uprooting and eviction. So, those were the factors which led to population displacements. What were the consequences of this demographic transition? Total population over this period, which is roughly over a century, increased by 15%. The hill peoples increased in numbers by 8 times. The Bengali population increased by 431 times over the same period. So you can see the way demography was changed. In 1872, hill peoples had composed nearly the entire population of the Chittagong Hill Tracts, 98%. By 1991, they comprised 52%, while Bengalis, who had been 2% in 1872, had become 48%. And you can see this in some diagrams that I'll show you. About 100,000 refugees crossed the border to India and Burma. Now, these are details of the counterinsurgency that I will skip now. Things how the counterinsurgency strategy changed. The peace negotiations began in the mid-1980s, gained momentum during the 1990s after military dictatorship of Ershad. General Ershad was toppled and parliamentary government resumed. The peace accord was signed on 2nd December 1997. The rebel groups led by the JSS and the Shanti Bahini surrendered their arms. They were rehabilitated according to the terms and conditions of the peace accord. The government also promised to restitute the grabbed lands, the occupied lands of the tribal or Pahari groups. It was supposed to set up a land commission to make sure that illegally occupied lands of the hill peoples would be returned to them. These were the promises, and there were many other provisions. In practice, the peace accord was not implemented in the way that it was supposed to. Only a limited number of provisions were implemented in terms of disarming and surrender of the rebel groups. There was no progress in the restitution of the alienated lands of the hill peoples. The Land Commission, which was supposed to look into complaints of illegal occupation of the lands of the tribal groups, was formally created but not made functional. So in effect, there was a signboard called the Land Commission, but there was nothing actually working. And there was a reluctance to implement the accord substantively by the bureaucracy and the politicians who were concerned to maintain the Bengali interests in the CHT. What were the factors which contributed to the ongoing situation and ethnic conflict in the Chittagong Hill Tracts? Well, the in-migration of Bengalis continued. The lands of the Paharis, of the tribal groups, continued to be taken over by the settlers as well as by the government and development agencies. There were human rights violations and clashes between settlers and the hill peoples, and also clashes with the security forces. So this continuing alienation has gone on. I'll skip this. These are details of land grabbing. What we see now at the end of it in the 2010s and now the 2020s is polarization within the tribal society. The political leadership and organization which had given them a kind of solidarity in the conflict with the state has now divided. There are splinter groups within the leadership of the tribal groups who are fighting each other rather than others. And that has led to weakening of their position. The cumulative outcome of migratory processes has been a drastic changes in the population size and the ethnic composition. These charts, very quickly, if you think of this dark patch as the Bengali population, and the rest are different tribal groups. In 1872, you have 2% Bengalis, and this proportion grows until by 1991, Bengalis are nearly half, and the tribals from nearly 100% have come down to around half, just over half of the total population. This chart shows the population growth from 1872 to 1991. This is the total population growth this here. But if you look at the tribal groups have been growing like this in the middle. You look at the Bengali population growth, this is very low at the bottom, but from 1971 with the counterinsurgency, it shot up drastically. And it is this growth of the Bengali population that has led to the growth of the total population of the CHT. This shows changes in Buddhist, in religious composition. And again, the thing is that Buddhists were the majority, but by 1991, they're about 44%, whereas the proportion of Muslims who were virtually non-existent has increased over this period. The social, economic, and political consequences are such that the social structure and the political structure of the region has changed. Not all Bengali settlers are rich and powerful. There are many, the majority are actually poor and struggling to survive, whereas the hill peoples have been evicted from their lands and forced to work as wage workers in plantations, in logging and commercial enterprises. So when you look at the state of the tribal groups working as plantation labor in rubber plantations and so on, you see the emergence of a semi-industrial and wage working labor force among the tribal peoples of the CHT. Land alienation, again, I don't really have time to go into all of this. This is mostly historical treatment of the changing properties of property rights. This just shows which agencies have been grabbing land, and you see the forest department has been the biggest land grabber in the CHT by far, and both the forest department and the security forces have often violated laws by illegally taking over the lands without following due process. Security forces acquired huge tracts of the lands for their own facilities, and they did not follow the laws of land acquisition, particularly during the counterinsurgency, but also after the counterinsurgency ended and you have the peace accord. There were this commercial plantation which was given to non-resident elites. Vast tracts of the common lands, Jum lands or Sweden lands, were enclosed and taken over by the state. Processes have continued since the peace accord. Commercial land groups, including commercial NGOs, have been involved in taking over the lands, along as classes of and interest groups, including sort of mafia-like gangs, which have used force to take over the lands of the tribal groups. The group used power and connections to do so. There has also been human rights violations, sexual violence against tribal women. There's a distress sale of land under pressure and intimidation, use of fraud and forgery to manipulate this thing. Now, just to finish off, there were some regional interactions between the CHT and India and Burma. I've mentioned these. during the period of the counterinsurgency and also during the Kaptai hydroelectricity project. Various tribal groups crossed over to Mizoram and Tripura and also to Burma. But also you have the reverse flow. You have Indian and Burmese rebel groups whose camps in the CHT. For example, the Arakan Army of Burma has camps in the Sanghu Reserve Forest in the Chittagong Hill Tracts. So there has been a kind of reverse flow as well. And indeed, in recent conflicts between the Burmese army and the Arakan army, groups of tribals from Burma, from Chin state, have crossed over to Bangladesh for safety. So you have a kind of mirror image situation also taking place here. And lastly, you also have the violent expulsion of Rohingyas from Burma to Bangladesh. This involved forced eviction and violence of Rohingya refugees in Arakan or Rakhine state of Burma. And these are mostly Rohingya Muslim refugees, and they have crossed over the border into Bangladesh. And some of them have actually moved into the Chittagong Hill Tracts, particularly in the Bandarban district. So there have been tensions which have been generated by interactions between in-migrating Rohingyas and tribal groups. And this then has led to generation of anti-Buddhist communal feelings among Bengalis in Bangladesh, and particularly in the buffer zone between the CHT and the border with Arakan state and Burma. So overall, there has been a very complex set of land grabs and conflicts and population displacements. I don't really have time to go into these, so I will just try and bring this thing to a conclusion. The state has obviously played a critical role in terms of its military interventions, its laws, which have been to a large extent against the tribal groups. There have been development interventions which are supposed to bring benefit to poor people but have often been counterproductive, like the hydroelectricity project and the rubber plantations, which have led to the impoverishment of the tribal peoples. Then the only reason these things have not kind of destroyed the tribal people altogether is because of their resistance and the way they have fought back. In the end, we have had not only socio-demographic change, but literally political and economic change, which went well beyond the social and demographic changes. And these have generated continuing conflict, political and ethnic conflicts in the CHT, in southeastern Bangladesh, and adjoining regions in India and Burma. I will stop there. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you very much, sir. I think the paper is a very, very informative, a very in-depth, a very detailed look at the tribal groups in the Chittagong tracts of Bangladesh. And, it's such a very well presented paper. You have covered a lot of grounds. The only, the only grouse is that perhaps we would have loved to have more time to examine everything in detail. But even in the limited time, you have really, given us a very, very comprehensive picture, as I said earlier. So thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite, interactions and questions from any of the participants, please. Any observations or questions? The floor is now open. I can see Dr. Lavinia Maulong, you've raised your hand. Please, you can address your question, please.
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, Professor, for a very interesting presentation. I wanted to ask regarding your use of the term polyethnic and interethnic. Is there a difference, as I see that you've quoted Barth as well? So I just wanted to know if there's a conceptual difference in the use of those terms.
Well, polyethnic is the idea of a social formation which is multiple ethnic groups. It refers to the composition of these groups and the maintenance of boundaries between them, as Frederick Barth has talked about. In comparison, the term interethnic refers not so much to the composition, but to the interactions, the ways in which the behavior of one group impacts on that of the other. Now, you could say that in a polyethnic situation, social context, it was almost definitional that there would be interethnic interactions. So those are the ways in which the two terms come together.
All right, thank you, sir.
Mr. Hauke, please.
So thank you for your presentation. Just one comment. The word ethnic. For example, in Britain, Indian people are called ethnic groups, Bangladesh and all that. But we never call British people ethnic groups. So how do you what is your comment on that? Does it connected to the colonial imperialist term, or are we still willing and happy to use the term ethnic for ourselves when we don't use the word for everyone?
Yes, I mean, you have a good point. We still have residues of the colonial heritage, and we seem to kind of discriminate in our language when we talk about ethnic groups in India or Bangladesh and South Asia, as contrasted to use of that term about the British and white people generally. Mind you, if you live in Britain and you were doing sociology here, you would also come across a lot of literature on interethnic interactions in Britain. So there, the white British population would be regarded as an ethnic group in relation to blacks or Afro descendants, South Asians, Chinese, and so on. So it depends. And even though in South Asia, in India, the term ethnic may not be used for British people or generally white European and North American populations, in their own countries, they're regarded as ethnic groups. And there, I don't think the colonial hangover remains.
Is there any more questions or comments or suggestions or observations from any of you who are participating here? We still have a few more minutes to spare. Okay, Dr. Lavinia, again, please address your question. Dr. Lavinia Maulong, am I mistaken? I thought you'd raise your hand. Do you want to make any comments? Okay, I think I'm mistaken in that. If there's no no more questions, then perhaps we can bring this session to a close. So once again, I just want to thank Professor Adnan for giving us such, a very interesting, as I said, a scholarly discourse. And sir, we are still not satisfied because you have opened up the Pandora box in the sense that you have brought so many things that we wish to have answers to. We would have loved to interact more with you, but we know that this platform is limited because of the time constraint. But we hope that we will be able to engage with you further in coming days. And we look forward to to having your papers, to having this particular paper when we publish the proceedings of this webinar. So once again, on behalf of Synod College, thank you so much, sir, for giving us your time, for giving us your expertise. And we want to wish you the very best in your academic career. And may God bless you, may God bless your family, and all that you are doing right now.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you, Sociology Department in Synod College, Shillong, for inviting me and giving me the honor of speaking at your webinar, your international webinar. I'm also, I deeply appreciate the fact that many of your members attended this talk, showed their interest. I would be happy to interact further, to answer any questions that might come up later. I hope you will have circulated my abstract, of course, and that also has my email if anybody wants to be in touch. So let me leave you with my thanks and best wishes.
Thank you so much, sir. So once again, I also want to thank all the rest of the paper presenters and the participants in today's session. We have had a very, very, a very informative session all in all. And as I mentioned to Professor Adnan, I would like to reiterate to all the paper presenters, we are going to bring out your papers in a book so that it can be, so that others can also avail of the information and the the insight that you have shared through your papers. So once again, on behalf of Synod College, I want to thank each one of you for being a part of our webinar, and we want to leave you with God's blessings. Thank you so much, and all the best. Have a very good evening to all of you. Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hello, sir. We can hear you.
Hello. Can you?
Yeah, we can hear
you. Can
you,
hear now, no? Okay. Now we start the program right now. We have very little, limited time. We will start with the presentation of Mr. Thomas Malsom, Reclaiming Tribal or Indigenous Identities, Problematizing Ethnocide through Ethno-Development in Tripura. Hello, Mr. Malsom. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you. Can you hear me, sir?
Okay. Now, you have only 15 minutes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Have to squeeze.
All right.
Okay?
All right, sir. Let me share. Yeah.
Okay. Now you start sharing.
Okay. Yeah. I will try to share my.
Hello.
Yeah, sir. Is it visible, my slide?
Yeah, I can see you. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. My name is Thomas Malsom, and currently I'm a research scholar from the Department of Sociology at NEHU. So for today's presentation, I will be presenting on reclaiming tribal or indigenous identities, problematizing ethnocide through ethno-development in Tripura. So yeah, let me begin by reminding what our former Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru have said that we should judge result by not the statistic or the amount of money spent, but by quality of human character that has evolved. This particular statement made it clear that how development should not be evaluated based on how much it has been spent, and also considering the Spicer at the intricacies of development that changing people's way of living is seen more delicate responsibility than surgery. So here the administrators' effort in implementing various development programs carry a heavier responsibility. However, the planners or the administrators often overlook the cultural background of the indigenous communities, and in particular, in the context of the state of Tripura, development is viewed on the basis of spending. Therefore, my paper examines that how state initiative development program or the project has sabotaged the features of socio-cultural and ethnic identities of the indigenous tribals in Tripura, which I consider this process as ethnocide, that is being deceived by the development policies or the project which are implemented deliberately or negligence in settler colonial state or under settler governance. And as a result, it brought non-physical destruction of the indigenous people's culture and their distinct ethnic identity. So for this paper, I have selected the Halam community out of 19 tribal communities in Tripura who became the victim of ethnocides. And since Halam community is further divided into other various subtribes, I have chosen two community. One is the Korbang community, which whose community is on the verge of extinction, and this will give a clear picture of the ethnocides. And since the indigenous communities has resorted to their self-development, on the other hand, so I have chosen the other tribe, that is a Ranghol community, who have been trying to resist the ethnocide through the process of ethno-development or indigenous self-governance. So as far as it's concerned with the theoretical and the conceptual framework, I've used Rodolfo Stevenhagen's and Bijan Hatney's The Lens of Ethno-Development as it's influential to counter the ethnocidal policies in the development process. So before I talk about my result, let me just talk about in a few minutes about the ethnocide. So ethnocide, it refers to the destruction of the indigenous culture while keeping the people. The term was first coined by the Raphael Len Kim in 1944, and this ethnocide is similar to the genocide. However, one should not get confused by both terms, as genocide, it means to a deliberate destruction of a race. For example, the case of the Jews, that how Hitler targeted them in the territories under his control. But here the ethnocide refers to two different types of victims. One is the people and their culture. Hence, ethnocide or the cultural genocide, it refers to the non-physical destruction of a group and their culture. Now we are concerning to the indigenous people's rights, and it has been, recognized and drafted in the international parlance. For example, an Article 8 of the Declaration, which talks about the right of the indigenous peoples not to be subjected to or be free from the forced assimilation or the destruction of their culture. So here the forced assimilation, it is synonym with ethnocide, as it is also mentioned in the Article 8 of the Indigenous Rights. Now coming to the Indian Constitution, we have also other provisions like the Article 244 in bracket 2, which is a direct, which provides a clear direction for the protection of tribal rights by ensuring social privileges under the 6 schedules. So here, but what we see is that despite the existence of those rights and despite of the other ministries and the departments, the indigenous tribals, particularly in Tripura, still encounter with the forced assimilation or ethnocide, that this integration weaken the tribals' social and the cultural identity. So the process of this ethnocide or the forced assimilation has influenced the uniqueness of their language, culture, and the tradition, which we can find among the Korbang community, which they have completely lost their language, they have completely lost their culture, their history, and everything. As you can see here, the census which is done in 1961, it is only 72 persons, and in 2018 there are only 31 families. But after that, the counting of the population has completely has stopped. So here, what I was trying to argue is that, as the Stephen Hagen also affirmed, that the indigenous communities who suffer the unintended consequences of development, in many cases, ethnic groups are the victims of the deliberate strategies of the destruction by the state dominant elites. So here the state dominant elites here I try to connect in the Tripura context is the like the settler colonial state or the under settler governments. So here the only influential factor of this ethnocide is those development policies which are completely alien to the tribals and not suitable in the context of their social culture. And often these development policies are deliberately drafted and implemented as coming to the Tripura, as we see with the passage of time, the rise of the immigrants from the East Pakistan, which is now Bangladesh, and the non-natives become the part of the state administrative process and brought legal changes that are not in favor of the indigenous communities. So, which is why the Halam community or the particularly the Korbon community have faced a crisis of existence due to the dominance of the powerful culture groups, as well as they are not, due to the lack of participation in the development process. So here, another factor which I find is that it is also the in the contemporary context that the society, the ideology and the practice of development is viewed through the lens of Western paradigm or avoiding their worldviews of the indigenous societies. As Bijon Hatmi also stated that the viewpoint of the Western society merely strengthening the material base, which implementing this unilateral part of development ignore their tribal nature, their old traditional system, and hence fail to become even a modern. However, when we talk about reclaiming their indigenous identities, it is not that the indigenous communities are not aware of their, the crisis of their existence. So here in Tripura, the Rangkhol, one of the subtribe of Halam, they have been trying through the various forms of the associations and organizations to resist this sites. So and trying to develop on their own self development, which here the Stephen Hagen and the Hatley, they will call it an ethno development. This ethno development is a process of countering to the ethnocide by enabling the indigenous groups to revive the fundamental values of their specific culture and also ability to result exploitation and oppression. So with this ethno development, we come to know the two things. One is the indigenous as their own development, which refers to the endogamous development. On the other hand, the ethno development also, it refers as a policy which are supposed to be taken care of by the state. So, but as you can see, this ethno development is very much of a new approach, particularly it's very much have been used in the Latin America and other south part of east part of Asia. But particularly in the context of India, Northeast Tripura, I don't think this has been, inculcate or have been looking into this. Therefore, in my conclusion, what I want to say is that the ethnocide, the effects of the ethnocide or the consequences of this ethnocide, it eliminates, it has already eliminated the Karbon community's culture and their tradition, which result in losing their uniqueness and losing their local dialects and social structure and even their cultural belief. So the destruction of their culture also, it dissolved their egalitarianism and the loss of uniqueness forever. Hence, the indigenous tribals culture and tradition require significant preservation and protection to maintain the uniqueness characteristics of the indigenous communities. Yeah, I agree that the social and the economic development is very much important, but it should be done by respecting their ethnic identity and the cultural values. So with this, what will happen is that the indigenous people, they will have their own governing system, which will be characterized primarily by the decentralization of the power and autonomy as a process of ethno development. So with this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you so much, sir. And I'm sorry if I would take in enough time. Okay.
Later. Now we'll go to the next presentation by Miss C.L. Sarup. Hello, Miss C.L. Sarup, can you hear me? Miss C.L. Sarup. Hello. Hello. Miss C.L. Sarup. Please. Hello. 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 Can you hear me, Miss El Sarok? Hello.
Hello, sir. I think you can move on with the next presentation.
Next presentation, okay. Now then we call upon the Josadhara Borthakur. Please present your indigenous autonomy and development narratives from Karbi Anglong, Assam. Can you hear me?
Hello, sir. Yes, I can. Thank you so much for the introduction. Please allow me to share my screen and I will start with my presentation.
Okay. Please keep within 15 minutes, okay?
Yes, sir, definitely. Thank you.
Okay, start now.
So is my screen visible?
Yeah, it is visible.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm a PhD scholar from School of Development Studies, Ambedkar University, Delhi. I'll be presenting on indigenous autonomy and development narratives from Karbi Anglong, Assam. The Indian administrative machinery has proven to be unfamiliar with the culture of tribal communities and failed to incorporate the historically created and geographically defined problems of distinct ethnic groups with distinct cultures into its policy framework. Post-independence tribal policy, particularly the 5th and the 6th schedules, continue to serve as political pro forma for administration of tribal regions in India. Article 244A, the 6th schedule, provides for the listing of tribal and indigenous groups residing in these states to certain administrative and political autonomy. The same article, however, empowers the President to draw up a list of scheduled tribes in different states of India in consultation with the governor of each state, subject to the revision by Parliament. Despite this responsibility and a great degree of free will posited in the exercise of listing scheduled tribes, the tribe is not defined in the Constitution of India. However, policy concerning socioeconomic development of indigenous communities continue to be mandated by implementation framework of multi-stakeholder goals, schemes, and programs like SDG framework, HDI, MGNREGA, the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, etc. Measuring inequality in tribal and non-tribal land ownership is imperative in assessing indigenous development, tracing the impact of land regulations on indigenous livelihoods and socioeconomic conditions, and assessing SDGs pertaining to indigenous claims to land ownership, as it is the primary source of indigenous livelihoods. The 6th schedule, comprising Articles 244.2 and 275A, is titled Provisions as to the Administration of Tribal Areas in the states of Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, and Mizoram. Among the other regions like Dima Hasao, Karbi Anglong derives its legitimacy as an autonomous hill district from the schedule. However, the articles are framed to accommodate the Land Regulations Act 1989, which is an amendment of the Assam Land and Revenue Regulation 1886. This greatly restricts autonomy of indigenous Karbi people in negotiating land ownership and pertaining transactions. This schedule does not mention the term indigenous, but uses the term tribal to refer to its communities, including the Karbi community. The first paragraph of the 6th schedule, titled Autonomous Districts and Autonomous Regions, focuses on aspects of territorial recognition to be autonomous as per legislation. However, evaluation of the subsequent paragraphs makes visible possible punitive scope for state mechanism and checks and balances favoring the state and not the autonomous entity. This becomes evident from the considerable power of the governor specified in the paragraphs in terms of creating a new autonomous district, increasing or diminishing the area of any autonomous district, bifurcating or altercating the name of any autonomous district, and so on and so forth. Paragraph 2, titled Constitution of District Councils and Regional Councils, enumerates the criteria of legislative representation, which is also entangled with judicial implications, as it clearly states that the name is to be treated as the bona fide recognition for being legally sued and also to legally persecute. In an exhaustive effort, the 6th schedule essentially sets definitions, extent, and limitations of tribal autonomy by positing itself as a binding contract between the Indian Union and the tribal population vis-à-vis the state of Assam fulfilling advocacy functions. As early as 1994, however, political leaders have sought legal remedies against contravention and misuse of the autonomy of the governor over 6 scheduled areas. Executive members and political representatives from within the Kabi Anglong Autonomous Council were expressing their concerns over the unopposed powers of the governor in terms of interfering with autonomous powers of the KAB. For example, in the benchmark case of Holiram Tarang versus State of Assam and others on 5th April 1994, the complainant filed the following. The main grievance of the writ petitioner is that the governor, by invoking powers under subparagraph 2 of paragraph 16 of the 6th schedule to the Constitution, took over the administration of the district council on a number of occasions, which is whimsical, arbitrary, and for political purpose. Hence, the writ petitioner has challenged the constitutional validity of the above provision of the 6th schedule to the Constitution. Close quotation. The reply from the sitting bench read, "We are unable to accept the contention inasmuch as even if such powers are exercised by any other authority under subparagraph 3, this is a check for performing legislative function by any other authority. We may also refer to provisions underlying paragraph 6 of the 6th schedule, which may also which empowers the district council to establish markets, etc., and may also make regulation. But this paragraph also provides that such regulation will require previous approval of the governor." Close quotation. Thus, there is visible conflict of interest between legislations pertaining to land and access of the land which belongs to the Kabi indigenous community. The 6th schedule enables a dual system of government wherein the KAK, the 6th schedule enables a dual system of government wherein the KAK and the customary law exist to govern the same population, demographic, administrative territory, but draws legislation from 2 different sources within the federal arrangement of Assam. While the KAK draws legitimacy from the 6th schedule, the customary kingship draws its legislation from customary law. However, in paragraph 3, subsection A, enumerates the power of the district and regional councils in terms of making legislations pertaining to any land which is reserved forest, agricultural grazing land, or for residential or non-residential purposes, provided that nothing in such laws will prevent the compulsory acquisition of any land, whether occupied or unoccupied, for public purposes in accordance with the law for the time being in force, authorizing such acquisition. Furthermore, the appointment of the village headman Habe or chief Sarthe was traditionally the purview of the Kabi customary king Recho. However, this responsibility of appointments has been interfered with by the chain of command of the governor percolating down to the Kabi Anglong Autonomous Council. The same applies to inheritance of property in the form of estate. The exercise of powers of the council to assess, collect, and land revenue, to impose taxes, to collect land revenue and impose taxes, to make regulations for the control of money lending and trading by tribals and non-tribals, to determine ownership of land reflect a history of interference. Field interviews for this study have revealed deep-seated disjunctions between legal and social realities. The land laws recognize only individual ownership of land and treat land without documentation or pattas as state property, thus eroding the practice of community ownership of land for purpose of subsistence, mode of agriculture and economic production, monitored via customary law. Moreover, while provisions for land use, ownership and transfer are listed in the schedule, as seen above, there are several mechanisms that govern this transaction and change in ownership. For example, while the NSSO 70th round lists land ownership, homestead lands, and agricultural land in Assam under rural and urban reference categories, it does not account for the categories for tribal and non-tribal landowners and transfer among the rural landowning households of Assam, including of Kabi Anglong. That is, it does not quantify the percentage of land owned by nationally representative land owned by the tribal and the non-tribal, or its quality, that is forest, fallow, waste, agricultural, or homestead. This paper advocates a qualitative inquiry into relationship with land policies and the impact on the Kabi community and their livelihoods. The deliberations in this paper positions the 6th schedule structurally in terms of legitimizing administration and legislative autonomy of Kabi Anglong. This exploratory analysis is based on asking the following set of development questions. Are there links between political institutions like the Kabi Anglong Autonomous Council and customary kingship with land ownership patterns among the Kabis? Are there links between instruments of political institutions like the 6th schedule with Kabi autonomy in relation to the ownership and transfer of land impacting Kabi livelihoods? In due course of this research, it has been observed that the dual nature of federal arrangement of governance at the local and community level requires to be taken into consideration as an important source of feedback mechanism that can potentially can impact sensitive policies for indigenous development of the Karbi community. As Karbi Anglong is the largest geographical district of Assam, comprising of 10,434 square kilometers, it is continually being represented as backward in census reports and HDR reports, and also in the present SDG reports for Assam. In order to identify and resolve particular development challenges, the CARC is mandated to be in quarterly, monthly policy feedback to correspond on indigenous livelihoods, territory, and institutions with respective urban local bodies, village development committees, village community development committees at the block, as well as community or village levels. These committees are regulated as feedback mechanisms to comprise of appointed as well as elected representatives at the respective governance levels, coincided purviews of 6th schedule and SDG state manual. As per the 6th schedule, Kabi Anglong will abide by institutions of customary law wherever applicable, that is at the community and village level, as an alternative to Panchayati Raj institutions. The Karbi customary kingship is a functional institution that is one with administrative and political responsibilities. At the level of development blocks in West Karbi Anglong, that is Chintong, Amri, and Rongham Rongbong, Hamrin district, the customary king has rights to hold civil and sanctions court for over 500 villages. With its arabesque of customary bureaucracy, the Recho, Lindokpo, Habe, and the South comprise of the administrative officers in charge of customary areas of Kabi Anglong. However, fieldwork has affirmed that these institutions also perform the function of grievance redressal and feedback mechanism at the grassroots level by facilitating discourses between the district community members and Kabi Anglong Autonomous Council. Interactions with customary leaders during field visit in April 2021 have revealed gaps in feedback mechanisms as well as these redressal mechanisms in terms of facilitating timely correspondence between the CARC representatives and customary leaders and the demands generated from the community. Open-ended interviews with community members in Umtili, Ronghang Rongbong, and Difu have also revealed gaps in these mechanisms between the state, district, and community. Now here, in a recent attempt, in a renewed vigor to adhere to SDG goals, we see that the policy framework adopted by the Governor of Assam advocates the responsibility of reporting and monitoring SDG indicator frameworks for 6 scheduled areas like Karbi Anglong, and various sub-departments, committees like District Commissioner's Office, Block Development Office, Village Development Committee, and Village Community Development Committees. According to the Assam SDG Report 2021, of particular interest are the prosperity indicators and goals for zero poverty, equal rights to land ownership, partnership to attain SDG goals, and a focus on strengthening policy convergence at the state and district levels. Now, the scope and shortcomings of such a right-based approach to policy advocacy of indigenous development is impinged on the vocabulary of policy instruments and the agenda, not only at the global, but also at the level of national policy, especially since the government of the incumbent BJP government has affiliated its allegiance to sustainable development goals by saying that India's development agenda is mirrored in the SDGs, and the government of Assam further mirrors this commitment by creating specific committees and specific line departments for monitoring and evaluation of development policy of Kabi Anglong. I will now quickly move over to some of the important aspects of field work conducted by myself in 2017 to 2021. The field plan, as it also extended, it is an ongoing PhD research, and hence it has also been susceptible to regressive timelines affected by ongoing pandemic. However, this has also proved the robust and adaptable nature of such a qualitative research. The objective is to collect indigenous narratives on significance of land development, identity, and autonomy, so as to aid a sensitive discourse on indigenous development. So the site has been Difu, which is the town center and located in East Kabi Anglong, and the customary capital is located in Ronghang Rongbong in West Kabi Anglong. In due course of fieldwork, I have engaged with indigenous researchers and scholars who are well conversant in the language to develop robust questionnaire tools. These are some of the key field approaches which I have used as theoretical underpinnings to design my research methodology, including phased exploratory research, descriptive ethnographic case studies, and thematic coding. These have also been proven very instrumental in several development aid and policy programs across the world, including in India. I shall be sharing some of the references later on. So the thematic tools for the exploratory case study include in-depth interviews and key informant interviews with various respondent categories, including community members, customary leaders, members of the Kabi Anglong Autonomous Council, and indigenous activists and scholars. Some of the sampling methods which I have used are snowball sampling, especially while being in the field. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I'll just quickly move to the narratives. Some of the narratives which have been generated from the field in relation to indigenous land. Yes, sir. I'll just conclude in 2 minutes, please. Thank you. Okay. So these are some of the indigenous narratives which have. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Please come.
Can I please take 2 minutes to conclude? I'm just going to take 2 minutes, please. Yes, sir. So the objective is to bridge the gap between existing approaches to indigenous development by providing a qualitative methodological framework. And the focus is on good governance and feedback mechanisms for grievance redressal at various levels of autonomy. These observations. Yes, sir. Okay. These observations have been made and the demands have been noted as being generated from the community. These are some of the plates. And okay, I shall conclude. And if yes, sir, I have concluded. Okay. Thank you so much for the time. And if anybody is interested, I have a few more plates of subsistent cropping patterns and land use patterns, but for the time being, I would like to conclude my presentation. During the question answers, I can also share some more of the indigenous narratives due to the shortest time constraints, which I was unable to go in depth into. Thank you so much for listening in.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we go to the next. We call upon Mr. Raman Bhat Naresh. Hello.
Sir, good afternoon,
Hello,
sir.
Mr.
I'm here, sir.
Okay, I get it. Okay, now you please start your.
I'm sharing my presentation.
Okay, start.
Sir, it is visible to my PPT.
Yeah, I can see you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rama. I'm a research scholar at University of Hyderabad. My presentation topic is an exploratory study on government interventions for tribal community development in Telangana state. The study of the paper, the objectives of the paper, to study the status of tribal in Telangana, to explore the different problems of tribals in Telangana, to analyze the government interventions for tribal development in Telangana. Sir.
There's music.
Sir, it is outside, sir. We cannot do anything. Ganesh festival.
Please. Okay, go ahead.
So methodology, I present this research paper through exploratory research. This methodology assists to identify the selection of items, designing the best research and collecting data. Only secondary data we use this present study. Secondary data is collected from the case studies, magazines, newspapers, books, websites, articles, journals, and etc. The data collected from these investigation can be qualitative and quantitative. So this study is limited to tribal community only in Telangana state and limited to describe the various schemes tribals development in Telangana state. Introduction. Article 15.4 justifies the state to make special arrangements to promote the instance of welfare of the socially educationally backward selections of the society such as SCs and STs. Accordingly, the state governments will provide special facilities to the socially and educationally backward castes, to tribes and backward classes. The Telangana state government is moving forward to raise the people's living standards and achieve a goal, Bangaru Telangana, achieve a golden Telangana. The government in the state of Telangana has a particular emphasis on making people from the all walks of the life happy, comfortable, and prosperous. In the Telangana, the government is implements many objectives, many programs, and many welfare schemes. However, in the state of Telangana, scheduled caste and scheduled tribes and minorities well behind. According to the 2011 census, the number of scheduled tribes in Telangana 32.84 lakhs. It is 9.34% of the total population of the state. There are currently 32 tribal communities in Telangana, such as communities as own culture and traditions. Some of the Lambada, Koya, Gund, Erkala, Kalam, Padan, Chenchu, An, Todi, and Kondaret, Das, etc. Tribes living tribal areas. The mainly 10 districts in Telangana, tribal people living Adilabad, Komarambim, Mancheriala, Mulugu, Warangal Rural, Mahbubnagar, Bhadradi, Kottagudem, Khammam, and Nagar Karnool districts. So, such as the government will formulate various schemes for tribals in Telangana on education, health, and basic infrastructure, tribal culture and literature development, and tribal economic development. The departments are following. Departments are the in Telangana different programs in the built by the tribals. So first one is Commissioner of Tribal Welfare. So it is education and development programs conducted. Chief Engineering and Tribal Welfare, Infrastructure, TW organizations and scheduled areas, FST Finance Corporation, financial assistance and skill development programs conducted, and Gurukul, it is residential schools, Girijan Corporation, making the MFP, tribal culture research and training institutions, research involvements. So, tribal communities, so many challenges faced in Telangana. So, mainly human resources, accessibility. The challenge faced by the tribals are limited local market and lack of opportunities and lack of bank credit facilities. The challenges facing in the tribals are the lack of census development, preservation of tribal heritage is low. So the next, the role of various programs in implementation of the development of scheduled tribes in state of Telangana. The first program is income limit enhanced. The income limit in Telangana state has increased 60,000 to 1,50,000 in rural area and urban area 75,000 to 2 lakhs. So it is useful to tribes. The helped various schemes utilized the in Telangana state. The next one is Asara pension. So it is given to old and disabled person. So the Telangana government increased the 1000 to 2016 rupees in old age, and disabled persons 1000 to 3016 rupees. So it is the useful to scheduled tribes, so they do not depend on other self, so they live very freely, joyfully. The next one is Kanya Lakshmi scheme. So it is also very famous scheme. It is the Telangana government increases to now given to 1 lakh 160 rupees. So before they given 50,000, then it is useful to scheduled tribes their development, and it is very useful to another one is sex ratio also. The next one is economic support scheme. So the current this scheme is self-employment scheme. So who is the unemployed youth and economic youth? They support to economic support. So the under this scheme, the government subsidy is increased. The 1 lakh rupee is given is a scheme. The subsidy is 80,000. They pay only 20,000, and the government give 1 lakh 20,000. 2 lakhs, the subsidy amount is 1 lakh 20,000. We pay 80,000. The government given 5 lakhs, we pay 50%. That means 2 lakh 50,000. Another 2 lakh 50,000 is we pay amount. So and also government provide given another programs also 6 kgs rice and micro irrigation, greenhouse, SC/ST subplan implemented in Telangana, and ST/ST beneficiaries under welfare schemes, and subsidy for SC/ST enterprises, SC/ST special development fund also provided in Telangana, and that is most changed in Telangana. Mostly living in Banjaras, Tandas. So the Girijana Tandas to the Telangana government change Panchayat. So who is living more than 500 people in Tandas, they convert to Gram Panchayat. So it is the very excellent scheme. And next, direct funding to SC/STs. The Telangana made has changes to who is allotted budget in SC/ST. They given directly. Next, reservation in Telangana state. So SC/ST BC make up 90% population in Telangana state. So that's why they reserve the people to their eligibility criteria. And next one is new residential schools for SC/ST BC minorities. They provide special schools in tribal areas. So now more than 240 schools in 240 residential schools in Telangana. They given special seats in the tribal people, and also the government provide overseas scholarship for SC/STs who are the eligible in study abroad. So they given to Ambedkar overseas scholarship to ST students. So every this scheme is eligibility for 20 lakhs. Next, scholarship for poor students. The Telangana government given to scholarships to SC/STs. And next, study circles also provided to SC/ST BC students. And next, in tribal areas, the mainly focus on tribal students to implement the English medium schools institutions of government. So it is the most very well done scheme of the in Telangana. Next, digital classes in government schools. So digital history also provided in the SC/ST BC students in the state of Telangana. So finally, I will be conclude to the state government is working to transform Telangana into a Bangaru Telangana. The government of Telangana works for the welfare programs and overall development of the people of the state. For that, various programs and schemes will be formulated to promote tribal development. Describe the obstacles faced by the Telangana government. It can be said that it has not compressed on the programs required for tribal development. So it also makes a sorts of measures necessary for tribal development, but more efforts need to be made to provide the necessary infrastructure to the tribals in the tribal areas. Special attention should be paid to education and health programs. Tribals should provides bank loans for self-employment programs. In added, government field level monitoring is essential. Only then will good results come to the measure taken by the government for the tribals in the tribal areas. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Naresh. You keep your time nicely. Now we go to the next presentation from Mr. Robin Topno and Mr. Dr. Ganga Bhushan from Molanka. Okay, please,
Okay,
Mr.
hello, sir.
Topno.
Am I audible?
Are you there? Oh, yes, yes.
Okay,
Yes,
sir.
yes. Okay, I'll start.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. Topno.
Yes, sir. Is my slides are visible, sir?
Oh, yeah, visible. Okay,
Okay.
you go ahead. Go
Okay.
ahead.
So, good afternoon, sir. My name is Probin Topno. I am a PhD scholar from Department of Social Work, Assam University. And the co-author of this paper is Professor Ganga Bhushan Molankal. He is a professor, Department of Social Work. So, the topic which I am dealing with is tribal community development vis-a-vis the other unrecognized tribal community of Assam. When I talk about the tribals, the tribes in India are essentially identifiable due to their personal identity, having their own language, religion, festival, cousins, dance, and music. And when I talk about the people or the tribal in Assam, nearly 12.4% of the total population in Assam are tribal, that is 3.72% of the total population of the country. The tribal population in Assam is predominantly rural, with 94.4% residing in rural areas. And the scenario of Assam, like in Assam, if you look at it, the Assam is one of the state comes under the 6th schedule of the constitution. The area which comes under 6th schedule are the North Kachar Hills, Karbi Anglong, and the border territorial areas. Apart from this, the government of Assam has constituted 6 other autonomous councils through enactment of law in the state legislature for social, economic, education, ethnic, and cultural advancements of tribal communities in these autonomous council areas. And the autonomous council areas are mainly, we have the 6 different autonomous council, that is Missing Autonomous Council, Rabha Hasong Autonomous Council, Tiwa Autonomous, Deuri Autonomous, Telenga Kachari Autonomous Council, and Sonwal Kachari Autonomous Council. So these are the autonomous council established through state legislation. There are various provisions given that I think in the previous presentations also many of the scholars they have presented. So I'm not going to deal this. I will pass on this, else I will not be able to cover the timing. And legal provisions are given in this slide. And I'll be directly dealing with the issues related to the tribals that are faced by the tribal communities in Assam. So I'll be dealing with this a bit of like psychosocial problems and a bit political related issues that the tribals are facing today in the state. First is the identity crisis. One of the major problems faced by the tribal populations of the state is identity crisis. There is a drastic change seen among the plain and hill tribes in Assam in their political, social, cultural life. The age-old traditionals and ascetic way of life of the tribal of Assam are getting distorting due to advent of urbanizations and westernization. That is very commonly seen in all parts of the state. With the unique traditions and culture, there is every perspective to develop ethnic tourism, eco-tourism, and other adventurous tourism for the rest of the world. These opportunities are accelerating economic development and standard of living, but gradually deteriorating the core values of the tribal and bringing identity crisis among the tribals in all parts of the state. The second issue which I will like to highlight is isolation and mainstream development. Poverty and backwardness, along with the isolations from the mainstream development scenario, in fact resulted the problems of insurgency, ethnic conflicts, identity crisis, and emergence of several political backed organizations among them. At the same time, the real benefits of reservations are also restricted to a few people only, and most of the poor and illiterate people are deprived from those opportunities. The third issue which I would like to highlight of these tribals are the tribal and caste politics. The tribal politics in Assam began to challenge the hegemony of the caste Hindu in the beginning and then transformed to the tribal autonomy in the post-colonial period. Bhimodar Deuri, he was one of the eminent person in Assam, was the first to raise the questions on tribal issues regarding their primary rights in the states. Very often, minor conflicts based on the tribal values, food habits, cultural practices, etc., gets sparks in rural areas, but such issues are never been highlighted. In such circumstances, the tribals always fail to get upper hand in confrontations. One of the dominant modes in which the transformations of the tribal society has been conceived is in terms of the tribal moving in the direction of becoming a part of civilization by getting absorbed in the society that represents civilization. And fourthly, the issue that I would like to highlight of the tribals are the problem of assimilations within and with the non-tribal populations. New division has been created among the tribals due to the cultural change in their ranks. Stratification in tribal society in India has its roots in British policy. The urbanized tribal groups mostly have assimilated with the dominant culture in the towns and cities. Their economic status has been ranked above the normal tribal groups. Vast majority of the tribal still find difficult in assimilating with the dominant culture or not much in preference with the dominant culture. They enjoy autonomy and are independent of each other in their territory. Forced assimilation has resulted different problems in the areas. The rich culture of these tribes or these different communities has been demolished. So these are some of the problems that I wanted to highlight of the tribals. Now the issue is, as my paper's title says, the issue of tribal vis-a-vis the unrecognized tribal community. There are a lot of community who wants to get recognized as the scheduled tribe in the state. And their problems, major problems that I would like to highlight are like complexity and identity politics. Assam is a home to complex mix of various communities. The population comprises both tribal and non-tribal groups. These diverse social setups, however, far from assimilation, has found itself in a situation of alienations and isolations today. Today, Assam's tribal and the caste politics has become two different sides of same coin. One becomes the kingmaker and the other becomes the administrator to manage the affair of the state. The communities seeking to get recognized as or the vulnerable community or the tribal groups becomes the victim of either caste or the tribal politics in the state. So that is a very complex situation that we see it in the state. Secondly, the politics in granting scheduled tribe status. Demand of ST status, that is scheduled tribe status of 6 genuine communities, actually important from the community's perspective, from these 6 different communities. The communities namely Koch Rajbansi, Tayahum, Chutia, Motok, Moran, and T tribes. Currently, these communities are listed as are the backward classes in Assam. The government introduced the fact that these communities are going to receive the scheduled tribe status to calm tempers in Assam in the wake of vociferous protest against Citizenship Amendment Bill in 2019. I think all of us, we are clear. Like in 2019, when the agitation was going on, to calm down this agitation, government had raised this issue of giving them the scheduled tribe status. That was a big politics played by the current ruling government. The other, like today, these communities have become the vote bank for the leading political parties. That often we can see it in the state. The third issue that I would like to highlight is the recognitions and discriminations. In case of T-tribe, many feel that there is a discrimination done to many of the subgroups of the tribe. There are many sub-tribes among the T-tribes have been unable to produce the proper ethnographic certificate and hence will be left out. That is the concern of many other subgroups of the T-tribe community. The current scheduled tribes and their organizations the Coordination Committee of the Tribal Organization of Assam, all Assam Tribal Sangha of the state is totally against granting ST status to 6 communities. They believe that granting ST status to these communities will destroy the existing scheduled tribes of Assam. The fourth issues that I would like to highlight is the demand and justifications and confrontations. There are various justifications given by the 6 ST demanding communities. Firstly, granting ST status to 6 communities would not affect the existing ST communities. A major chunk of 27% of OBC will become ST, which should ideally increase the ST quota from the existing 15% to 39 to 40%. Secondly, granting ST status to the 6 communities also will increase the ST share in the population of Assam, which in turn would help in increasing the reservation more in the Assembly, Lok Sabha, and other seats for indigenous communities. So these are the demand and the justification given by the 6 communities, those who are demanding ST status. But this whole move to ST status to 6 communities ultimately ultimately lead to Assam into a tribal majority state. The idea of the tribal majority is not a favorable choice for tribal communities in the state. That was the justification given by the many researchers. Now the recommendations and the suggestion I would like to put as per my paper. There are few criteria not spelled out in the Constitution of India, but often been explained in various forums, namely the primitive race, the distinct culture, geographical isolation, tightness of the community at large, and backwardness. In examinations of these above mentioned criteria, many tribes should be gradually descheduled from ST status if it becomes the problem in sharing quotas and opportunities. Secondly, the periodical evaluations of the community should be made mandatory with a special appointed committees. Schedule status to a tribal should not be permanent tag to a community. Opportunities and provisions should be properly implemented to establish an equitable and just society. Thirdly, huge contributions and provisions are provided to protect and save the scheduled tribes in the country. What contributions are made by the tribals to build the nations requires proper investigations. These initiatives may lead to minimize or maximize the effect of government and private sector to invest in the preserving the particular community. Fourthly, more effort should be made by the government or tribal themselves in making them understand each other. A state like Assam, where being minority is still tribal conflicts, is often seen in almost all the pockets of the states. For next, fifthly, in preserving and protecting tribal communities' belief system is not given importance in most of the initiatives of the government. Each tribe have their own belief system, which may not be philosophically or theologically well decorated, unlike the mainstream religion, still have deep significance within it. They are often being forced or categorized in mainstream religion groups. This act of government or people concerned is inappropriate. Lastly, the development is a two-way process, meaning an external support and self-initiative. In most of the tribal belt, people wait for external support and no additional efforts are made to overcome the social problems. At the same time, many individuals take this as an opportunity to litter around and politicize the issue. In conclusion, I would like to tell is that the tribal development vis-a-vis the other community issues and concerns are equally important in globalization era within the state. Politics on socio-economic issues of the community should be minimized for equitable and just society. So thank you, sir. This is my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Topno.
Thank
Now
you,
we go to the next presentation. Miss Deepika Lama, are you there?
Yeah, hello, sir, and good afternoon,
Okay.
sir.
Okay, start your presentation right now.
Okay, sir. Just I'm sharing my screen. Yeah. Is my screen visible, sir?
It is visible. Okay, you go
Okay, sir.
15 minutes. 15 minutes timing is given to you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. So actually, this is a joint paper by me and by my friend, Dr. Animesh Andrew Lulamarai. And the title of our paper is Comprehending the Forest Tribes of Darjeeling Hills, Their Way of Cultural Preservation, and the Impact of Government and Globalization. And our work is entirely based on field survey. So let me proceed further. Tribals, popularly termed as the guardian or custodian of forest and its resources, since time immemorial, tribals have been residing in the forest and have a symbiotic relationship with the forest. For a majority of the tribal population, forest not only acts as a source of food, fodder, fuel wood, medicine, etc., but also the abode of different deities. Different tribes residing in different geographical settings have their own culture, dialects, lifestyles, social structures, rituals, values, customs, etc. So here I will give a definition given by the famous anthropologist Edward Burnett Taylor. So in his famous book Primitive Culture, he has stated that culture or civilization is that complex whole which includes knowledge, beliefs, arts, morals, laws, customs, and other achievements of man as a member of society. So tribal culture is not only showcased in the form of dance, song, food, and festival, but it is a total expression of the identity and livelihood. But like what is happening is that due to the advent of modernization, urbanization, and globalization, the tribal culture, we can say, is on the verge of destruction. There is a rapid transformation of tribal socio-cultural milieu through various modernizing forces. Since tribals are the original inhabitants of the forest, their whole life revolves around it and devote special places and areas for their ancestors. And mostly in the eastern Himalayan region, sacred groves are in the form of Devistan or a special area named in the memory of the ancestors where they plant different trees. And what sacred groves actually is? Sacred groves are actually forests dedicated to the ancestral spirits or deities by local communities residing in different parts of India. Sacred grove is defined as an area which ranges from a cluster of trees to a patch of forest, allowing various levels of interference and resource use. So, the globalization has replaced our traditional culture with the indulgence of more homogenized and westernized culture, and how far the tribals have been successful in the preservation of the traditional culture and environment in spite of several challenges is the major concern of the study. So, the objectives of the studies are as follow. Number one is to highlight the different roles played by the tribal population residing in the forest village of Darjeeling Hills in relation to the preservation of the culture. Number two is the study also attempts to explore as how far the tribals residing in the forest have been successful in preserving the culture in the present era of globalization. And number three is to examine the role played by different development boards formulated by the government of West Bengal for the preservation, promotions, and development of tribal culture. So those are the objectives we have framed. And coming to the study area, basically we have chosen a forest village, and which is the name of the forest village is Tatapur Forest Village. And it is located at an altitude of 7,887 feet, located in the eastern part of the Himalayan range. So when we talk about their the proximity, Chhatarpur Forest Village is located approximately 8 kilometers uphill away from a small hill town Sonada. Sonada actually it is a Lecha word and which basically means the bear's den. Okay, and if you want to visit Chhatarpur, it nearly takes 72 kilometers from Siliguri and 22 kilometers from Darjeeling. And this village comes under the Central Wildlife Sanctuary. And this village comes under the Central Wildlife Sanctuary. And here, Eco Development Committee is functional. And this village, when we talk about this village, it comprises of only 19 households, having Rai and Sherpa ethnic communities. The total population of this village is 89, having 45 males and 44 females. And this is a forest village established during the colonial rule, having no land rights till date. And now this forest village is emerging. It now is the emerging tourist destinations. So you can see the study area out there. It is down the Chhatarpur, the study area. So coming to the methodology part, both primary and the secondary data have been used for collecting the data, and mostly for conducting the field visit. Mostly for conducting the field survey, we visited the place on October 2020 and another one on March 2021. And the data collection was mostly done through random sampling method, and also the observation method was also used. And mostly 19 participants, most of the head of the house were interviewed, and both male and female were interviewed, and also the senior citizens and the forest officers were interviewed. They act as key informants, and mostly oral narrations we got from the senior citizens regarding the establishment of forest villages, regarding the cultural preservation, what they have done, and what are the different stories hidden behind the preservation of various things. Okay, so and regarding the secondary data have been obtained from various books, journals, newspapers from both national and the local one, and government reports mostly from the forest department and the various internet sources and so on. So coming to our main thing, that is the finding and discussion. Yeah. Correspondence from both the, this forest village mostly comprises, I told you earlier, 19 households having Sherpa and Rai community. Okay, so respondents from both the Sherpa and Rai have been selected as they worship nature and natural phenomena such as the mountain, forest, river, etc., and ascribe all of them as having a soul. Sherpa is basically a tribal group notified by the government of India. They are known all over the world for their ability as porters and guides in mountain expeditions. Whereas Rais, also known as Kambu, claim themselves as tribes because of the animist religious practices and frequently comes under the discourse of tribes. The government has recognized them as the other backward classes, but they are still fighting for ST status in the state of West Bengal. And coming back to the economic background, agriculture is the main economic activity of the region, and they mostly give preference for the organic farming, and mostly they follow the subsistence type of farming. Now the area is now in Chhatarpur Forest Village, homestay is booming, mushrooming rapidly, and since two communities are living in the forest, they have a strong connection with the forest and plays an important role in its preservation and use different plant products from the birth till date. And this whole community act as a guardian of the forest and are the members of various environmental groups, various governmental groups are also there, and the non-governmental groups are ATRI, WWF groups are there, and they are the member of these groups. And these groups, what they are doing is that they are giving classes or they are giving seminars that are being given to them regarding the preservations of nature, in what way the nature should be preserved and all. Okay, so our main focus is on the presence of the sacred groves. Okay, so here you can see the picture out there. No, basically now I will narrate a story regarding the presence of sacred groves in the Chhatarpur Forest Village, mostly given by the ancestors out there. So the prevalence of sacred groves is seen from the consciousness regarding its sanctity. The village has a sacred groves and is located nearly 1 kilometer far from the village. There's a presence of Kalpokri, and out there Devistan is located. Kalpokri is basically a lake. The villagers considered it as a sacred, and anything regarded its pollution is strictly prohibited. The whole community comes forward in terms of cleanliness, plantation of different trees, and they offer puja in times of different occasions. People even from far-flung areas even visit this Devistan as it has their own religious significance. The villagers stated that the Kalpokri, which is situated in front of Devistan, has a mythological connection. The area is believed to have been the abode of different gods and goddesses. During the ancient time, the water level in the Kalpokri lake was adequate. Whenever the dry leaves and other things fell into the lakes and dirtied it, the lake was cleaned by the gods of the locality. It was considered something very much natural and holy. Unfortunately, at what point of time, the forest was caught by fire, and this resulted in shrinking of lake water. According to the local oral narration, the gods and goddesses residing in that area left the place and went to stay at the holy essential mandir, located at the highest hill station of Bhum Jorbonglo, which is approximately 10 kilometers away from the study area. So this is all like the story narrated by the senior citizen, or we can say the older citizen of that area. And you can see another picture, and this is the Kalpokri lake, and out there you can see a banana tree. Still, like what the villagers they are doing, they are preserving this banana tree because they have another story of the same. Another example of connection between the environment and the culture of the respondents was the presence of Smritiban. And you can see a patch of land is dedicated what is Smritiban? Actually, I'm like describing that thing. A patch of land is dedicated in the name of the ancestors, and the people plant different saplings in the memory of the beloved ones. This practice portrays their environmental consciousness and connection with the nature. Another instance was the presence of banana tree. Out there you can see. The major significance of banana tree is it acts as a major source of water. The local people worship the banana trees and restrict the people from cutting or damaging the banana tree. But unfortunately, what is happening is that globalization affects everybody, irrespective of class, caste, gender, religion, and region, and so forth. The communities living in the Eastern Himalayan is also not an exception. They have encountered the various effects of globalization in various ways, with introductions of new values and lifestyle influencing from Westerners. Despite the strong impact of globalization, the villages are successful in implementing the traditional cultural practice, keeping in balance with few attributes of globalization. Apart from self-awareness among the villagers regarding the cultural preservations, various development boards established by West Bengal government is also taking necessary steps for the protection, promotion, and safeguarding of the language, tradition, and culture of various ethnic groups of Darjeeling Hills. So, in the year 2013, the Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, announced the formation of Development Board for Lechas. It was the beginning one, you can say, one of the indigenous tribal communities of North Bengal Hills. It was soon followed by formation of other development boards in the region. So there are basically 18 sub-tribal groups in the region, out of which 7 have been recognized as scheduled tribes by the government of, and the remaining 11 groups are still campaigning for their recognition of scheduled tribe status. In this study, the Sherpas are scheduled tribes, while Rais are still fighting for their state status. The state government started to form development boards for the social, cultural, and economic development and upliftment of both tribal and non-tribal groups. And various funds are being given to the different boards. And historically, funds are given to these boards for building houses of economically weak neighbors, and even different cultural programs are being organized by these development boards like every year, or we can say every month. A meeting is being held within the members of different groups. So coming to the conclusion, we can say the scientific and modern approaches towards environmental conservation and development alone are not sufficient for the overall development of entire entities related with nature. The traditional cultural value system also plays a significant role in the overall development existence of the human-nature nexus. Therefore, inclusion of tribal way of life should be considered as an important factor in policy-making processes related with sustainable environment. The process of globalization and traditions of tribal communities at times may appear as oppositional forces. However, the conscious and active participations of the stakeholders in choosing the most important aspect of globalization and tradition does give positive outcome. Like in case of Sherpas and Rais of Chatakpur Forest Village, where they have adopted homestay or modern tourism culture as one of the economic enterprise, and at the same time they also express the culture and traditions through this modern enterprise. This positively helps in engaging the modern traditional values and practices in a well-balanced equilibrium, fetching benefits to all the stakeholders taking part in such interactions. Lastly, the government has played an important role in preserving the traditional heritage of different ethnic groups of Darjeeling Hills through various modalities. As a form of suggestions, the role of tribal development boards, apart from concentrating solely on socio-cultural and economic upliftment of tribal communities, can also seek to expand and encourage the tribal knowledge system to rival civil society through various mechanisms, particularly when it comes to environmental protections and conservation practices, which in many or most cases are considered outdated and unscientific. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Now, who is left out? There is one paper. There's one paper, Residential Education in Indigenous Culture, a study on Chola Naikan tribe in Nilambur, Kerala. Miss C.L. Sarup. Hello? Hello? Miss C.L. Sarup. Any paper is left out?
No, sir.
One paper is left out. Residential education in Nilambur, Kerala. Is that finished? Okay, now we'll open the net to the questioning and clarification from others. Anyone out there would like to ask for clarification or suggestions? Hello. Please, now the house is open now for suggestions, questions to the papers presented from any one of you who are there among the participants or the presenters. Hello, can anyone hear? Hello, okay.
If you would like to ask any questions also, it would be really nice to have your opinions or questions. Thank you.
No, it is open for participants now. Okay. Any of the participants who would like to ask questions for clarification? No one. But from my side, I see all your studies are quite okay, quite interesting. Only one thing I would like to ask is Mr. Malsom. Is he there? Mr. Thomas Malsom.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm here, sir.
Okay. Can you pinpoint those projects of the government which amounts to what you call ethnocide?
Okay. So, sir, if I'm
the present projects that are going on there, which can be called as a case of ethnocide. Okay.
Okay, sir. Particularly coming to the Tripura context, I mean, I have been trying to look at the policies and which I would generally term, which is like it's very limited, but I will tell you what are those policies which I say it as ethnocide. Because when I look at the government policies or the projects concerning to the indigenous tribal communities in Tripura, they are very much of a limited. I mean, there are various departments out there which particularly focus on the economy and the education and the culture rights. Sorry, the culture protection of their culture and identity. But from here, what I see is the number one. I think from the economic. So from the economic part, there are some a limited small project comes which is in the form of like a plantation. They will be given plantation without even asking the need of the whether they're in need of or not. The communities where in my field study, which is Dalai district of Tripura, I've taken one village of these communities. What I found is that there are no any they don't even need. When I asked what kind of help do you receive from the government, they said like, we receive some 5 different varieties of plant. Do you need them? They said we don't need them. So that is the one one thing. Another thing is that concerning to particularly the carbon community, when I talk about the ethnocide, it's pretty much like visible because there is a one. It has already been recognized. It has already been recognized, saying that they are the endangered or they are the about to be extinct of the community. But from the side of the government, there is nothing. Any responsibilities are taking care. Only one project, which is from the this ONGC. From the ONGC, they have initiated a small project by giving them some like some for their horticulture, for their any kind of a piggery, for fisheries, so that they can develop of their own economic development. But that was back in 2015 or 11. That's completely stopped. And another aspect, what I see is the education part. When it comes to the education, I mean, when we make a difference between the urban and the rural, rural is very much, it's in a very bad condition right now. Recently, the new scheme came, which is from the state government, that is the one-time financial assistance, which give you about 1 lakh rupees for the those who in need of for their purpose of their education. But there, if you can see the eligibility criteria, if you look at it, particularly says that only this fund or this financial assistance will be giving to those tribal communities who able to secure 50% marks in their class 10 and their class 12. But I don't think that studying those tribal students who are studying in the government schools will ever be able to achieve such kind of percentage. So you can see that that is also how deliberately those kind of schemes are being given, so that this particular community completely destroyed on their own. Because it has been planned so systematically that even when you try to blame the government also, they will deny that no, which we have not. And another thing which is currently going on, which is I would term as a unfinished colonial projects, which is a garbage dumping ground, which has come under the solid waste management policy, which is under this municipal areas. But now those dumping grounds are been assigned in the ADC areas where the tribals are in the tribals are living there. So there also they have so systematical, they have done that, they have proved that this particular land is belongs to the government, and now the committees, the tribal committees, they can not do anything. So the dumping ground has been started. So these are my few points. Still I'm looking into my research, because this is part of my PhD thesis also. So thank you so much, sir, for this
Thank you.
question.
Mr. Topno. Hello, Mr. Topno.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Topno, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Okay. Because I cannot see your whole paper, just a gist from your presentation.
Okay.
Tribal community development, unrecognized tribal community of Assam.
Okay.
Okay. Now, it's not very clear to me. These unrecognized tribal communities in Assam means only in the rest of Assam or in Karbi Anglong, in North Kachar, within the 6 scheduled areas also?
Okay. When I say unrecognized tribal communities of Assams I'm meaning those communities because there are 6 major tribal communities who are demanding ST status within the state of Assam. So when we say they are demanding ST status within the state of Assam, it also includes all the areas, whether it is in the 6th schedule area or it is not non-6th schedule areas also. So it includes all. So the 6 communities, those who are demanding right now for their schedule status within the states are Koch Rajbanshi, Tayahum, Chutia community, Motok community, Moran community, and T tribes community. So these are the 6 major communities who are constantly fighting for the state status within the states.
Okay, okay. So you stick only to those, no?
Yes, when I say it unrecognized tribal communities, because one side we see it the development for the tribals within the Assam itself, like for rest of the communities, those who are recognized as scheduled tribe communities, their development is going in one directions and all the concentration is being put it there. But the communities, those who also have the same characteristics or the same traits, many of the major communities, like if I talk about the T tribes community, overall T tribe community, there are 96 communities, sub-communities. But out of these 96 sub-communities, 36 community are recognized who supposed to get as the ST status. Because these communities, rest of the in the country, like except in Andaman, Nicobar and in Assam, they are not recognized as tribal communities like Munda, Urao, Khadia, they are not recognized as the tribal. Else, rest of the states that they are being recognized as the tribal community in the country. So that is also the demand is being put by those groups of people. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Then anyone else would like to contribute ideas? Because listening to your presentations within 5 minutes, I hope they are parts of your research works for PhD most probably.
Yes.
And I hope they are all okay because I cannot now get much idea of what is in the detail, but I see they are quite okay, except I want to these 2 papers, which is very close to me here, but from Telangana or from other places, I don't have much idea. So I hope all the best for your papers if you are in the PhD course. Okay. So thank you all of you participants and presenters.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you.
On behalf of Synod College and the Department of Sociology, we'd like to thank Dr. Fabian Lingdor, who is a former professor of Cultural Studies and Community Initiatives at the Martin Luther Christian University, Shillong. We thank you, sir, for your accepting to chair the session. And I have an announcement to make. Participants from Group B here are invited to join Group A. The link is the same yesterday and today, because you'll be having a resource person from London, Professor S. Adnan, who's a research associate, Department of Developmental Studies, School of Oriental and African Affairs, University of London. He'll be talking on factors of change affecting the tribal groups of Chittagong Hill tracts of Bangladesh. So all the participants and even sir, you are invited to join link A, and this session will start from 3:30 to 4:30 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, everybody. We are happy that today cultural webinar has been going on successful. Now we have come to the closing part of it, this closing function. First of all, I invite Mrs. Thea Paya, Department of Sociology College, to give a short welcome speech.
Good evening, everyone. Respected principal, vice principals, our guest of honor, the resource persons, chairpersons of different sessions, paper presenters, participants, colleagues, friends, and students. On behalf of the organizing committee, we warmly welcome you all to the valedictory function of the two-day international webinar. We have in our midst Professor Panda, who is a professor in the economics department, NEHU, Northeastern Hill University, Shillong, and he is also an honorary director, ICSSR, the Indian Council of Social Science Research, NDRC, Northeast Regional Center. Sir, who else could have been a better speaker on this occasion other than you, the director of ICSSR, who is the sponsoring agency of this program. Sir, we welcome you and we look forward to your address. Thank you.
Department of Sociology have also prepared a song by their own students. So I request that students are inspired. Yes, inspired. So I request that inspired to present the song. Students of the Sinop College Fire. We have in our midst Dr. Bipana, who is the President, Honorary Director at CSSR and NRC. This is, I don't know how many times, because it's not the first time. You have been with us many times, and I thank you, sir, that you have been part of the part and parcel of the activities that are going on in Sinop College. We thank you so much. You have been with us many times I've mentioned before. So I request the students and principal to felicitate our chief guest with the bouquet and Indian. Thank you. Now I request our chief guest, Professor Bipana, to deliver a valedictory address on this occasion.
Thank you so much, Madam, for that brief introduction of mine. It's a very good evening to each one of you present offline and online. Respected Principal, Dr. Lindo, Vice Principal, Dr. Jiwa, Dr. Rani, present here on the dais, all the resource persons, dignitaries who are joining this very good session online, participants, students present here itself, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me thank the college management, the principal and his whole team for giving me this opportunity to be the chief guest of this valedictory function. Before I speak few words, I thank all the beautiful students who have represented the wonderful song. This is what we are missing for a long time. As I was discussing with the principal sir, that college space or university space is not all about teaching only. It's also all about the social capital building. I think it's the mosaic, this very mosaic environment, the ecosystem, we are missing a lot because of the pandemic. I just pray and I hope that very soon we'll get back our old arrangements and the very social capital, which is the crux, the beauty of university or college life, to get it back as quick as possible. Now, I am so happy that from ICSR side, we could sponsor this webinar. It's pandemic time, you will understand. But in addition to all those negative things which has happened during this pandemic, the pandemic has also given us an opportunity. In the language of the famous economist and social scientist Schumpeter, who told long time back that development is all about creative destruction. I mean to say, you need to creatively destroy an existing arrangement of production, services, or any arrangement for that matter, in any space. And then a newer arrangement comes in, and that's what development is all about. And that is to be done creatively. Creatively, you have to destroy. Maybe this pandemic destruction has also given us a lot of insights in order to practice what Schumpeter believed called creative destruction. all this online. Now we are, I think this program is being witnessed by many online, and that's a gift, I can say, on the other positive side of this pandemic, COVID-19. Having said that, sir, I'm extremely happy that you have chosen a topic for your webinar. That's all about safeguarding tribal identity and its implications and the concept. I'm sure, as I was just glancing, I was going through the concept note which was given to us. I could see there itself a lot of a galaxy of distinguished speakers or resource persons there itself. Many of them might have definitely interacted with all of you, on the different aspects, dimensions of tribal identity and its implications, how to safeguard, how to, make it compatible with the changing times, the imperative of developing different kind of institutions so that we fine-tune the very, I think, old institution of tribal culture, tribal identity with the imperatives of modernization and developmentalism that we are facing and are coming across these days. When it comes to tribal identity, I think many such wonderful interactions might have happened during this 2 days or 3 days? 2 days. So during this 2 days webinar, I'm an economist, but I'm a social scientist. So what I would be sharing with all of you as a social scientist. But then it may not be, a very researched kind of a deliberation. It's just my random thoughts that I would like to share with all of you on this valedictory function. When it comes to tribal identity, how do we conceptualize that tribal identity? How do we perceive? How do we, practice tribal identity? I think there are different dimensions of this tribal identity. Traditionally, we understand
Organizers, please take note that the speaker has been muted. Kindly unmute, please. Thank you.
that's all about the economic identification of the tribal identity in the traditional sense. Then we have the cultural aspect of tribal identity, which is again reflected in its own collectivism, in terms of its collective history, its art, its beautiful, I would say, art dialects or language, and maybe in terms of dance, the music. I think whatnot. Just now, I think my dear students, they presented this wonderful song and with very beautiful attire. That itself, it's not that you have just got it, few years back. This is a gift which you have inherited from your forefathers, from your and that itself, that's a rich culture itself. So that's about the tribal identity in terms of culture. The collectivism reflected in its collective history, in its art, in its music, in its dances, etc., etc. So all these dimensions taken together makes what we call the tribal identity in its very traditional understanding framework. But then, friends, times are changing. Winds are blowing, all directions. And evolution, I think, is a natural process. It happens in every sphere. And development is happening. Now, there are so many challenges also coming. For example, with development, challenges are coming, and some of these challenges are also affecting the traditional dimensions relating to the conceptualization and practice of tribal identity. For example, when it comes to the economic space, many of our young people have become aspirational. And then, as many of the social scientists, development practitioners, they have defined conceptualized development in the sense of what you call expanding the choice base of individuals and communities. Today, development is being defined, practiced in the context of expanding the choice of individuals, the capability of individuals, and also communities. So students, as I'm saying, young people, they are becoming aspirational. And the technology is changing, just like that you have all seen. I think we are no one without a mobile today, without a net today. So these are also technological revolution is very fast happening, and that's happening. That's affecting, I think, our traditional way of undertaking economic and social activities. So that's a great challenge, and so it's affecting our economic space, and we are becoming more aspirational, and our choice, we want to have the kind of life that we want to choose for ourselves. So the requirement of expanding your choice vector is an important requirement of development today. Then how do we reconcile all these things? No, I mean to say, living in an economic space in the context of that traditional understanding of tribal identity, where actually you produce and you consume in a self-sustainable arrangement. Now, from there itself, actually, when you are moving towards market-based arrangement, so a challenge we are also facing in the economic space. Similarly, in the social space, you would always like to maintain that horizontal kind of equity that's present, in the tribal society. But the fact of the matter is that actually, along with this, I would say, economic development, some amount of social inequity also is coming in, even in the tribal society also. So it has started making the tribal society to some extent also hierarchy, which is coming. And the only thing that we need to set back, for example, so that's why what we need to do, how to encounter these kind of challenges. I will come back to these challenges and how to fine tune them and how to make a balance between these two, maybe after 2-3 minutes. Before that, let me put the tribal identity and the tribal practice in the context of sustainable development. I think one of the important goals today, development today is being conceptualized and is being, is being practiced, and it is thought to be practiced, and it's being advocated to be practiced in terms of conforming to the social, what I call, for example, sustainable development requirements. And sustainable development has 3 important components. One is the economic sustainability, the other one is the social sustainability, and the third one is the environmental sustainability. And many development practitioners also bringing in another element dimension to it, which is the cultural sustainability part. Now let's look at actually the tribal identity, the tribal arrangement, and link it with sustainable development. In many of these dimensions, for example, social sustainability, which talks about participation. It's not development is not all about actually how much of material things you get. It's also equally important. How do you get them through? Do you get them through the participation of the people, or it's just thrust upon you? So that's important. So does development happen through participation of the people? Does it build the kind of social capital that's required? So that these are all important manifestations and requirements for conforming to the social dimension of sustainable development, which tribal societies, the tribal values, the tribal identity in practice provides for. That's all about the linking of tribal identity with an important dimension of sustainable development, that's social sustainability. Now let's come to environmental sustainability. I think no other society respects and practices environmental protection as the tribal societies, tribal friends do. Living, I think, respecting the nature, living with the nature, and then I think continuing with the nature is a sign pattern of tribal identity. Now, sustainable development goals also, I think, they emphasize on this environmental aspect of sustainable development, which the tribal societies do have and they practice. So look at actually, when it comes to social space, we have a lot to learn. We have to learn a lot from the tribal identity. When it comes to the environmental space, we have to learn a lot from the tribal identity. When it comes to the cultural dimension of sustainable development, I think tribal practice, I think, has plethora of things to offer. And then the last one is economic space. It's only, see, there also, for example, the tribal arrangement talks about economic activities through a collective arrangement, and the distribution, I think the fruits of the economic activities should be equally distributed, and it's more for sustainable, I think, living, self-sustenance, not for production for the market. So only in the economic space there is some kind of what you feel, the challenge is coming in, and we need to fine-tune that itself. Now let me come to how to fine-tune, calibrate these kind of challenges, and then make them compatible with the universal values of tribal identity and tribal values. The fact of the matter is that actually evolution is a fact of life. So many times or often we may not be exactly able to go by the traditional arrangement of tribal practice, which times with situation will change. But there are some universal values and institutions in the tribal identity, the tribal practice. For example, making a living or livelihood, I think, in the context of preserving the environment. And that's exactly the modern concept of sustainable development as strives for. So I think we can do that. So that's with respect to the environmental dimension of sustainable development. We have a very nice, I think, correlation. Similarly, with respect to, as I said, social sustainability, there would be challenges, but then there is also need. There is also a need with respect to modern economic development to make societies equitable. In fact, the biggest challenge in United States of America today, the societal existence of United States of America, happens to be this kind of inequality which is emerging in its societal space, in its economic space. I think Stiglitz has written a beautiful book on it, The Price of Inequality, wherein he talks that when a society becomes unequal in terms of its wealth and income distribution, then it has its own perils, not only economic, in terms of a lot of social perils. So that's why I think you can fine-tune. You may not go back to the arithmetic kind of equality, which basically maybe at one point of time, thousands of years back, we were emphasizing on. that may not be possible, but relative equity we can all aspire for in any society in that context of the modern requirement of sustainable development. So, friends, I think what I wanted to share with all of you is that I think there is a need today to learn a lot from the tribal practice, the tribal identity, and then with the changing times, we need to undertake some kind of a calibration with respect to the imperatives of modern living with the universal values that tribal identity, tribal living, tribal practice teaches us. I think if at all we can do it, I think that is the best arrangement of our development practice, which we all can practice and which all can aspire for. So with this, I think I thank the college authorities, the principal and his team, and the other faculty members of this college, and all of you present here itself, those who are attending this webinar, this validity session online and offline, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to share some of my random thinkings on tribal living and contextualizing it with the imperatives of sustainable development. Thank you so much. Good evening and good luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your address. And now we have the rapporteur report presented by Ms. Edson and Ms. C.A.
A very good evening to each and every one of you. Here is the report for the webinar that started since yesterday. Now we started with the inaugural session. The session started at 9:30 as scheduled and was chaired by Dr. M. Rani, Vice Principal of the college. Dr. R. M. Lingo, Principal of the college, gave the welcome address and briefly introduced about the webinar. Dr. W. R. Khanuki, Honorable MP, Rajya Sabha, graced the function as the chief guest. In his inaugural address, he highlighted about the relevance of the webinar's theme, Safeguarding Tribal Identity, Concept and Implications in the present context where the tribal minorities in the country are facing a plethora of threats and challenges. The keynote address was delivered by Professor Virginius Kaka, a renowned academician in the field of tribal studies and others. He has held various academic positions in his career in the institution that he served, like the Northeastern Hill University, Delhi School of Economics, and the Tata Institute of Social Sciences. His address was tethered on the meaning of identity and the emergence and development of tribal identity over a period of time ranging from pre-colonial to colonial period and up to the present times. Due to the various socio-economic changes that have crept into the tribal society, the connotations of tribe too seems to have undergone a change. He argued that over the years, the term tribe has become more or less irrelevant to some section of the so-called tribal communities in India, in which the notion of indigenous people seems to have gained more acceptance instead. The session was concluded by a vote of thanks proposed by Dr. G. Lindo, Coordinator IQAC, Synod College, Shillong. That we have 4 technical sessions that is divided into Group A and Group B. So what I will be giving you for now is the technical session for Group A. The technical session, session 1, was chaired by Dr. C.R. Lingo, Associate Professor, Head Department of Political Science, PG, Synod College. The resource person, Dr. J. Mika, a senior lecturer in the School of Management and co-director of the T.R. Rangaham Massey Business School's Maori Business Research Centre, New Zealand. Safeguarding Tribal Identity Through Entrepreneurship, Insights from Aotearoa, New Zealand. His paper concerns theoretical and practical issues associated with tribal entrepreneurship with a focus on Maori, the indigenous people of Aotearoa, New Zealand. The following is a brief summary of the paper presenters. Dr. Nita Lagaju, her paper is on nature, culture, and characteristics of identity of the missing tribe of Assam as manifested in their oral and oral literatures. The paper focused on the deep-rooted attachment of the Mysings to the natural environment and how the ecosystem propels their day-to-day existence, survival, festivities, and jollities. The second presenter, Dr. Alka F. Michael, talks about the rivers, hills, and forests, habitats of tribes, threats perceived, and road ahead. Her paper purports to look at the subsistence pattern of tribal communities to understand ways of interaction between the communities and the environment in the past and how it is impacting the present and the future. The third presenter was Dr. Rusiven Shampian, and his topic is on cultural traditions and identity amongst the Khasis of Meghalaya. His paper analyzes the fundamental relationship between identity formation and the crucial role played by cultural tradition. We have the fourth paper presenter, Ms. Lalrem Plowny, and the topic is on narratives of place identity and cultural mythscape, a post-colonial erotical comprehension. The paper focused on the perpetual processes of defining and redefining cultural identity and consciousness through the agency of cultural and ecological values linked to cultural mythologies and generations of experience and interaction with the land. For the technical session 2, the session was chaired by Professor H. Srikant, Head Department of Political Science, Nehru. The resource person was Professor T.B. Subba, where he presented a paper entitled Anthropological Perspective of Tribes in Northeast India. His main focus was on the slow development of tribes in comparison to the peasant or the industrial societies. The paper presenters are as follows. We have the first, that is Ms. M.R. Rajeshri. The topic is on sustaining Panya tribes as landers and exposed in their niche and obnoxious history of enslavement. Her paper describes the historical contributions towards the Panya tribes, vulnerability, and keeping them as lowland tribes in Wayanad district through the detailed analysis of oral histories, books, manuscripts, and previous research works. The second presenter was Dr. Arunima Das. On the topic Racism and Vernacular Expression, some potential resource for the study of contemporary legends of India. The paper here focused on the perception of racism, which have included certain Northeastern characters into some popular narratives of international repute. The third paper presenter was Mr. Zoram Chana on the historical background of tribes with reference to the Byatia tribe in Meghalaya, Northeast India. The paper focused on the Byatia tribe, the oldest hill tribe of Northeast India, and their migration process. The fourth paper presenter was Ms. Adeno L. Kihan on Christianity and colonialism among the Nagas of Nagaland, a revisionist view. Her paper concentrates on the difficulty in separation of the traditional religion and the beliefs it hosted to the Nagas to that of Christianity and the impacts of colonialism on the Naga society, harboring both sides leading to the confused race and society post-independence. And the last paper presenter was Ms. Benonai Piapi on Mara tribe of Indo-Myanmar border, a changing scenario. The paper highlights the history of the Mara people and the impact of partition, and including the works of Christian missionaries which affects the lives of the tribes in both sides of the country. We come to the technical session 3. The session was chaired by Professor L.S. Gassa, a guest faculty, Department of Political Science, PG, Synod College. The resource person, Professor Jangpongam Dongal, Department of Mizoram University and Fulbright Scholar, University of Cincinnati, Ohio State, USA. His paper was on Genesis development and changing dimensions of inner line regulation and its significance for hill tribes of Northeast India. His main concentration was on the significance of the inner line regulation in Northeast India. The paper presenters were as follows. The first paper presenter was Ms. Bayadalinti Christy Lana. The topic, Meghalaya Homespun, the Way Forward. The paper focused on the tribal groups of Meghalaya with varied indigenous art form, weaving, which portrays the cultural ethos and rich heritage of the people of the state. The second presenter is Ms. Jessica Rambai and Miss L. Nonglan, an exploration on the measures in the promotion of intangible cultural heritage in Indian tribal society. The key issues of this paper discussed include digitalization and documentations of traditional knowledge about sustainable living, medicines, farming, and weaving that tribals store in their memories for preservation and dissemination. The intellectual property rights issues was examined, and also on the sustainable tourism to facilitate the development and management at the heritage site. The third presenter, Ms. Lalbiak Zami and Professor Dongan, on the emergence of tribal movements and constitutional autonomy in the Lushai Hills. In this paper, the presenters discussed the various tribal movements that took place in the erstwhile Lushai Hills and then the hill areas of Assam in general, and it also highlights the various administrative changes in the Lushai Hills during the pre- and post-independence period. The fourth presenter, Ms. Steffi C. Bainang Chinese, and Professor Dongal on Mara tribal movement with special reference to the role of Mara Land Democratic Front, MDF. The paper highlights the role of the Mara Land Democratic Front, MDF, which stood for the protection and promotion of Mara identity, and the party acts as a pioneer for further awakening the political aspirations of the Mara tribe. Then we have Dr. Mrs. Nebada Nongri on the topic revitalizing oral traditions towards a development of tribal consciousness among the Khasi. The paper triggers consciousness among the Khasi people while grappling with the issues of tribal cultures and indigenous identity. We have also Mr. Ivan Skemnoskung and Dr. Veronica Pala on employment and wages of scheduled tribes in India, a comparative analysis of recent trends. The paper seeks to explore the employment situations of scheduled tribes by focusing on, number one, distribution of social groups in regular and casual employment, two, trends of wages for social groups in terms of regular and casual employment, and three, location and gender aspects of employment and income of the social group. Then we have the last session, that is session 4, and it was chaired by Dr. Mrs. G. Lindo, Coordinator IQAC Synod College. The resource person, Professor Shapan Adnan, Professorial Research Associate, Department of Development Studies, School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London. His topic is on factors of change affecting the tribal groups of the Chittagong Hill Tracts of Bangladesh. His paper focus was on the factors of change ranging from political to economic and cultural factors, which led to the erosion of solidary strength and redistributive egalitarian norms of the tribal group. The paper presenters are as follows: Mr. C.M.A. Shubrao Michael Gomes on the topic Inherent Needs for Tribal Practices in Contemporary Markets. The paper focused that most importantly, the conventional markets may need to refer a lot to primitive or tribal markets to obtain sustainability in modern times. The next paper presenter, Ms. Soma Gupta, talks on an analysis of the Santhal tribes of India and their struggle to resist oppression during the pre-independence period. The paper highlights the general idea about the lifestyle of tribals residing in India, and it specifically aimed to delve into the origin and occupation of the Santhals, their cultural, traditional, religious practices, and their attempt to resist colonization. The third speaker is Ms. Lal Ranghui Lucy on the topic, the Naga Raj movement from economic discontentment to freedom movement. The paper examined the genesis of the Naga Raj movement and the changes in the very nature of the movement and its representation or misrepresentation in the colonial writings. We also have Ms. Mimi Jones on the topic, an analysis of the historic background and inter-community disparity among scheduled tribes of Kerala. The paper analyzed inter-community disparity amongst the scheduled tribes in Kerala, and the social indicators of development like education, health, and employment are also highlighted. And the last speaker for this session is Mr. Vital Rathod on the topic, a study of English as a foreign language among the secondary level tribal students with special reference to Vikarabad district of Telangana state. The paper examines the government policies on the issues and challenges of tribal education and literacy rate in the newly formed Telangana state. I hand over the second section to Ms.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kasantil, for the report on the Group A session. Now we move on to the reports of Group B of all the sessions of the international webinar held on both 9th and 10th September. So the first session of Group B was chaired by Mr. T.A. Karshandi, who is an assistant professor of the department, Synod College, Shillong. The following is a brief summary of the papers presented. So the first paper on the topic of interracial marriage among the Khasis, a study, was presented by Ms. Amanda Parrott and Dr. A. Jelinstar Limba. The study examines the cases of interracial marriage among the Khasis in Meghalaya from a social perspective. It also analyzes the outcomes or impacts of such marriages upon tribal identity. The second presentation was made by Ms. Neha Kumari and Mr. K.K. Rashid on the topic of tribal religions and cultural politics in India, a curious case of Sarnad Haram. This paper was basically an exploration of different facets of Sarnad Haram, which is a collective name given to religious traditions of various tribal communities, particularly in Jharkhand. The paper discusses the concept of tribal religion in Jharkhand and also deals with Sarnad Haram and the politics surrounding it. The paper representing tribal identity of Mizao in Select Mizao novel was given by Dr. Zoran Dintara. The paper is a theoretical interpretation of tribal identity of the Mizaos based on some selected Mizao novels. The fourth presentation was given by Mr. Kamei Kabinai on a way of life in Manipur with special reference to the Rongmei Naga tribe. The paper attempted to identify the tribal identity of the Rongmei Naga by looking into the customary and traditional practices followed by the people before the intervention of colonial rule. It also looked into the social institutions and its customary practices followed during birth, death, and marriage. It also paid attention to the nature of the indigenous religion called Tingkau Rangwang Chokyak in connection with the identity of the Rongmei Naga. The paper on the topic of status of the Zhao ethnic tribes in pre- and post-British era was presented by Dr. C. Larming Liana. So as the title of the paper suggests, it was a historical portrait of the socio-political status of the Zhao tribe in present Burma, English and Bangladesh. Then a joint paper was presented by Dr. G. Janet Dakhar and Dr. Dhira Bhaumik on safeguarding our utopian world. So this is a study on the utopian character of the Khasi society with special reference to Sorenkhang village, East Khasi Hills districts of Meghalaya. The paper argues for safeguarding the identity after due understanding of the social fabric and intricacies of the society. Beyond the identified identity, lived experience of Khasi producers. This was a paper which was presented by Ms. Lahun Dashisha Rumnam. The paper was an analytical study on the identity quest of the Khasi people as a cultural and linguistic community vis-a-vis the pan-Indian identity. So the second session commenced at 2 p.m. with the address from Professor L.S. Gassar, Group B, on 9 September, Department of Political Science in our college, as the resource person on the team Safeguarding Tribal Identity as per the 6th schedule in Northeast India. The address is an exposition on the historical background of the 6th schedule to the Indian Constitution and its ultimate objective of safeguarding the tribal identity through the institution known as the Autonomous District Councils. He concluded that the relevance of the 6th schedule as a mechanism to protect the tribal identity in Northeast, which depend much on the genius and wisdom of those who are at the helm of affairs in the ADCs. This was followed by the presentations from paper presenters as follows. Firstly, Ms. K.H. Yapapi gave the first presentation in the second session of the day. Her topic was on tribal identity and the demand for inner line permit system in Meghalaya. Basically, the paper focused on the issue of tribal identity in Meghalaya and the demands for the inner line permit system in the context of identity protection. Dr. Dari Shishawar, thank you, presented on how well are the tribal-owned enterprises faring in India, insights from the non-agricultural informal sector. The paper paid special attention on the enterprises owned by Khasi people of Meghalaya, with special reference to non-agricultural sector. The paper also discussed the findings which shows the growing or increasing trend of the tribal-owned enterprises in the state. Next, the paper on finding ourselves in the 21st century, a double-edged sword, was presented by Ms. Corinne Vitawa. The paper delves into the idea of tribal identity and the place of indigenous people working to preserve customs and practices that are losing face in a post-industrial society. It also investigates how efforts to preserve this identity, although done with the best intentions, sometimes have a dialectical effect on the larger population. A joint presentation given by Dr. Charlene Krimojat and Evangeline Nonkla on the topic Reimagining Identities, Ulom Shillong and Khasi Identity. This paper depicts the creation of identity through the prism of folklore. Specifically, it was a case study on the relevance of Ulom Shillong with regard to the early polity formation of the Khasis and even the socio-economic life of the people in general. Ms. Kim Chenbak Waipai presented a paper on the topic Restoring Zao Indigenous through Folk Tales and Oral Narratives. It was an attempt to study the collective identity based on the ethos and pedagogy specific to the Zao tribes of Manipur, commonly known as the Kuki Chi Mizao tribes. Through an analysis of the folk tales and oral narrative wherein certain thought systems and philosophies intrinsic to the self-identification do not find expression in Western vocabulary. The last paper of the second session was presented by Ms. Gladys S. Matthew. Her topic was on forgetting the culture of honoring the ancestors, an anthropological observation. The paper brought out the various belief patterns and myths popular in various tribal societies, particularly the Birhor tribe of Chhattisgarh, which is prevailing from the traditional era and the continuation and changes in the ancestor worship. The technical session of day 2 held on the 10th of September, which is today, started at 10 a.m. and was chaired by Professor A. Prasad, Department of History, Northeastern Hill University. So in summary, to summarize where we have come so far today, this morning we heard from the resource person, Professor H. Strikan, Head of Department of Political Science, Northeastern Hill University, on his topic entitled Problems of Conceptualization, Tribe, Ethnic Community, or Indigenous People. He poses two questions. Firstly, on how native communities in the hill areas of Northeast India should be characterized, and at the same time, can a community be tribal, ethnic, and indigenous? So officially, regarding this topic, they are designated as scheduled tribes, or the STs, and they call themselves indigenous while referring to their relations with outsiders. Also, social characterization makes it difficult. Hence, understanding the nature, dynamics, aspirations, and goals of the native communities in Northeast India bring light to this issue. The first paper presenter, Mr. G.N. Bhagat, who presented on empowerment and status of tribal women, a case study of Kinnaur tribe of Himachal Pradesh, suggests that tribal women in Kinnaur district contribute in livelihood activities along with performing household chores and family responsibilities. So the status of empowerment of tribal women in this district is important to her status in social, economic, religious, and political spheres. And also with that, it pairs along with the status of her education, liberty, authority, and also the woman possesses rights. After that, we heard from Dr. Yang Waipai with a topic on the representation of women in politics, the intersectionalities of tribal identity and empowerment among Nagas. The paper analyzes the status of women, political representation of the Nagas, and also examines how the representation of Naga women in the local administration affects the Naga tribal identity. We also heard from Athira Narayanan, who spoke on the topic of tribal cultural heritage and the question of tribal identity, who emphasized that as a country has diversified culture, each tribe has their own tribal culture and tradition, and with regards to mentionable Sanskritization, these cultures have now come into the stage of transition, such as the Kanakal tribal community in southern part of Kerala faced a major shift in the tribal life. What was meant to be an identity is not present today. A joint presentation given by Banda Kerlin Lingdor and Dr. Wandinisha Tarian on scheduled tribes households and the status of single mother households in minority societies analyzes changes in the family structures that have evolved over the years and have transformed the traditional family structure within the tribal households, and that social and economic hardships encountered by single mothers have implications on the well-being of the household. Again, we heard from Dr. Wandanisha Tarian, who presented her paper on the topic Traditional Gender Relation and Status of Female-Headed Households in the Tribal Community. In this paper, the presenter described the changes in the family structure with a rise in the number of female-headed households, which has been witnessed in the state in the recent years, and that this phenomenon is imposing a series of challenges for the female health who are burdened with the multiple roles of the breadwinner, the caretaker, and also ensuring the well-being of the household, and in turn, these challenges have had significant implications on the welfare and status of such households. Next, Mr. Dor Rangthang Yana Only, who presented on the impact of colonial administration on the political culture of the Mizo community in Mizoram, expressed that by observing the behavior of the people, one could identify the changes and transitions which left an impact on the political culture of the Mizo people even till today, and that the current condition of the political culture of the Mizos seems to be somewhat of quote, a subject political culture, which is believed to be the influence of the double subjection of the people to the British colonial administration. Last but not least, for this morning, technical session 3 of Group B, we heard from Mr. N. Donald Jackson Kaba on the topic Khasi language challenges in machine translation. A few dot points, actually a lot of dot points came out of the presentation that highlighted within the Khasi language various specificities that would have otherwise been subsumed had same been told in other languages, especially in English, and that the efforts of Thomas Jones 1 provided a way that the language saw proper script. Basically, the presentation highly analyzed on the implementation of the Khasi language into the technology of this era. Lastly, this afternoon, for the last technical session, which is the fourth session of Group B, held at 1:30 p.m., we have had another great range of speakers. The chairperson for this session was Dr. F. Lingwell, former professor of Martin Luther Christian University. We began the session with Mr. Thomas Malson, who presented on a topic entitled Reclaiming Tribal or Indigenous Identities, Problematizing Ethnocide through Ethno-Development in Tripura. He eloquently explained on the Prevalent and Persistent States Initiative Development Program, which has sabotaged the features of social, cultural, and ethnic identities of the tribals in the region of the Northeast India, particularly in Tripura. This term, ethnocide, brought about the destruction of the indigenous or ethnic minorities' identities, and so self-led ethno-development as a cause of action enables indigenous people or ethnic minorities to revive their specific culture and identities. The second presenter, Ms. C.L. Saroop, presented her paper on a topic on the role of residential education in indigenous culture, a study on Cholonican tribe of Nilambur, Kerala. The paper highlights the Cholonican have a very unique culture, and their cultural assimilation takes place through residential education with Otanika, but most are reluctant to pursue higher education. We also heard from the third presenter, Ms. Jasodhara Bordhaku, who presented on the topic of indigenous autonomy and development narratives from Karbi Anglong, Assam, in which the paper highlights the general idea that the post-independence tribal reforms do very little for the Karbi individual outside of their political identity. Also with regard with the constitution, that is political, socio-economic, and personal autonomy of the Karbi indigenous person. We next heard from Mr. Ramavat Naresh on the topic of an exploratory study on government interventions for tribal community development in Telangana. The paper suggests that each tribal community in Telangana has its own cultural traditions. Some are socially backward, some are economically backward, and some are educationally backward. Then a joint paper was presented by Mr. Probin Tokno and Professor Dr. Ganga Bhushan M. Molanthal on the topic tribal community development vis-a-vis other unrecognized tribal community of Assam. This is a study of the several tribal areas in which articulate and effective political elite emerge. These elite are conscious of tribal rights and are capable of making calculated moves to gain their acceptance. These groups have brought in light various chronicle problems of tribals such as land alienation, identity crisis, exploitation, illiteracy, poverty, and so on. The last paper of the fourth session was a joint paper presented by Ms. Deepika Lama and Dr. Animesh A.L. Rai on comprehending the forest tracts of Darjeeling Hills, the way of cultural preservation and the impact of government and globalization. The paper mainly focused in relation to the preservation of culture, the tribal population residing in the forest villages of Darjeeling Hills that plays various important roles, and that for a long period of time, the tribal communities in India have been living in the forested region and are popularly referred as guardians or custodians of forest and its resources. So in conclusion, as you all are aware, the two-day international webinar was divided into two groups, that is Group A and Group B, with technical sessions held concurrently. There were in total of about 50 papers presented in the webinar covering a wide range of issues related to tribal and tribal identity across the Indian subcontinent and the neighboring countries. Besides, there were also presentations and talks delivered by renowned resource persons in every session of the webinar. All the presentation and discourses were informative, insightful, and thought-provoking. And lastly, as a department, we are looking forward to bring out an edited volume of the paper submitted. That's all for the rapporteuring report. Thank you.
Say perspective on this next for the author's report. Lastly, I request this Menadu to post board thanks.
Good evening to the Honorable Chief Guest, Professor B. Panda, Honorary Director, ICSR, NERC, Shillong, Chairman, Sejirwa, Principal, Dr. R. Lindo, and Vice Principal, Dr. M. Rami, and colleagues and participants. We have come to the end of this two-day international webinar on safeguarding tribal identity, concept, and implications. First and foremost, I would like to the Almighty, who has granted countless blessings and opportunities for holding this international webinar. An event like this cannot happen overnight. The wheels started rolling 2 weeks ago. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated colleagues of the college. On behalf of the organizing committee, I take this opportunity to propose the vote of thanks to those who have directly and indirectly contributed to this webinar organized by our department. At the outset, I thank our chief guest for gracing today's webinar and delivering the inaugural address. I'm very thankful to the sponsor of the webinar, ICSSR, NERC. Without their generous financial support, it won't be possible to organize this international webinar. Thank you, Dr. W.R. Karki, Honorable MP Rajya Sabha, and former Head of Department of History, Synod College, for gracing us with your presence and for taking time out of your busy schedule. We'd like to thank our Principal, Dr. R. M. Lindo, Vice Principal, Dr. R. M. Rani, and Sejirwa, Dr. G. Lindo, Coordinator, IQAC, for their guidance and moral support. We have been fortunate to be assisted by you, and you have given us a lot of encouragement. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation for Professor V. Khaka for delivering an insightful keynote address. I also wish to express my gratitude to our resource persons, Dr. J. Mika, Senior Lecturer in the School of Management and Co-Director of Te'au Rangahau Massey Business School, Mori Business Research Center, New Zealand. Professor T.B. Suba, Northeastern University, Department of Anthropology. Professor J. Dongel, Department of Mizoram University and Fulbright Scholar, University of Cincinnati, Ohio State, USA. Professor S. Adnan, Professional Research Associate, Department of Development Studies, School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London. Professor L.S. Gaza, Guest Faculty, Department of Political Science, PG, Synod College. Professor H. Shrikant, Head of Department, Political Science, Northeastern University. Thank you for enlightening us with your knowledge. I am also very grateful to the chairpersons, Dr. C.R. Lingdor, Associate Professor, Head of Department, Political Science, PG, Synod College, Professor Shrikant, Head of Department, Political Science, Northeastern University. Professor Elias Gaza, Guest Faculty, Department of Political Science, PG, Sinod College. Dr. Mrs. G. Lingdor, Associate Professor and Coordinator, IQAC, Sinod College. Sir D. Karchandi, Assistant Professor, Department of History, Sinod College. Dr. Mrs. Nibada W.L. Nongri, Assistant Professor, Smith College. Professor A. Pasar, Department of History, Northeastern University. And Dr. F. Lingdor, former Professor, Martin Luther Christian University. Thank you for ensuring a smooth running of the sessions. A special thanks to the organizing committee, teaching and non-teaching staff, technical team for the unflinching support and coordination. A heartfelt thanks to our students for bringing life to this webinar with their songs. I cannot thank everyone enough for the willingness and involvement to take on the completion of their work beyond their comfort zone. The organizing committee have received so much support that I cannot name everyone individually. I congratulate and express my heartfelt thanks to the paper presenters and the participants who participated in this webinar. Thank you once again for making this webinar a success. I request the participants to kindly fill the feedback form for generation of the e-certificate. Paper presenters will receive their certificate in their email. Thank you. Pleasure.
All those, I would like to thank the organizing committee, comprising mainly of the Department of Sociology, Sinod College, and also thank each and everyone who participated and have a hand in making this webinar a success. Thank you. The webinar is closed. Over.